Keith Bridgman found himself alone in his hospital room, the morning's bustle finally giving way to a quiet afternoon. The medical rounds were finished, his lunch tray had come and gone, and the stream of visitors for other patients had faded down the hallway. A custodian had completed his cleaning, leaving the ward in a rare state of calm. After a month in this place, Bridgman was intimately familiar with its schedule. This was the daily lull, a precious window free from examinations, physical therapy, and constant interruptions. For at least 3 hours, he could simply exist. He could lose himself in a book, mindlessly watch television, or just stare out the window at the narrow glimpse of the lake squeezed between downtown skyscrapers. Or he could sleep. At 62, his body was a testament to a hard-lived life. The relentless stress of his career, the cigarettes, the whiskey, all culminating in a heart attack so severe his survival was considered a miracle. Defying death is exhausting work. He chose the nap these days. He always did. He awoke an hour later to find he was no longer alone. 2 women stood in his room, one on either side of his bed. They appeared to be in their late 20s, of identical height and slender build. Their dark hair was pulled back severely, and their faces were utterly blank, like store window mannequins, their skin gleaming unnaturally under the fluorescent lights. They wore the standard white coats over pale blue scrubs, complete with official-looking badges, but Bridgman knew instantly they were not hospital staff. A primal, visceral alarm screamed in his mind. They were trouble. His eyes flickered over them, assessing the threat. Their hands were empty. Their clothing showed no suspicious bulges. He saw no weapons, not even a stray syringe they could turn against him. Yet the danger was palpable. A chilling certainty that settled in his bones. He felt like prey caught in the open, frozen under the gaze of 2 predators. His gaze shot to the nurse call button, resting on the sheet near his thigh. In one swift motion, his hand darted for it. But the woman on his left was faster. Her hand flashed out, snatching the device and letting it drop, the cord stretching taut, the button now dangling uselessly far from his grasp. A cold dread seized him. He felt his heart stutter violently in his chest. A shrill electronic beep erupted from the monitor beside his bed. On the screen, the jagged line tracing his pulse began to spike erratically, the peaks crashing into one another in a frantic race. The digital heart rate display climbed rapidly 70, 90, 120 as the beeping accelerated into a relentless panicked shriek. Then the number froze, flashed, and began to plummet. 60, 40, 20. It hit 0. The chaotic lines on the screen smoothed out, flattening into 2 silent horizontal bars. The machine emitted one continuous deafening tone, declaring a total cardiac arrest. It lasted only a second. The second woman had acted the moment the alarm sounded. She seized Bridgman's wrist, ripped the blue oxygen sensor from his finger, and clipped it onto her own. The monitor screen flickered. The horrific alarm ceased abruptly, and the heart rate display, now attached to a healthy, steady pulse, began to climb once more. The twin monitors continued their steady crawl from left to right. The numbers weren't an exact match for Bridgman's own readings. This woman was younger, in better shape, more composed, but the figures were close, not alarming. Not enough to sound a second alert. Bridgman pressed his hands against his chest. A cold sweat broke out across his brow and beneath his hair. His breath hitched, each inhalation a conscious effort. The woman with the sensor on her finger settled into the visitor's chair by the window. Her companion waited a beat, then met Bridgman's wide eyes. "We're sorry. We frightened you," she said, her voice unnervingly calm. "We mean you no harm. We only need to talk." Bridgman remained silent. The woman continued, "Just 2 questions. Answer them truthfully, and you'll never have to lay eyes on us again. You have my word." He didn't reply. She noticed his gaze darting over her shoulder toward the hallway door and gave a slight, dismissive shake of her head. "If you're waiting for a rescue party, don't bother. Those finger clips pop off all the time. What does anyone do? They just put them right back on. Anyone at the nurse's station who heard that beep will assume you did the same. So, first question? All right." Bridgman's throat was parched. He tried to wet his lips, drew a deep breath, not to answer, but to shout. The woman anticipated him. She raised a finger to her own lips in a shushing motion and pulled a photograph from her coat. She extended it toward him. The picture showed a gloved hand holding that day's edition of the Chicago Tribune beside a rain-streaked window. The date was clear, Tuesday, April 7th, 1992. Then Bridgman's eyes found the two figures visible through the glass, a woman and a young girl, their backs to the camera. There was no mistaking them. It was his daughter and his granddaughter. They were standing in the kitchen of the Evanston home he'd bought for them after his wife passed. The woman took hold of Bridgman's wrist, her fingers finding his racing, thready pulse. "Easy now," she murmured, her tone almost gentle. "Think of your family. We don't want to hurt them, or you. We just need you to appreciate the seriousness of this. 2 questions, answer them, and we disappear. Are you ready?" Bridgman gave a weak nod, his body sinking back into the pillows. "First question, you have a meeting with a reporter the day after tomorrow. Where is the material you intend to give her? How could you possibly know about? Don't waste our time. Answer." "All right, look, there's no material. We're just going to have a conversation." No serious journalist would touch a story from a source without solid evidence. "Where is it?" "Source? That's not what this is. The reporter works for a small community paper back in Akron, Ohio, my hometown. The story is about my heart attack, my recovery. The doctors are calling it a miracle. Folks back home want to read about it. They say, I'm an inspiration." He forced a frail, practiced smile. "Heart attack? That's the story you're sticking with? When you're sitting on something far more significant? What are you talking about?" The woman leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Keith, we know what you did, what all of you did, 23 years ago, December 1969. December 69? The color drained from his face. "How do you know about that? Who are you people?" "We'll get to who we are right now. You need to tell me what you're planning to hand over to this reporter from Akron? Nothing. I'm going to tell her about my recovery. That's it. I will never talk about December 69. Not why we were there, not what we were doing, not what happened, not to anyone. I made a promise, and I keep my promises my own wife never even knew." "So you don't have any documents or notes stashed in this room?" "Of course not. Then you won't mind if I take a quick look." She didn't wait for permission. She started with the bedside locker, pulling the door open and sifting through his spare pajamas, a few paperback novels, and some outdated magazines. She then moved to a worn leather duffel bag on the floor near the door. It contained a change of street clothes, neatly folded and nothing more. She moved next to the bathroom, finding nothing of note there either. Stepping into the center of the room, she placed her hands on her hips. "That leaves just one spot, the bed." Bridgman remained motionless. "Do this for your daughter, for your granddaughter. Let's go, I'll be fast." Bridgman felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate once more. He shut his eyes briefly, drew a slow breath, and forced himself to unwind. Then he pushed back the sheet, swung his legs over the mattress edge, and lowered himself to his feet. He looked at the woman in the chair. "Can I at least sit down? I'm older than you are. I'm practically knocking on death's door." The woman raised her finger, showing the attached clip. "Sorry, the cable doesn't reach far enough. If you want to sit, use the windowsill." Bridgman turned and eyed the windowsill. He thought about sitting, but the idea of taking orders from her was already grating. He decided to just lean against it instead. He watched as the other woman completed her search of the bed. Once again, she found nothing. "Convinced now?" Bridgman asked. The woman pulled a folded paper from her pocket and passed it to him. It held a list of names, 6 in total, written in a shaky, spidery hand. Bridgman's own name was among them. He recognized all 5 others: Varinder Singh, Jeffrey Brown, Michael Reimer, Charlie Adam, Neville Pritchard. Beneath the final name was a symbol, a question mark. The woman said, "A name is missing. Who is it?" Bridgman's heart wasn't racing anymore. Now it felt thick and heavy, as if it lacked the strength to push his blood through his veins. He couldn't answer. To do so would mean breaking his oath. He had sworn, along with the others 23 years ago when the full weight of their actions became clear to never reveal a single detail, and the missing name belonged to the most unreliable member of their group. It was better for everyone if it stayed off that list. The woman handed Bridgman another photograph. Another image of his daughter and granddaughter, this time on foot, caught mid-stride in a crosswalk. The picture had been taken through a car's windshield. Bridgman was pouring all his focus into simply trying to breathe. It was just a name she wanted. What real harm could come from telling her? A great deal, he knew, the woman said. Here's a bonus question. What happens tomorrow or the day after? Is the driver drunk? Do his brakes fail? Bridgman said, Buck. The missing name is Owen Buck. The woman shook her head. Buck is dead. He died of cancer a month ago, right after he wrote that list. So his isn't the name I need. He said there was an eighth person. He didn't know who it was, but he was certain one of the rest of you does. Bridgman didn't reply. He was wrestling with this new information. Buck's conscience must have finally overwhelmed him. He was always muttering about doing something reckless. But that didn't explain why he'd told this woman about an extra name. Maybe his mind had gone in the end. Maybe the cancer medication had scrambled his thoughts. The woman continued, her tone shifting from clinical to something colder, almost sarcastic. Or maybe the driver will just be distracted, texting perhaps, or maybe he'll simply fall asleep at the wheel. It happens all the time, doesn't it? Just another tragic accident for the evening news. Maybe there is another name, Bridgman conceded, closing his eyes. Maybe one of the others knows what it is. But not me. I don't believe one exists. The woman's voice turned sharp and merciless. Maybe there'll be enough of your granddaughter left to put in a coffin. Maybe there won't be. Bridgman was gasping for air. Don't, please. I don't know. I swear I gave you Buck's name. I didn't know he was dead. I've been sick, stuck in here. No one told me. If I knew another name, I'd tell you that too, but I don't, so I can't. You can, she insisted. You don't have to say it aloud. You can do what Owen Buck did, write it down. He gave me 6 names. You only need to give me 1. She retrieved a pen from her coat pocket and offered it to him. Bridgman stared at it for a long moment. Then he took it and carefully added Owen Buck to the top of the list. He said, That's the only name I know, I swear on my life. The woman's final words were delivered with a quiet, horrifying clarity. Have you ever seen a child's coffin, Keith? Because if you haven't, I don't think anything can truly prepare you for how heartbreakingly small it looks. Bridgman's legs trembled, the strength draining from him as if the floor had turned to sand. The woman's tone shifted, becoming almost gentle. Just 1 name. Think of it. 2 lives spared. What's holding you back? He slumped against the wall, his voice a defeated whisper. Buck was mistaken. There is no other name, not that I ever heard. I spent 3 years in that place. No one else was ever brought on board. For a long moment, the woman just studied him, then gave a slight shrug. She retrieved the pen and paper, tucking them back into her pocket. I suppose we're finished here? She reached out, her fingers brushing his forehead. You're burning up. Let's get some air in here. It'll help. Bridgman weakly protested that the hospital windows were sealed shut. This one isn't, she replied. Leaning past him, she pressed the handle and the window swung outward smoothly from beneath her scrub's collar. She drew a fine chain over her head, a small key dangling from it. Here, she said, dropping the chain into his pajama pocket. A keepsake. So you remember us because you won't be seeing us again? That was the deal. But first you wanted to know who we are. She stood taller, her posture firm. I'm Roberta Sanson. The other woman rose from her chair, and I'm her sister, Veronica Sanson. Our father was Morgan Sanson. It's crucial. You understand that. Morgan Sanson. The name crashed into Bridgman's mind, a relic from a past he had desperately tried to bury. 4 syllables he'd prayed never to hear again. The realization struck him like a physical blow. He shoved away from the wall, attempting to dart past Roberta, but he was too weak, the room too confined, and the sisters far too determined. Roberta moved swiftly, blocking his escape, her hands clamped onto his shoulders, driving him backward until the windowsill dug into his spine. Veronica bent, securing his legs above the ankles. Together they pushed. Bridgman fought. kicking and twisting, a final frantic struggle. They pushed again, then once more for certainty, and released him to gravity. Jack Reacher had never set foot on the Rock Island Arsenal in Illinois, yet he was now the second MP investigator dispatched there in 2 weeks. The first visit concerned a false alarm over missing M16s. Reacher, recently demoted from major to captain and the newest in his unit, drew the less thrilling assignment, alleged inventory tampering. A sergeant who had filed the report met him at the main gate. The man was about Reacher's height, 6'5", but where Reacher was solid and broad, the sergeant was gaunt. His pale skin stretched over delicate features. He couldn't have weighed more than 180 pounds, making him 60 pounds lighter. His uniform sagged on his frame, prompting a flicker of concern in Reacher about the man's well-being. After the standard formalities, the sergeant led the way to firing range E near the western edge of the base. He secured the heavy steel door behind them and approached a loading bench against the back wall. 6 AIM-16s lay there in a neat row, muzzles pointing away, grips aligned. The rifles weren't new. They showed clear signs of field use, yet they were meticulously maintained, recently cleaned, with no obvious damage or red flags. Reacher picked up the second rifle from the left. He verified the chamber was empty, inspected it for flaws, then slid a magazine home. He moved to the firing line. The quiet of the range settling around him, he selected the single-shot option, drew a steadying breath, and held it. He let the next pulse of his own heartbeat fade into stillness before squeezing the trigger. 100 yards away, the red star painted on the target's helmet disintegrated. Reacher lowered the rifle and looked toward the sergeant, whose expression remained utterly blank, no hint of approval or dismay. He fired 5 more rounds in quick succession, the sharp reports echoing off the concrete walls, spent brass clattering at his feet. A perfect T-shape was punched into the silhouette's chest. It was flawless, by-the-book marksmanship, and the weapon itself showed no obvious defect. The sergeant offered no reaction. Reacher gestured to the magazine. "Capacity? 16 rounds?" The sergeant replied. "See action in Vietnam? 3 tours? Never had a misfire. If it ain't broke..." Reacher shifted the selector to its lowest setting. Full automatic. This was an older model, predating the 3-round burst restriction. He aimed at the center of the target and began to take up the slack on the trigger. That green plastic torso should have been chewed to pieces in under a second by the 10 remaining rounds. Instead, nothing happened. The trigger simply locked up. He switched back to semi-auto, realigned on the target's face, and fired. The crude outline of a nose vanished. He toggled back to full auto. Again, nothing. The conclusion was inescapable, he said. "They're all like this." The sergeant gave a single nod. Every last one in the case. Reacher walked to the workbench, set the rifle down, and cleared it. He popped the takedown pins, separated the lower receiver, and studied its internal geometry. Then he extended it toward the sergeant. "The trigger pocket's machined wrong. It can't accommodate the auto-sear, and there are only 2 pinholes drilled." "Should be 3, correct?" the sergeant said. "This isn't a military spec part. Someone swapped in a civilian lower. Makes it strictly semi-auto." "Can't argue with that. Where did this shipment originate?" The sergeant shrugged. "Paperwork mix-up. These were tagged for destruction, but 2 crates got crossed. They ended up here by mistake." Reacher eyed the other rifles lined up on the bench. "These were marked as end of life." Another shrug. "I wouldn't classify them that way. To my eye, they're in acceptable condition for reserve stock. Nothing seemed off when we cracked the crate. Only after a malfunction was logged did I strip one down, spotted the issue immediately, same as you just did." "Who makes the call on what gets destroyed?" "Dedicated review team. It's a temporary protocol, been running about a year. Fallout from Desert Storm. That war was a golden ticket for units to upgrade. Surplus gear comes back from the Gulf, lands here for assessment. Firearms are our lane. We test, then categorize. Green, fully serviceable, retained. Amber, marginal, slated for sale or civilian safety programs, obviously not for full auto weapons. Red, unserviceable, destined for the smelter. So you received a red crate that should have been green, correct. Reacher fell silent for a moment. The explanation was plausible. In his experience, the Army misrouted equipment all the time, usually through simple clerical error. But a darker possibility nudged at his mind, connected to recent whispers about stolen M16s. A person could flag perfectly good weapons as junk, load the crates with equivalent weight in scrap, ship that off to be melted down, and funnel the live rifles to the black market. On paper, those guns would cease to exist, leaving no trail to follow. It was a clean, clever scheme, a loophole begging to be shut. But that, he concluded, wasn't the story here. Reacher had studied the report. The inspection had been a surprise, a full-scale dawn raid designed to overwhelm. It was exhaustive. Every weapons crate on the base had been opened and inventoried. Every item was accounted for down to the last blade of a pocket knife. Nothing was missing. Reacher asked, "When were these weapons mistakenly delivered to your unit?" The sergeant glanced away, calculating. 15 days ago, and I already know your next question. You won't like the answer. Try me. You're going to ask how to trace which unit had these rifles in the Gulf before they were shipped back. Why would I want that? To find out who's stealing the lower receivers. Someone is, right? Selling them so street gangs can convert AR-15s to full auto. The Gulf is the ideal place for a parts swap. On paper, everything is tracked. In reality, it's a mess. Some units use computers. Most are still on paper. Gets lost, soaked, or ripped. Handwriting is illegible. Numbers get flipped. Honestly, you'd have an easier time selling snow cones in the Sahara than tracking that crate's history. Are you saying I lack a future in retail? The sergeant blinked. Sir. Never mind, Reacher said. I don't care who had these in the Gulf. That's not where the parts were taken. From the sidewalk outside, Roberta and Veronica Sanson heard the crash. The first screams cut through the rumble of city traffic. Then, from the hospital room, the cardiac monitor began its shrill alarm again. Its lines had flatlined. The display read 00, no pulse. This time the machine was right, at least where Keith Bridgman was concerned. Roberta turned left into the hallway, heading for the main bank of elevators. Veronica went right, slipping into the emergency stairwell. Roberta reached the first floor first. She walked calmly through the lobby, past the cafe and the gift shop selling flowers and balloons, and out the main doors. She walked a block west and stepped into a phone booth. She pulled on latex gloves and called American Airlines, inquiring about routes and schedules. Next, she called United, then TWA. She considered her choices, a fleeting thought of a beach in Miami crossing her mind before she dismissed it. She tossed the gloves into a nearby trash can and walked to the public parking garage in the middle of the next block. The sergeant led Reacher to a storage room attached to a low, wide building near the center of the compound. The wind had strengthened since they'd been at the range, and the sergeant strained to pull the heavy metal door fully open. After Reacher stepped inside, the man fought to close it against the gust, nearly losing his footing before finally securing and locking it. The room was an 18-foot square. The floor and ceiling were bare concrete. The ceiling was supported by metal beams coated in a lumpy, fire-resistant material with caged strip lights running along them. A phone was mounted by the door. Against each wall stood heavy-duty steel shelves, painted a dull gray. Each had a stenciled sign, intake, green, amber, red, and a clipboard with paperwork hanging from its side. There were no windows. The air smelled thickly of oil and chemical solvents. The shelves held weapons crates, shorter ones on top, longer ones below. 14 crates sat on the red shelves. Reacher pulled one of the long crates out and opened it. He lifted out an M16. It was in far rougher shape than the one he'd fired earlier, no question. He quickly disassembled it, examined the lower receiver, and shook his head in grim confirmation. He declared, "It's the real thing." The sergeant cracked open a second crate and inspected one of the rifles inside. It bore similar marks of wear and tear. "This one's identical," he noted. Every crate was marked with a stenciled number. Reacher lifted the red clipboard from its hook and flipped to the final page. The paperwork indicated the crate he'd selected had been approved by someone with the initials UE. The sergeant's crate bore the initials DS. Reacher spotted only one other set, LH. He located a crate with the matching number, pulled the lower receiver from a weapon inside, and displayed it. The sergeant breathed. "We've got it," Reacher asked. "LH signed off on this." "Who is LH?" "That's Sergeant Hall, leads the inspection team." "Sergeant Hall is a woman." "Correct? Sergeant Lisa Hall. How did you? You and DS are men." "Yes, but," "and there are no other women on her team?" "No, yet I still don't." Reacher raised a hand to stop him. 15 days back, a red crate was misdelivered here. 14 days ago, we got an anonymous tip claiming M16s were stolen from this facility. We investigated, nothing was missing. I heard about that sweep. I don't follow the link. The tip was anonymous, but the voice on the recording was female. I reviewed the file. I still don't see. Sergeant Hall discovered a red crate was missing the day after the mix-up. She knew it could lead back to her, so she fabricated a serious allegation: stolen weapons. That brought investigators running exactly as she planned. They opened every crate, including hers. They were hunting for complete M16s. That's what they found. So they closed the case. No crime detected later. If these tampered receivers surfaced, Hall had already been cleared of theft. She was betting an investigator would leap to the same conclusion you did, that the altered weapons came from the Gulf. No way. I know Lisa Hall. She wouldn't do that. Let's verify. Where is she today? Not sure, sir. Then find out, sir. The sergeant trudged to the wall phone, dust swirling around his boots. He dialed deliberately, made the inquiry, and hung up. "She's off duty, sir," Reacher said. "All right, where's she living?" Veronica Sanson waited for her sister Roberta on the 4th level of the parking structure. She leaned against a blue minivan they'd taken from the long-term lot at O'Hare Airport 2 days earlier after arriving in the city. Roberta gave a brief nod, opened the van's rear door, and they took turns, one keeping watch while the other crouched between the seats to change. They shed their hospital scrubs, pulling on jeans, sneakers, shirts, and jackets, all nondescript. Once dressed, the sisters shared a quick hug, grabbed their plain canvas duffels from the cramped cargo area, wiped the van clean of fingerprints, and headed for separate exits. Roberta wove her way west, navigating through crowds of shoppers and tourists, past broad storefronts, cafes, and offices, until she reached the Clark Lake elevated train stop. Veronica walked south, continuing to Roosevelt, where the orange line tracks rose from the subway into the open air. Reacher had a decent impression of the armory sergeant at Rock Island. The man seemed fairly sharp, reasonably savvy, and likely aware of the trouble he'd face if Hall caught wind she was suspected. But Reacher was a careful man. He'd learned long ago that overestimating someone could be risky, and that unit loyalty often outweighed respect for an outsider, especially a military policeman, so he spelled out in unmistakable terms the consequences of any unauthorized phone calls, leaving no ambiguity. Then he secured a car from the base motor pool and drove to Hall's address. Her home was the last in a small cluster of houses strung along a river about 4 miles east of the arsenal's main gate. Her house was compact and orderly, arranged for pure function. Reacher noted the lack of decorative flourishes that would demand upkeep, the absence of any demanding landscaping out front. His knock went unanswered. Peering through the windows revealed no movement, just a sparse collection of utilitarian furniture arranged with the impersonal precision of a discount store showroom. It was a space devoid of personality. No framed photos, no sentimental trinkets, none of the clutter people accumulate to stamp a place as their own. Reacher understood that kind of emptiness intimately. Outside of his time at West Point, his entire life had been a series of temporary postings. 6 months in one country, a year on another continent, never long enough to put down roots. It started in childhood, trailing his Marine Corps father from base to base, and continued through his own Army career. Perhaps Captain Hall lived the same transient existence, deliberately keeping her surroundings sterile because she knew her next transfer order could come any day. Or maybe she had a more urgent reason to be prepared for a swift, clean departure. He returned to the car he was using and settled in to wait. Time wasn't a concern. Patience was a trait he possessed in abundance, and he had absolutely no other pressing engagements. His nature was suited to two extremes: sudden violent motion and near total stillness. It was the tedious middle ground he found unbearable, the endless meetings, the bureaucratic reviews, the soul-draining briefings that defined so much of institutional life. He could wait forever, or he could act in a flash. The daily grind was what wore him down. At 9 o'clock Eastern, the phone rang. The call, placed from the Central Time Zone at 8 p.m., was right on schedule. It was picked up on the first ring. The caller delivered his report in a flat monotone. Another fatality. Keith Bridgman, cause of death was massive trauma from a fall from his hospital room window at United Medical in Chicago, 12th floor. He was recovering from a cardiac event, not fully stabilized, but showing improvement. Was fine during nursing rounds 2 hours prior. No logged visitors or unusual calls. Local authorities are leaning towards suicide or a tragic accident. The window key was found in his pocket. No note was left. That's the initial summary. Further updated 800-800. Understood, the recipient replied, and the line went dead. This particular telephone circuit officially did not exist. It was one of the Pentagon's myriad ghost lines designed to leave no trace, generating no records of incoming or outgoing traffic. The conversation that had just concluded was utterly untraceable and disconnected from any future call on the same wire. Yet, driven by ingrained caution, the Pentagon officer walked to an outer office. Old instincts are hard to break. He lifted a different handset and dialed a number committed solely to memory, a digit sequence that appeared on no official roster or directory. The call was answered 4 miles away in a Georgetown study. Charles Stamurin, the United States Secretary of Defense, listened as the officer repeated the briefing verbatim, with no inflection or personal interpretation. Stamurin demanded reports delivered this way: pure, unvarnished data. Understood, Stamurin said when the recitation ended. Stand by. He placed the handset on his worn leather desk blotter and moved to the window. Parting the heavy drapes slightly, he gazed across the manicured lawn toward the pond and the security wall beyond, mentally cataloging the layers of protection: sensors, cameras, silent alarms. He processed the information. Daily briefings on significant deaths were routine, covering foreign dignitaries, military assets, and potential threats to global stability. They were typically dry affairs. A quiet privilege of his office, however, was the ability to add a few private names to that watch list. One such name was Owen Buck. Geoff Brown had succumbed to cancer a month prior, a death that on its own raised no alarms. Then came the second name from the list, Varinder Singh, found electrocuted in his bathtub with a tape player in the water. Its cords still live. The official verdict was a toss-up between accident and suicide. Now Keith Bridgman was dead. Another name from that same roster, another ambiguous 50-50 call for Stamurin. This wasn't mere coincidence. It was a stench he couldn't ignore. He strode back to his desk and snatched up the phone. 3 names, he barked: Jeff Brown, Michael Reimer, Charlie Adam. They're already flagged. I want them under 24/7 surveillance, starting now. Use our top people. If anyone so much as glances at them sideways, I want that person in a cell, isolated, before they can think twice. No access until I authorize an interrogation. Covert protocol, sir? Or should the teams make their presence known? Covert, absolutely, hands off. These men are career company. If they get a whiff we're watching, they'll vanish faster than a campaign promise, Stamurin growled. Understood. There's a fourth, Neville Pritchard, also on the list. I want him in protective custody immediately. Use our most secure, most remote location. Get it done tonight, no excuses. Stamurin hung up and returned to the window. 3 were dead. 3 would be watched. 1 would be tucked away in a frozen corner of nowhere. That left one final name unlisted. Stamurin knew it. So did Pritchard. That knowledge had to remain contained, a secret buried for 23 years that now threatened to surface. He tried to conjure Pritchard's face, but the years had blurred it. What came clearer was the man's legendary temper. Pritchard wouldn't appreciate being hauled from his bed to some desolate safe house. Tough luck when you're thrust into a game of Russian roulette. There's no room for hurt feelings. Your only move is to pluck the lethal bullet from the chamber. Sergeant Hall arrived home just after 8:30. She pulled her neat American-made sedan into the driveway and walked calmly to her front door. She stood about 5'6", dressed in jeans, white sneakers, and a Baltimore Orioles sweatshirt, her blonde hair in a practical ponytail. She moved with the easy grace of someone who kept in shape, showing no sign of hurry or paranoia. Reacher, watching, was satisfied the armory sergeant had heeded his warning. He waited a few minutes for her to get inside before approaching. Hall answered the door promptly. She looked momentarily surprised to find a massive man in woodland pattern battle dress uniform on her step, but not alarmed. "Can I help you, Captain?" Reacher flashed his military ID and tucked his wallet away. "I need a moment of your time to follow up on the missing weapons inquiry." Her face went carefully neutral. "There are no missing weapons. The MPs swept the entire base. They confirmed the inventory. The weapons aren't the issue," Reacher said, "but some associated paperwork is. A couple of pages got misplaced in the shuffle. Someone dropped the ball, and I need to square it away before our commanding officer catches wind. I just need a few details to reconstruct the record. I was told you're the go-to person for this paperwork." Hall blinked, her gaze flickering away for a second as she absently tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? Wait, you don't have a briefcase or anything?" "Don't need one," Reacher said, tapping his forehead. "I'll remember then. I'll call it in to the guy who actually fills out the forms back at base, otherwise the handwriting won't match, and that just creates more problems." Hall hesitated, silent. Reacher pressed. "It won't take long, and we're seriously up against the clock here." She let out a small, resigned breath. "Oh, okay. What do you need to know? Mind if I come in? It's been a long day." "I could really use a glass of water while we talk." Hall hesitated. Her eyes traveled up and down Reacher's frame. He stood nearly a foot taller than her and likely weighed twice as much, but he was an MP, and MPs have a reputation for not taking no for an answer. Nothing good ever came from refusing them. After a brief pause, she gave a small nod and motioned for him to follow her down the hallway. The walls were lined with framed prints, 3 on each side, depicting wildlife and serene nature scenes. Hall pointed toward a door on the right before continuing toward the kitchen. Reacher followed her gesture and entered the living room. He positioned himself carefully to avoid a low-hanging light fixture and waited. A minute later, Hall returned with 2 simple glasses of water. She placed one on a side table near the couch and settled on the edge of a matching armchair. "All right," Hall said. "What's this about?" Reacher took a seat in the middle of the couch, sipped his water, and began. "The weapons returning from the Gulf, the ones marked as surplus. Your team is responsible for evaluating them, correct? Determining what gets kept and what gets destroyed." "My team handles it, yes, but none of those weapons are missing. The MP's already checked, and who decides which crates your team tests?" Hall paused briefly. "It's essentially random. There's no set system." Reacher pressed. "Who makes the final call?" "I suppose I do, from an administrative standpoint. I think there is a system, and it has nothing to do with paperwork. You ensure the rifles sent to you for testing are in good condition. Older models, ones with full auto capability." "Why would I do that? Where are you getting the civilian spec lower receivers?" "Civilian spec? You must be mistaken. We don't handle civilian firearms." Reacher leaned forward. "Full auto lower receivers are valuable. They can turn any ordinary AR-15 into a military-grade weapon. So you swap them out, sell them, and send the doctored rifles off to be destroyed. You figured no one would ever know, but then you heard a crate of those altered weapons got misplaced on base. An administrative error that could blow the whole thing wide open. You had to cover your tracks, so you filed a false report. You claimed M16s were being stolen. They weren't, so you knew everyone at Rock Island would be cleared, yourself included. If the tampered weapons surfaced, you assumed suspicion would shift up the chain back to the original units and the Gulf units that could never be traced because the record-keeping over there is a mess." Hall sprang to her feet. "Doctored weapons? I have no idea what your sit-down." Reacher's voice was a command, sharp and forceful enough to physically push her back. Hall sank into the chair, shrinking into the cushions, looking suddenly very small. Reacher continued, "You're in a hole, you know what you should do now." Hall gave a slight nervous shake of her head. Reacher said, "Stop digging. You're only making this worse for yourself. This is your chance to be straight with me. Tell me everything right now, no more games, and I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can help contain the fallout, but only if you stop being a pain in my ass." Hall buried her face in her hands, curling into herself. When she looked up a moment later, a single tear traced a path down her cheek. "Okay," she sniffed. "I'm not admitting to anything. It wasn't me. But I know things. I'll tell you, it'll make you look good with your commanding officer. Just let me use the bathroom first. I'll be quick. I need a moment to pull myself together." Reacher said, "Fine. Use the one upstairs." Hall unfolded herself from the chair and hurried to the door. Reacher listened to the light, rapid footsteps on the staircase. He heard her bedroom door shut firmly, and a few seconds later the softer click of her bathroom door closing from across the hall. Sergeant Hall knew Reacher would have heard the doors. She needed him to, for the sake of authenticity. But she prayed fervently that he did not hear the next sound she was about to make, the faint inevitable creak of the bathroom window as she carefully slid it upward. Susan Kasluga stood in her kitchen anticipating the kettle's whistle when Charles Tamorin located her. The room was a spacious rectangle dominated by a central island. Gleaming white countertops stretched beneath minimalist white cabinets, their surfaces unadorned, stainless steel backsplashes reflected the light, and the visible appliances were arranged with clinical order. Kasluga had personally overseen every design element, and she'd been privately thrilled when a magazine profile once likened the aesthetic to a research lab. Stammeren's voice broke the quiet. "Got a moment, Susie? We should talk." Kasluga folded her arms. "This better not be about my brew." Her words were sharp, yet a hint of amusement softened her eyes. Their partnership spanned 2 decades, their marriage just under 17 years. They were an unconventional pair. She was a decade younger and stood half a foot taller, with a cascade of fiery red hair that fell to her waist when not pinned up for work, to complement a business suit or, increasingly rarely these days, a lab coat. Her striking features, high cheekbones, and vivid green eyes commanded attention in any room. People always noticed. They couldn't help but stare. Even now she was past 50. Stammerin was her physical opposite. Past 60, shorter, with a compact build and an unremarkable face, his thinning hair cut conservatively short. He could attend an entire gala at her side, and guests would need to consult society pages the next morning to confirm his presence. They inhabited different professional spheres with divergent passions, pastimes, and preferences in everything from cuisine to cinema, but in intellect and cunning they were perfectly matched. "This isn't about your concoction," Stammerin replied, offering a thin smile devoid of warmth. He was a meticulous man bordering on pedantic. It grated on him that she referred to her infusion of pungent herbs in hot water as tea when it contained no actual tea leaves. He despised the inaccuracy and believed that, as a scientist, she should know better. It was a minor persistent irritation after all these years. "I have news, not good. 3 individuals who were at Mason Chemical during your tenure have died, all within the last month." He let the statement hang. Owen Buck, Verinder Singh, Keith Bridgman. The kettle emitted a preliminary weak sigh of steam, but Kasluga didn't wait for it to build. She lifted it and poured the hot water into her waiting mug. She was well aware the herbal blend didn't require a full boil, and she saw no contradiction in valuing precision at the laboratory while embracing casual language at home. Her husband's inflexible literalism could be maddening. "Those names sound familiar," she said. "They were in India back in '69, correct? Part of some isolated development unit, a classified initiative. Those men must be quite elderly now." "What got them? Just time finally catching up." "Buck was cancer. The other 2 are less clear. Police are leaning toward a 50-50 chance of suicide or accident for both of them." Stammerin gave a single nod. Kasluga's brow furrowed. "They can't both have had fatal mishaps in quick succession, so..." Suicide? Honestly, no. I believe someone killed them. Killed as in murdered. Another nod from Stammeran. Kazluga shook her head slowly. Why would anyone want to murder a couple of retired scientists? That's absurd. Susan, there are details about the events in '69 that you need to be aware of. Things I withheld previously for reasons that will soon be apparent. I must brief you now because I believe you could be in danger. Danger? Me? How? I had zero involvement with whatever that team was working on. I know that. It was the 1960s, for heaven's sake. Simply securing a research position as a woman was a battle. Never mind that I was sharper than any man Mason Chemical had hired in the previous 10 years, probably 20 a memory, unbidden surfaced of a stifling conference room at Mason. The scent of stale coffee and cigar smoke and the dismissive glances from older male colleagues that had only fueled her determination. I could outmaneuver every single guy who was already on staff when they finally brought me on board. Those jerks wouldn't let me touch anything remotely worthwhile. That's why you accepted the post in India, I'm aware. And honestly, that was a smart decision. It wasn't smart at all. I figured putting an ocean between me and corporate headquarters would buy me some breathing room, but I was wrong. I was still benched. Only this time I was stuck in a sweltering oven with zero comforts and absolutely nothing meaningful to do, at least not until everything went sideways. Then out of nowhere, they needed a presentable face to plaster across the news until the storm passed. Someone who looked good and seemed gullible. I went from being the office ghost to the temporary golden child in a single day. They couldn't get enough of me, and let me tell you, I paid for that spotlight the instant I stopped being useful. You were exploited, used as a public relations prop, that's obvious, but that's not what's concerning me now. Then what is the issue? A couple of guys I barely knew over 2 decades ago might have been killed. If anyone should be nervous, it's the other people from that group, right? Perhaps you should be having this chat with them. Maybe there's a vendetta. Maybe it's one of the other scientists who's still around. I don't believe that's the case. This is an external threat, and I'm handling it. The remaining team members will all be secured. You genuinely think someone is targeting the rest of the team? All of them. But why? What on earth did they do? Stammerin stayed silent. Kasluga stared him down. And why is someone so furious about it now, after all these years? Stammerin took a beat before responding. There were 7 people on that team. On paper, they were all legitimate researchers, but that was just their cover. 2 were employed by the military, 5 by the CIA. Their academic backgrounds were a front. Kasluga picked up her coffee mug, then set it back down heavily on the counter. You have got to be kidding me. The facility I worked at was infested with soldiers and spies? How long have you known about this? Stemmerin said. The timeline isn't relevant. Like hell it isn't. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It was classified on a need-to-know basis. You didn't need to know, now you do. Kasluga gave a resigned shrug. Well, that explains the constant cloak-and-dagger atmosphere, I suppose. What were they actually working on? Stammerin shook his head. That also isn't relevant right now. Only 2 things matter at this moment. First, I'm convinced someone is targeting the entire team. 2 deaths under suspicious circumstances, one right after the other, is far beyond a coincidence. Second, technically there weren't 7 people involved. There were 8. Another person was connected to that project indirectly, but their connection was substantial. Kasluga's hand twitched toward her mug before she pulled it back, pressing it against her leg. An 8th person, you're sure? Stammerin nodded. Absolutely certain. Kasluga took a sharp breath. Do you know who it is? Stammerin nodded again. I do. Kasluga planted her palms on the counter and leaned her full weight onto them, her voice dropping to a strained whisper. Charles, if you have something to say, just say it. All right, Stammerin paused. The 8th person? It's me. Chapter 4. Reacher didn't merely hear the sound of Hall's bathroom window being opened, he saw the whole thing. The instant her bedroom door clicked shut, he was up from the couch and moving soundlessly down the hall. He eased the front door open, leaving it ajar to prevent any noise, and hurried along the front of the house until he reached the left corner. He positioned himself so the reflection in the driver's side window of the car he was using gave him a perfect sight line down the side of the building, and he waited. A few seconds later, Hall's head emerged. She looked left, then right, before reaching for the drain pipe running vertically beside the window frame. She gripped it with one hand, then the other. She shimmied out backward until she was perched on the windowsill facing the wall. She pulled her right foot up, squatting on it, then did the same with her left. Bracing herself, she pushed back and stepped her right foot across to the far side of the pipe, a fleeting moment of hesitation in her movements betraying her uncertainty about the drop. She began her descent, hand over hand, her shoes pressed flat against the brickwork as she leaned out almost parallel to the ground, moving like someone rappelling down a fixed line. Reacher waited until she was midway down before he moved. He came around the corner and started toward her. She saw him immediately. She shifted direction, trying to scramble back up toward the window, but before she could get close, Reacher reached out and seized her belt. "Feel like coming down the easy way," he said, "or would you prefer a shortcut to the pavement?" Hall finished the climb, her feet met the path, and she sagged back against the wall. Reacher stepped in close. "I think we can agree the part where you confess to things is pretty much over, right? Jerk, what now? That's up to you. What do you want? You took the lower receivers, obviously. How many? 48. Hear that." Hall glanced around. "Hear what? That's the sound of your chance to be helpful. Slamming shut. Wait, 96? You sold them? I didn't keep them as paperweights. Who'd you sell them to?" Hall shook her head and let out a tired breath. "Level with me." "How deep is the hole I'm in?" Reacher said. "My take, very deep. Anything I can do to climb out?" Hall pushed off the wall and met his gaze. "Anything you need? Any way to brighten the forecast?" "Maybe," Reacher said. "Hold on." Kazluga stepped back from the kitchen counter. She held her right hand up, palm out like a traffic cop bringing everything to a halt. "You were connected to the Mason operation in India in '69? While I was there? Impossible. I would have known." "I would have seen you." Stimmeran shook his head. "I didn't say I was in India. I was stateside, at Langley. I ran the program. Those 7 men were working on at Mason Chemical, plus 5 other similar projects in different countries." Kazluga planted her hands on her hips. "You were in charge? So you're the reason I was left twisting in the wind?" "No. My deputy, the field operator on the ground, handled that. He had autonomy in an emergency. And all this was years before you and I ever met. Before I even knew you existed." "Who was this guy? Your deputy? That's not relevant." Kazluga snatched a chef's knife from the block beside the stove. "Tell me something I ask isn't relevant one more time, and I'll put this in you. Now, out with it. Pritchard, right? Neville Pritchard? He was your number 2. He's the man we're talking about." Stamarin stayed silent. Kazluga set the knife down next to her coffee mug. "Pritchard reported to you, so he knows who you are." Stamarin nodded. "Does anyone else?" "Just him. The setup was compartmentalized for security, so he could give you up if whoever is eliminating his old teammates catches up to him, trying to fill in the blanks, theoretically, then this killer could come for you too." "Oh, Charles, I don't like that. Not one bit." Kazluga moved around to Stamarin's side of the kitchen island and reached out to touch his arm. Stamarin said, "I'm not in danger. It's you I'm worried about." "Why?" "I had nothing to do with that team. I was just the PR front. You said it yourself, and what I did is hardly a secret. There's no reason for Pritchard to point a finger at me or for any of the others." "You're missing the bigger picture, Susie. Singh was an old man living alone. Bridgman was in a hospital bed, half gone after a heart attack. Getting to them was easy. But me, after the president, I'm probably the most protected person in the country. So what? You think this guy will come after me to get to you?" "That's what I'd do if I were him. How charming." Kazluga released his arm. Stamarin shrugged. Kazluga moved back to the opposite side of the island, the morning sun from the window catching the fear in her eyes for just a second. "Can't you do something? Stop this guy before he gets to anyone else, before he even learns about you? It's being handled." "Being handled? What does that mean?" What exactly are you doing? That's not something I can discuss. Let's just say this individual won't remain free for much longer. Is it safe to leave the others out there while he's hunting them? Can't you secure them somewhere for protection? Stammerin remained silent. So that's a no, then? I can't go into specifics, you understand that? You also know I don't leave things to chance, so I need you to do something for me. Anything. What is it? Stay here at the house. When? Tomorrow. And the day after, don't go to the office, don't go anywhere. Not until this man is in custody. You can't be serious. I am completely serious. That is the most ridiculous request you've ever made. I have meetings scheduled all day tomorrow and the next. Only 3 women run a top 500 company, aside from me against 496 men. You know the numbers. If I don't show up, what will all those men say? That I'm unreliable, flaky, not up to the task, weak. The knives would be out for me before lunch. What would they say about your job performance if you were electrocuted? That's what happened to Singh, or if you fell from a 12th-story window, like Bridgman, Susie, think. You can't be CEO of anything if you're dead. Damn it! Kazluga snatched her mug and hurled it into the sink. It shattered, sending streams of pale, muddy liquid across the stainless steel backsplash. I'm going to work out. We'll discuss this later. Roberta and Veronica Sanson met as arranged at the Hilton by the New Orleans airport. They had flown in separately from different cities, traveling under false names. They took courtesy shuttles 20 minutes apart. The only hiccup was Roberta arriving first. Her flight from Midway was delayed by a slow baggage crew, putting her a quarter-hour ahead of schedule. It was a minor wrinkle, not worth changing the plan over. Roberta simply moved to her next task. She bought an iced tea from the hotel's ground-floor cafe, took it outside to a seating area behind a quaint white picket fence, and settled in to watch the valet stand at the curb. When Veronica arrived, she made the valet station her first stop. She strolled up to the attendant. "Evening. How's your day going?" The valet shrugged. "Fine, I guess. Thanks for asking. Picking up your car?" Veronica shook her head. "Not me. I don't drive. I'm just checking in. But here's the thing. I hear this is a great party town, and I'm only here for one night. I don't want to waste my evening in some boring spot, so I was wondering, do you live around here? Born and raised? Perfect. What's your name, Ricardo? Nice to meet you, Ricardo. I'm Stephanie. So if you had a friend visiting who knew how to have a good time but had no time to waste, where would you take her? Enrico's, a block off Bourbon Street, all the fun but with a lot more class. You can't go wrong. What if this friend wanted to go wrong? Ricardo grinned. In that case, the vault. A person can find all kinds of trouble there. Veronica smiled back. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. Maybe, but we just met. Maybe I should plead the fifth. Or maybe we should meet there later and you could show me the ropes, since I'm new in town and you have all this experience. Ricardo's smile widened. Sure, we could do that. I get off at 11. Excellent. See you there around midnight. You can count on it. Veronica walked away, feeling the valet's eyes on her, and headed for the hotel entrance. She twisted her hair into a tight knot at her nape, approached the front desk, and booked a room for one night. She paid in cash. The identification she presented bore the name Kaylin Delaney. She completed the paperwork the front desk clerk provided, accepted her key and the returned cash, then stepped back out into the open air. She found an opening in the low fence surrounding the cafe's patio and stopped beside a vacant table. Her eyes swept the area as if searching for a familiar face. Bending slightly, she placed 3 fingertips lightly on the table's surface. She made no glance toward Roberta, fully aware her sister was observing. After a brief pause, she lifted her ring finger, leaving 2 fingers in contact. A second later, she adjusted her hand, pressing all 4 fingers flat. She held the position, motionless. Then, with a resigned shrug as if the expected meeting had fallen through, she turned and went back inside, heading directly for room 324. Outside, Roberta kept her attention fixed on the valet stand. She watched a black convertible arrive and depart, 3 American-made sedans, a Jeep, finishing her iced tea. She stood up just as a minivan pulled to the curb. The passenger door swung open and a woman stepped out, moving stiffly, her expression a mix of weariness and annoyance. Roberta estimated her mid-30s. She wore white shorts, a pink blouse marked by a noticeable oval stain, and sandals. Her hair was tangled as if untouched by a brush for days. The woman arched her back with a soft groan, then turned and slid open the van's side door. Instantly, 4 boys tumbled out. The oldest looked about 12, the youngest maybe 6. They erupted into immediate chaos, shouting, shoving, chasing each other. Roberta had once seen hyenas squabbling over a kill that were more orderly. The mother began shepherding the boys toward the hotel entrance, arms wide, shaking her head in exasperation. A man emerged from the rear of the van, presumably the father. He lifted the tailgate and started unloading a pile of brightly colored suitcases. A valet assisted him in stacking them onto a luggage cart, then handed him a claim ticket and moved to the driver's side. The father showed no urgency to join his family. He tucked the valet ticket into the back pocket of his loose shorts and began pushing the cart with one hand. His effort so lackluster, the cart barely crept forward. Its sluggish pace forced Roberta to recalibrate her own walk. She altered her angle slightly, pulled a notebook from her bag, and pretended to consult it as she moved, feigning distraction until a calculated misstep sent her colliding right into him. Her knee brushed against his inner thigh. She let out a sharp gasp and dropped the notebook, which landed at his feet. He released the cart, stepped back to steady himself, then bent down, retrieved the book, and handed it to her. "Thank you so much," Roberta said, her voice layered with apologetic warmth. "You're very kind, and I'm terribly sorry for being so clumsy." The man offered a tired grin and smoothed the wrinkles in his shirt. "No problem at all. Honestly, that's the most interesting thing that's happened to me all week. You think that now?" Roberta mused silently. "Just wait until you try to reclaim your minivan." Chapter 5. 2 vehicles were parked at the edge of a road south of Annapolis, Maryland, nestled between Back Creek and the Chesapeake Bay. They were pulled close together just past the peak of a sharp curve, shrouded in darkness. It wasn't the safest place to stop, but the drivers had little alternative. The lane was narrow, flanked by trees already thick with spring leaves, which obscured the view of the quiet, older homes spaced along either side. Gentle lights glimmered weakly through the dense overgrown shrubs, filling the gaps between the trunks, making the houses even harder to observe. The first car was unoccupied. 2 men sat in the second. They had a limited line of sight to one particular house. They had brought binoculars, a camera equipped with a telephoto lens, and a pair of handheld radios. One man was writing in a logbook, a small flashlight in his hand. His fingers cupped over part of the lens, stifling most of the beam and casting the faint light that escaped in a muted, rosy glow. He held his simple ballpoint pen in his free hand, noting the time, location, and his first impressions, details he'd need for the inevitable report later. Just as he finished documenting the scene, his radio buzzed to life. It was one of the men from the backup vehicle who had circled around behind the house on foot. The voice crackled through. "Pritchard's confirmed. Positive ID. I spotted him through the kitchen window, clearing away dishes." Over, the agent with the pen responded. "Is he alone over?" "Affirmative. No one else with him. He washed a single plate and 1 wine glass. Still in view? Negative. He moved upstairs." The first floor lights cut out, then the bathroom lit up briefly. Now it's dark again, and his bedroom light just switched on, getting ready to turn in. "Looks like it. Hold on. Bedroom lights off now, too. Do we move now or let him get settled?" The pen-holding agent paused, thinking it over. This wasn't his first operation. He preferred targets to be drowsy and cooperative. Lessons from past experiences had taught him the risks of rushing in. Pritchard had consumed at least a glass of wine, which helped. Typically, it takes the average person 45 minutes to an hour to fall into deep sleep, so waiting 90 minutes was the textbook play that gave them the best odds of catching the target completely unaware, slipping in quietly and securing him before he even stirred. But this assignment was different. Orders had come straight from the top, which meant every detail would be scrutinized, including his own judgment. The word immediate had been emphasized. Even a flawless arrest could be tarnished by delay, and if anything went sideways, the blame would land squarely on his hesitation. He pressed the transmit button. "What's the rear exit situation?" The radio voice replied, 7 points as intel indicated, 3 second-floor windows, 2 first-floor windows, 1 personnel door on the ground level, and another at the back of the garage. "All right, rally and keep those exits covered in case he bolts. We're breaching the front door in 90 seconds. Charles Stamoran was in his study, reviewing a report from earlier that day when his wife found him. She wore a white bathrobe tied at the front, her hair damp from the shower, her bare feet padded softly across the floor, her skin still flushed from the steam. The scent of various shampoos, conditioners, and lotions lingered around her, a blend Stamoran privately found a bit overwhelming, though he'd never confessed that to her. He glanced up. "Well?" Kazluga crossed the room and settled on the ottoman near his armchair, reaching out to rest a hand on his knee. "Charles, I'm sorry about earlier." Stamoran stayed silent. She added, 2 days. He frowned, irritated by her habit of dropping partial statements and waiting for him to pry out the rest. Trying to resist, he inevitably gave in. "What about 2 days? I'll stay out of sight like you asked. Remain here, avoid the office, give you time to catch this man." "Why only 2 days? Why set a limit? Why not stay safe until he's in custody?" Kazluga shrugged lightly. "You were the one who mentioned 2 days, and I've found a way to make this short absence work in my favor any longer, and the opportunity slips away. 2 days was a reasonable starting point, not a deadline. What opportunity?" She leaned closer, lowering her voice as if wary of eavesdroppers. "I've been working on something, an acquisition, a significant one, a real game changer. I've kept it quiet so if it falls through, my reputation stays intact. My plan was to wait until everything was finalized, then present it as a done deal and take full credit. I just got off the phone with a few people, and it seems we're in the clear. The legal team has pushed through the last major hurdle and guarantees the documents will be finalized within 2 days. So, I've started quietly spreading a different story. I've let a few rumors take root, suggesting the whole deal is on its last legs. A handful of those smug guys are probably getting excited right now, thinking I'm headed for a very public failure. When this turns into a win, it'll look like I disappeared to personally steer it back from the brink. I'll come out looking like the one who saved everything, but if I'm absent for the finale, it'll seem like I had no part in the success. I can't let that happen." 2 days, Stamoran considered. It might be enough time to make an arrest, or it might not. That part was no longer in his hands. The remaining individuals of interest were under surveillance and the plans were in motion. The person targeting the scientists from the 1969 project might attempt another move within that 48-hour window, or he might go to ground. Stamoran had no insight into the killer's timetable. Strangely, he wasn't overly concerned about the timing because Susan was missing the bigger picture in one crucial way. The arrest itself wasn't the ultimate goal. The real victory would be taking Pritchard completely out of play. Checking his watch, Stamoran confirmed the team he dispatched should already be at Pritchard's residence. He met his wife's gaze, gave a firm nod, and said, 2 days will be more than enough. In Annapolis, the man in the car, Paul Birch, tucked away his pen, drew his sidearm, and glanced at his partner, Simon Stainrod. With a silent nod from Birch, Stainrod released the trunk latch. Both men exited the vehicle. Stainrod hefted a tactical battering ram, a solid metal cylinder about 9 inches across and 1.5 feet long, with 2 grips mounted along its center. They crossed the street in unison, Birch slightly in the lead, maintaining a few feet of separation. They bypassed the front gate entirely, stepping directly over the low garden wall. They then moved up toward the house, flanking the paved walkway, their boots trampling through the damp soil and decorative shrubs on either side. Upon reaching the porch, Stainrod took a wide stance, swung the ram back, and then drove it forward with all his strength, aiming it waist-high at the door near the lock. The impact was thunderous. Wood splintered, screws ripped from their moorings, and the entire doorframe tore away from the wall. The door flew inward, wobbling wildly before crashing down flat in the hallway, its top edge coming to rest against the base of a tall grandfather clock. Stainrod immediately dropped the ram, drew his weapon, and pressed himself against the wall beside the shattered entrance. Birch charged past him, his muddy boots leaving prints across the ruined door and down the hall before he took the stairs two at a time. He had memorized the original blueprints faxed to him earlier that evening and went straight to the correct bedroom door. Holding his flashlight alongside his gun barrel, he kicked the door open, surged into the room, and immediately aimed his weapon at the center of the bed. Staying in an airport hotel for just a few hours wasn't the most frugal choice. It wasn't an efficient use of money, and it was the sort of extravagance Roberta and Veronica Sanson would have dismissed outright just a few weeks ago. But given their current situation, they decided it was justifiable. The advantages were clear. They could meet in complete privacy, order room service without worrying about a server or another diner later recalling their faces, and simply talk freely. Besides, in a very short time, perhaps only a matter of days, money was going to become a trivial concern. The exact sum was still up in the air, but it was going to be more than enough. Owen Buck's investigator had finally located them, and after confirming his credentials, Buck's deathbed confession about the events in India back in 1969 left no room for doubt. A fortune was waiting, and in their minds it was rightfully theirs. They felt entitled to claim it, and taking it would be the perfect way to settle the score for the injustice Buck swore had been done to them. It took Birch a second to realize the bed was empty. He scanned the room, checking every corner, the bathroom, under the bed, and inside the closet, nothing. He cleared the other upstairs rooms, 2 more bedrooms, and another bath, but no Pritchard and no sign of anyone else living there. Back downstairs, he paused in the hallway, catching Stainrod's eye. A slight head shake, Birch moved on, searching the living room, the dining area, the kitchen, a small laundry room, and finally the garage. No trace. Returning to the hallway, he radioed the 2 men watching the back. "Anything?" The reply was crisp. "Nothing? You're sure?" 100%. "All right, one of you come in and help me search. Pritchard has to be hiding here, a crawl space, the attic, a hollow wall, something. His bed hasn't been slept in. His closet's full, suitcases are still there. His car's in the garage, and we know he didn't leave on foot. Find him now." The sisters ate, talked, watched some TV, took turns showering, and were ready to leave the hotel by 11:30 p.m., giving themselves a half-hour buffer in case Ricardo's shift ran late. Veronica went first, taking the stairs down, crossing the quiet lobby, and waiting 10 minutes at the courtesy bus stop for a ride to the airport's departure terminal. From there, she headed straight to arrivals in the passenger pickup zone. Roberta waited another 5 minutes in the room before heading out to the valet stand. With a smile, she handed the new attendant the stolen ticket. 15 minutes later, he returned with the minivan. Roberta tipped him an unremarkable amount, neither generous nor stingy enough to be remembered, and slid behind the wheel. She drove away from the hotel, followed the airport signs to the arrival terminal, and coasted to a stop at the far end of the pickup curb. Veronica stepped out from behind a pillar and slipped into the passenger seat. A minute later, Roberta was speeding toward the city, following a memorized route to an address they'd studied before ever reaching Chicago. The phone rang in the Pentagon at 9 a.m. Eastern the next morning, 8 a.m. Central, right on schedule. The man who answered listened silently, hung up, then dialed an internal extension 1 floor up and closer to the building's core. Stamorin picked up immediately. "Is it done?" "Neville Pritchard is not in custody," the voice reported. "Repeat, not. He was positively identified alone at his residence, but between confirmation and entry, he vanished. Method of evasion is unknown. Current whereabouts are unknown. Records show no prior phone calls. No other signals were observed. He is believed to be acting alone. All efforts to locate him are proceeding with maximum urgency." Stamorin set the receiver down, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and cursed under his breath. He should have sent snipers, not a bunch of handholders. The situation was particularly frustrating when you considered the kind of operatives who had bungled it. These weren't supposed to be amateurs, yet they'd managed to reveal themselves during what should have been a straightforward retrieval. They must have made a critical error. The intelligence was unequivocal. Pritchard had been isolated, with no outside contact. Stammeran forced himself to take a measured breath, pushing past the initial spike of anger to assess the facts coldly. While the outcome was far from ideal, Pritchard was still at large. It wasn't a complete disaster. There was no evidence to suggest a rival faction had apprehended him. He was simply missing, a loose end fluttering in the breeze. This meant the secret, for the moment, remained contained. The knowledge that their adversaries were also empty-handed provided a sliver of cold comfort. His eyes snapped open, his decision made. He snatched up the receiver. "The team from last night gets one opportunity to correct their failure," he said, his voice low and precise. "I'm assigning 2 additional units to the search, our top personnel. Find Pritchard." The clock started ticking the moment he slipped away, and when you locate him, if he so much as twitches in the wrong direction, you are authorized to use whatever force is required to end his flight, permanently. Over at Rock Island Arsenal, Sergeant Hall was beginning her shift, anticipating a morning of routine logistics. A shipment was scheduled to arrive from Little Rock Air Force Base, a process involving familiar paperwork and physical labor she had overseen dozens of times. She was at the main gate guard post waiting when the aging M35 truck appeared, its desert tan paint faded and peeling. After the gate secured behind the vehicle, Hall slid into her Humvee to lead the way to the storage building, a procedural formality, not a necessity. The truck driver, a sergeant named Chapelier, knew the route blindfolded from his many trips, but regulations demanded an escort. It was an understanding that suited them both perfectly. Hall drove at a leisurely pace, parked a short distance from the heavy steel door, and unlocked it. She watched Chapelier, whom she privately thought of as ape due to his stooped posture and long arms, climb down from the cab. Together they set to work, first unloading crates of returned equipment from the Gulf and stacking them on the intake shelves, then reloading the truck with the marked crates from the red section destined for disposal. The work was methodical and left a film of grime and a trickle of sweat down her spine. Once the paperwork was finalized and everything was locked up, Hall returned to her Humvee. She caught Chapelier's eye in her side mirror as he hauled himself back into his truck. She could have directed him to turn around in the tight lane, but instead she drove forward, intending to complete a wider loop back to the gate. This was her habitual route to any observer. Whether a live guard or someone monitoring the arsenal's extensive camera network, it would have looked entirely normal. This chosen path took her through a covered stretch of road, a tunnel-like structure created when a building expansion had been constructed over the asphalt. The covered section ran for over 150 feet, and it was under constant, unwavering surveillance. Every single inch was visible to the unblinking lenses mounted along its length, just as it had been designed to be when the system was first installed. The sheer totality of the observation was almost a joke, a perfect, monitored gauntlet where nothing, not even a shadow, was ever truly alone. 2 of the surveillance cameras had been subtly repositioned. Over a span of 10 weeks, Sergeant Hall had carefully shifted the 2 units flanking a fire escape alcove, creating a precise blind spot measuring 23 feet. This gap was perfectly sized for an M35 truck to park with mere inches of clearance. Hall guided her Humvee into position, confirmed the alignment, and stepped out. She retrieved a non-standard olive-green plastic crate from the rear and carried it to the gap between the vehicles. After Chapelier opened his door, she hoisted the crate up to him. He settled it on his lap, pried off the lid, and inspected the contents. His fingers closed around an M16 lower receiver. He examined its machining, smiled to himself, and dropped it back before securing the lid and placing the crate by the gear shift. In exchange, he passed Hall an identical crate from his footwell. She braced it against the step and checked inside, a bundle of cash which she meticulously counted, and another collection of civilian-grade firearm components. She looked up, a note of impatience in her voice. "You're needing more already?" Chapelier's expression darkened. "Is that an issue?" Before she could answer, a harsh, grating sound cut through the quiet, the protest of dry, neglected hinges. He twisted in his seat to see the passenger door swinging open. A large, broad-shouldered man with a severe expression filled the doorway, a gun held steady in his hand. "An issue?" Reacher said, leaning further into the cab, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, you could call it that, if you enjoy a serious talent for understatement." Roberta and Veronica Sanson's evening had taken an unexpected turn. The drive from the New Orleans airport to Jeff Brown's property had been smooth, but their plan to find a discreet surveillance spot unraveled when they spotted a plain blue Ford Crown Victoria parked roadside. It was a basic model, fitted with extra antennas, and held two motionless men inside. This wasn't a taxi or a drunk passenger's ride. The car was planted there with purpose, its occupants settled in for a long wait. Roberta decided a single calm drive past was their best move. Turning around would look far more suspicious. Brown's house sat about 50 feet back from the road, surrounded by land that was slowly being reclaimed by nature, though the structure itself was well kept with a crisp white exterior and a deep front porch. Veronica pointed out that all the window shades were drawn tight, whether for privacy or to block the coming heat. "We can use that," Roberta said, recognizing the advantage. No one could see inside from the street or the neighboring properties. After passing the house, Roberta maintained a casual pace until the next intersection, where she turned left and headed toward the city's southeast side. She recalled an old, deserted industrial lot in that area, a place where they could regroup and think through this new complication away from prying eyes. The site had the grim, abandoned feel of a place slated for the wrecking ball. A chain-link fence encircled the property, and a few temporary office trailers were huddled together just outside it. No cars were parked in the vicinity, and all the lights were off, clearly not around-the-clock operation. It offered the perfect cover to stash their stolen minivan until sunrise. They slept in shifts, and when Veronica woke for her second turn, she gently shook her sister. "Those men watching Brown's house, it could point to him. He might be the one with the name we're after." Roberta dismissed the idea with a weary shake of her head. Buck was clear only one person on that list knew the name. The surveillance doesn't prove a thing. It just means someone at Langley is finally putting the pieces together. When ex-CIA assets start turning up dead, of course they're going to notice. They'll have every survivor from '69 under a microscope now. "You're probably right," Veronica conceded, the fatigue evident in her voice. "Of course I am," Roberta said, a hint of dry humor breaking through the tension. She climbed back behind the wheel and started the engine. "Let's move. I could eat a horse. We need food, supplies, and then you've got a very important phone call to make." Reacher hauled himself up into the truck's cab and settled into the passenger seat. "All right," he began, his voice calm. "We've got a couple of options here." Sergeant Chapelier didn't respond at first, his hands gripping the steering wheel. Then, in a sudden burst of motion, he lunged to his left. He seized Hall by the front of her uniform, yanking her up and into the truck, pulling her until she was sprawled awkwardly across his lap. "No," he growled. "There's only one option. You get out." Hall fought back fiercely, twisting onto her back and clawing upward, aiming for Chapelier's eyes. Reacher didn't flinch. Chapelier pinned both of Hall's arms with one of his own and slid his other hand up to clamp around her throat. He turned his head toward Reacher. "Get out now." "Get out," Reacher repeated, his tone almost conversational. "That's your whole play? Get out, or I snap her neck." Reacher's eyes flicked to the name tape on the man's uniform. "You're not exactly a strategic genius, are you, Chapelier? She already gave you up. I don't need her anymore. You kill her, and I get to nail you for murder. That's a much simpler case for me than untangling whatever little scheme you're running here." Chapelier's fingers tightened on Hall's throat. She managed to wrench her arms free and grabbed his wrist with both hands, straining to pull it away, but her position gave her no leverage. Her legs dangled out of the open door, her own weight dragging her deeper into his chokehold. She kicked and thrashed wildly, a pure, desperate instinct that only made her predicament worse. With a casual motion, Reacher reached out with his left hand and flicked the truck's master switch to off. The engine coughed and rattled into silence. He waited for the last mechanical groan to fade. "First," Reacher said, his voice now low and precise, "you're going to let her go, then you're going to tell me who you're selling those gun parts to. Or we step out of this truck I break several of your bones, and then you tell me." Chapelier froze for a 3 count. Then, with a grunt, he hauled Hall upright and shoved her hard in the back, sending her tumbling out of the cab. In the same motion, he launched himself at Reacher, arms outstretched, going for Reacher's weapon. Reacher simply leaned left and raised his elbow. Chapelier met it head-on, his face smashing into the hard bone with a sickening crunch. Reacher didn't pause to check the results. He shoved his door open, jumped down to the ground, and smoothly holstered his gun. Leaning back into the cab, he grabbed Chapelier by the right arm and dragged him bodily across the seat. He kept pulling until the sergeant slid off the edge, bounced down the metal steps, and slammed onto the dirt. Reacher rolled him onto his back, planted a boot on his neck, and twisted the captured arm until the shoulder, elbow, and wrist joints were all screaming at their absolute limit. "This ends here, Chapelier," Reacher said, his voice devoid of all warmth. "It's over." A pained whimper escaped Chapelier's lips, followed by a bubble of blood that swelled from his broken nose. His reply, when it came, was a strained, ragged whisper. Reacher's grip tightened on Chapelier's arm. "Answer me," he said, his voice low and steady. "Did you choose this place because it's covered by cameras or because it's hidden from view?" Chapelier choked out a curse, his face contorted with pain. "You're a real piece of work. Here's something else to consider," Reacher continued, not easing up. "Those firearm components belong to the U.S. Army. They should never end up in civilian hands. I intend to see your buyer behind bars, and for that I need your cooperation. Help me and I have to keep you intact, or mostly intact. Refuse, and I can inflict all the damage I want. It'll be written off as injuries sustained during a lawful arrest. My word against yours. And don't expect Sergeant Hall to vouch for you." Veronica Sanson slipped a leather glove from her hand, fumbling in her coat pocket for a quarter. The coin felt slick and elusive between her fingers. After a moment's struggle, she fed it into the payphone, dialed a number from a file in her bag, and waited through 10 long rings. A man's voice finally answered, quiet and slightly winded. "Yes, Dr. Brown? Jeffrey Brown? Who is this? Special Agent Holbeck, Federal Bureau of Investigation? I'm afraid I have some difficult news, and I need your immediate assistance on an urgent matter." There was a pause. "Go ahead. I'm sorry to inform you that 2 of your former colleagues have died. Owen Buck, cancer, wasn't it? Who else?" Dr. Buck passed from natural causes. "Yes, I'm referring to Verinder Singh and Keith Bridgman." "Bridgman and Singh? Dead? How?" "Dr. Singh was electrocuted. Dr. Bridgman fell from a window. The press is calling them accidents. They are mistaken. You're certain it was deliberate?" "Absolutely. The Bureau wouldn't be involved otherwise." "Who killed them?" "That's where you come in. Our sketch artists have produced a composite. I need you to look at it and tell me if you recognize the individual." "Why would I?" "Doctor, this person is targeting your former research team. There is a connection, and he won't stop until we apprehend him. We believe you're next. That's why I'm here. Please, just look at the sketch. It could save your life. I can come to your residence. No, I'll meet you, somewhere public, old habits, you understand?" Veronica allowed a thin smile, of course. "I'm working from the local field office while I'm in town. There's no safer location. I'll give you the address. Coming immediately would be in everyone's best interest, especially yours." It took Dr. Brown half an hour to reach the FBI field office. It took him another 30 seconds to learn that Agent Holbeck was a fiction. His instinct, honed over a lifetime of caution, screamed at him to run. His go-bag was in the trunk of his car, a relic of his old life. He could vanish, lie low, and piece together who was hunting him. That was the plan, the only plan he'd ever needed, but retirement had changed things. The structured solitude of his work was gone, replaced by a hollow, unfamiliar loneliness. He had no friends in the city, no inclination to make any, and his relations with his neighbors were frosty at best. He'd known no one would ever share a home with him, so he'd adopted a cat instead. Hercules, another unwanted soul, and Hercules was still in the house with the drapes drawn and the doors locked, with no food, no water, and no way out. The thought of that lonely animal waiting in the silent dark was what decided him. Brown turned his car around. 25 minutes later, he was driving slowly down his own street. The house stood undisturbed, quiet, and sealed just as he'd left it. The street was quiet, no unfamiliar vehicles at the curb, no one lingering on the sidewalk or near his property. That eased one immediate worry, but a deeper unease lingered. On the drive home, a persistent feeling had nagged at him, the sensation of being followed. He couldn't be sure, so he'd tested it. A sudden left turn, a quick right, then a complete stop in the middle of the road. No one swerved around him, no brakes screeched. His rear-view mirror showed only empty asphalt. He shook his head, blaming frayed nerves and an excess of adrenaline. He was simply out of practice. Convinced it was safe, he circled the block and pulled into his driveway. The plan was simple: dash inside, grab Hercules, and be back in the car in under 2 minutes. Pushing the front door open, Brown froze on the threshold. The house was silent, yet it felt wrong. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, a disruption in the quiet hum he knew so well. Someone was here, waiting. His instincts, however rusty, screamed at him to leave. Now, he began to turn back toward the door, but a muffled, distressed cry from the living room stopped him cold. It was Hercules. Brown moved forward, silently, pausing at the living room doorway. Another pitiful squawk, more urgent this time, spurred him to action. He grasped the handle, drew a sharp breath, and threw the door open. A woman stood beside his favorite armchair, her dark hair pulled into a severe knot. She held Hercules tightly against her chest. A second woman, identical in height, build, and hairstyle, stood on the other side of the chair. Both were unnervingly still, their faces blank and unreadable. Neither spoke. Brown took a step into the room. "Let go of my cat." The first woman's face broke into a thin, humorless smile. "Dr. Brown, we're relieved you're home. Your companion here isn't fond of us. Please have a seat. I'll place him on your lap." Brown didn't move. "I know your voice. You're the one who called, pretending to be FBI. What's this about?" "The deception was necessary, and I apologize. We require a private conversation. 2 men were surveilling your home. We couldn't risk a simple knock. If you had left, they would have followed you, allowing us to enter unseen." Brown walked to the window, peered past the drape, and turned back. "The blue sedan? What in God's name is happening?" "What I told you on the phone, aside from my credentials, was true, especially the part concerning your safety. We are here to assist you." "Assist me? How? Who are you people? All in good time. First, we need a single piece of information. Please, sit. Allow me to explain." With deliberate slowness, Brown crossed to the armchair and sank into it. The woman passed the agitated cat to him. "Your research team in India in 1969. It consisted of 8 individuals. India? I've never been." "Don't waste what little time you have. The danger to you is real and immediate. Trust me, there were 8 people." Brown shook his head firmly. 7. 8. The woman withdrew a handwritten list from her pocket and handed it to him. "We have 7 names. You must provide the missing one. It's the only way we can protect the surviving members of that team." Brown glanced at the paper. Owen Buck's name was scrawled in a different ink. He'd clearly given up the others. Buck had always been the weakest link, forever talking about clearing his conscience. But he must be losing his grip if he couldn't even count. There were 7 people. All their names are right here. There were 8. See the question mark? 1 name is absent. You need to tell us who it was. There were 7. I was there. You weren't. So I know what I'm talking about, and you don't. You shouldn't be asking about 69. No one should. It's time to close that book for good. It's time for you to leave. You have a lovely neighborhood, Dr. Brown, though it is surrounded by rather busy streets, so many distracted drivers in a hurry, not paying attention. It would be tragically easy for a person to be struck, even simpler for a small animal. Brown clutched Hercules close, his heart hammering. "I won't listen to another word. Get out of my house immediately." He tried to rise from his chair, but the second woman moved with startling speed, appearing behind him and pressing down on his shoulders, forcing him back into the cushions. His elbow jerked out, nearly sending his pipe and tobacco pouch tumbling from the side table. The first woman leaned in, her voice a low, relentless murmur. If a cat were struck by a car, would death be instant? Possibly, or perhaps not. Picture discovering your pet, broken and suffering, cradling him. Speeding toward the animal hospital. Stop it. Then the agonizing wait outside the surgery doors, hoping for a miracle, fearing the injuries are too great. I'm telling you the truth. There are only 7 names. Brown's voice cracked. If anyone claims otherwise, they're mistaken. If you need to inflict pain to believe me, then hurt me. I don't care, but leave my cat be. He's innocent. The woman retrieved the list and slipped it into her coat pocket. All right, we're finished. I believe you, and I apologize. This matter is critical, so we had to be certain. I'm sorry for the distress. She paused, studying him. You've gone quite pale. Can I fetch you some coffee before we leave? Tea? Perhaps something stronger? Are you serious? Brown spat, his arms tightening around the cat. You invade my home, threaten to murder my cat, and expect me to accept a drink from you. Just go see yourselves out. The women reached the doorway and halted, turning back. The first one offered a thin smile. How rude of us. We neglected introductions. I'm Veronica Sanson. This is my sister, Roberta Brown. Remained silent, his face buried in Hercules's fur. Veronica's smile vanished. Our father was Morgan Sanson. It's important you understand that. The name Morgan Sanson hit Brown like a physical blow. He didn't need an explanation. He drew a shaky breath, listening as their footsteps receded down the hall. The front door opened, closed, silence descended. He exhaled raggedly, gave Hercules a final stroke, and reached for his pipe with trembling hands. His nerves were utterly frayed. He packed the bowl meticulously, brushed away a stray strand of tobacco, and flicked his lighter. The flame danced, and the tobacco began to glow. He took a long, desperate drag, gulping the smoke deep into his lungs, holding it until his vision blurred. He exhaled slowly, then sucked down more, repeating the ritual until a heavy lethargy washed over him. His head lolled back against the chair, his eyes rolled upward. Then a trickle of pale foam seeped from the corner of his mouth. Veronica and Roberta stepped silently back into the room they had never left. They watched, impassive, as Brown's back suddenly arched. Hercules leaped from his lap and darted behind the sofa, Brown convulsed, hands clawing at his stomach, then his chest. He retched violently, a torrent of greenish fluid soaking his shirt and pants, splattering across a wide swath of the carpet. His body spasmed, once, twice, 3 times before he collapsed backward, utterly still. They waited a full 5 minutes, ensuring it was over. Then they moved to the hallway. Brown's telephone sat on a low table. Veronica pulled on a pair of gloves and withdrew a small tape recorder from her pocket. She fast-forwarded the tape to a specific point, picked up the receiver, and dialed 911. When the operator answered, she held the recorder to the mouthpiece and pressed play. "Help me?" Brown's voice pleaded, slightly muffled but perfectly clear. Reacher allowed Sergeant Chapelier a few minutes to staunch the bleeding and work the stiffness from his joints. He checked on Sergeant Hall, who was bruised but otherwise intact after being thrown from the truck. Then he climbed back into the cab and ordered Chapelier to follow Hall's Humvee to the Arsenal's guard post. There were formalities to observe, medical attention to arrange, escorts to organize, paperwork to complete. But first, he needed to make a call. The situation had just accelerated dramatically. Special arrangements were now urgently required, and Reacher knew exactly how to grease the wheels of the machine. The standard procedures would take far too long. They needed a faster route. Otherwise, this perfect chance would vanish. While some might settle for 2 out of 3, Reacher wasn't having it. Not a chance. Roberta and Veronica had prepared for nausea. They'd studied the potential reactions thoroughly while selecting the right compound to mix into Jeff Brown's tobacco. They just hadn't pictured the sheer volume. Another miscalculation was Brown placing his keys back into his pocket upon arriving home. They'd assumed he'd toss them on a hallway table or hang them on a hook. The grim reality only hit when Veronica hung up the phone after her 911 call. Roberta had picked the front door lock to get in, but they couldn't exit that way. The surveillance team was back on duty outside. A rear window was out, too. Leaving it unlocked would raise flags. They needed the key to the back door. Now it was on a ring buried in vomit-drenched fabric attached to a dead man. Fetching it was a revolting thought. Maybe there's a spare key hidden somewhere? Veronica suggested. Roberta checked her watch. Look, fast. Veronica darted to the kitchen. She scanned the walls near the door. No hooks, no shelves with keys. She yanked open the nearest drawers, the cabinets below, even checked inside the refrigerator. Nothing seemed like a plausible hiding spot. Nearly 2 minutes gone. They likely had 2 more before the police arrived, so she sprinted back to the living room. Roberta was standing several feet from Brown's body, looking pale and queasy herself.
Well?
She asked. Veronica shook her head, then lifted her hands. My gloves are leather. Yours are the disposable kind. This one's on you once everything was settled at Rock Island. Reacher pointed his car east toward Chicago. He made excellent time. So when he spotted a cluster of bland, oversized buildings surrounding a vast open parking lot just off the highway, he swung in. He had no regular clothes with him and knew he'd need some later. He decided to tackle the errand immediately and ducked into a sporting goods store. He grabbed the first suitable items he saw, a pair of black athletic shoes, khaki pants with multiple cargo pockets, a plain blue t-shirt sporting some obscure graphic, and a thin, water-resistant blue windbreaker. After paying, he changed in the store's fitting room, folded his old BDUs into the provided bag, and tucked it into his trunk next to his duffel. Then he continued toward the city's west side, just south of downtown, White Sox territory, not Cubs. He noted he found his destination without trouble, the FBI field office. A mid-rise block of glass and concrete with a slightly curved facade that otherwise looked like it was assembled by a child using only square building blocks. The wail of a siren reached Roberta and Veronica simultaneously. They listened as it grew louder, moved to the window, and cautiously peered past the curtain edge. A patrol car raced down the street and screeched to a stop outside. They watched the 2 agents leap from their sedan and intercept the officers before they reached the front walk. That was the signal. With the watchers distracted, Roberta and Veronica rushed to the back door, which Roberta had already unlocked. They slipped out into the yard, locked the door behind them, and hurried back along their planned route to the stolen minivan, parked 3 streets over and facing the opposite direction. Veronica settled into the passenger seat as Roberta disposed of the gloves and keyed down a storm drain before getting behind the wheel. Once they were moving, Veronica broke the silence. So what's the plan? It was a crucial strategic choice. A methodical approach down their list would have been predictable, alerting anyone monitoring the pattern of former agents' deaths and allowing them to concentrate their forces. Roberta and Veronica needed their adversaries scattered and guessing, which demanded a seemingly arbitrary selection for their next move. True randomness, however, is an illusion shaped by countless subconscious biases. To cut through that, they fell back on an old, trusted method. 3 names remain, Roberta stated, assigning each a mental number. Name 3 colors for me. Red, silver, white. The very next vehicle they passed was white, matching the 3rd color Veronica had chosen. That corresponded to the 3rd name on Roberta's list, Michael Reimer, residing in the mountains of northern Colorado. Brace yourself for thinner air, Roberta announced, turning the wheel. We're Denver-bound. Reacher abandoned his car in the lot and approached the building's front desk. He asked for Agent Ottaway, who was indeed real, a compact, energetic woman with dark hair that fell past her shoulders. She appeared within minutes, using a keycard to usher him past security. They rode an elevator to the 3rd floor and walked to a secluded meeting room at the corridor's end. The room was cramped and airless, devoid of windows and steeped in the lingering odors of old tobacco and perspiration. It felt like a storage closet for discarded office furniture, a handful of chairs, 2 tables stacked haphazardly, and several battered bookcases missing shelves. Reacher wasn't offended by the dismal setting. He understood the unspoken language of interagency dealings. Being given a room like this was the host's polite way of saying they weren't thrilled. He got it. He was an unannounced guest, his request bypassing official protocols and likely pulling resources from their other work. But if his lead panned out, the hassle would be justified. He was sure of it. Agent Ottaway's supervisor joined them promptly, keeping the briefing efficiently brief, just the three of them gathered on worn-out chairs under a buzzing fluorescent light. No paperwork, no charts. Reacher preferred it straightforward. They confirmed the objective, the timing, the location, the key individuals, and the abort signal. With the details settled, Ottaway led him back toward the elevators. As they waited, she turned to him. "Captain, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Reacher said. "What exactly are you planning to wear tonight?" Reacher looked down at his current shirt and trousers. That's what I was worried you'd say. Is there an issue? You might as well carry a flashing neon sign that says police. Listen, your afternoon is now booked. We're going shopping. Chapter 8. The phone rang in the Pentagon at 1:02 p.m. Eastern Time, an unscheduled call. The officer who answered listened, hung up, and immediately dialed a mobile number in a car moving southeast on Pennsylvania Avenue. Charles Stammerin answered on the first ring. "Tell me you've located Pritchard." "I'm afraid not, sir," the voice from the Pentagon replied. "This is about Jeffrey Brown. He's dead." The lab results were still pending, but a New Orleans police officer at the scene was certain he recognized the signs. Brown had suffered a fatal reaction to the venom of the Sonoran desert toad. He had smoked the dried secretions mixed with tobacco using a pipe found beside him. People sometimes use the substance for its psychedelic effects or to manage psychological conditions like PTSD. If Brown was inexperienced, he might have used a dangerously high concentration. The source of the toxin was being tracked, likely one of the city's shops supplying materials for alternative spiritual ceremonies. Brown had no recent visitors or deliveries. Since he placed the 911 call himself, police were leaning toward an accidental death, though the possibility of a failed suicide attempt couldn't be entirely dismissed. Stammerin set the phone in his lap and stared out the car window at the streams of people flowing between office buildings. A wave of irritation washed over him. He could think of another explanation that wasn't being considered. Toad venom, was that the best they could do? Brown did smoke a pipe. He'd done so for decades, and given some of the things he'd been involved in, it would be shocking if he didn't carry some psychological scars. But there was no chance he'd willingly dabble in some new age hippie-inspired designer drug nonsense, not in this lifetime, a stiff pour of bourbon on the rocks. Absolutely. Inhaling secretions scraped from a poisonous amphibian? Never. Someone was twisting the knife, adding mockery to tragedy. Stammerin picked the handset back up. Waiting for this guy to make a move isn't cutting it. We need to take the initiative. Keep the surveillance on Reimer and Adam, but I also want a dedicated task force assembled by tomorrow. Include representatives from the Army, CIA, FBI, Treasury, and any other agency that might be relevant given his skills and obvious training. I want him identified. I want a narrowed list of suspects our teams can pursue. And I want him stopped. Later that evening at 8 o'clock, Reacher was in a River North bar in Chicago. He wore the second set of new clothes he'd purchased that day: black jeans, a dark green shirt, a leather jacket, and sturdy black boots fastened with straps. Agent Ottaway sat across from him at a small round table wearing a simple black dress, her hair now curlier than it had been that afternoon. The bar was converted from an old factory, its brick walls pitted, stained, and studded with holes and metal brackets, industrial petroglyphs, Reacher thought, silently telling the story of the people who once worked there. He tried to read their history for a moment before his gaze shifted to a small stage in the corner where a three-piece band was mid-set. They were technically proficient, but played with no real fire, nothing that would threaten the legendary status of Howlin' Wolf or Magic Slim on his personal list. Under the table, Ottaway nudged his foot and gave a nearly invisible nod toward the entrance. Sergeant Chapelier had just walked in, wearing faded jeans and a vintage Metallica concert shirt. He paused, scanning the room, then moved to an empty table about 6 feet away. Their section was partially divided from the main space by a row of vertical iron pipes, rusted nearly black. Most were lit from above, but the lamps over two had burned out, leaving those areas in deep shadow. Reacher pretended to watch the bartender mix drinks while keeping Chapelier in view. The sergeant was restless, drumming his fingers on the table and repeatedly checking the door, No one joined him. A waiter picked up a tray of drinks, heading toward a table in the back, his path briefly cutting through the dim light between the pipes. The makeshift table was fashioned from a repurposed beer keg, its seats resembling overturned buckets. Two men in their 20s occupied it with a pair of younger women. One of the men gestured impatiently for the waiter, a move born of thirst or perhaps simple bravado. It was an unhelpful demand in the cramped, chaotic space where furniture was wedged at awkward angles, leaving no clear path. The waiter, navigating carefully, nearly lost his tray more than once, skidded on a damp spot, and finally collided with another patron as he neared the table. This customer was impossible to overlook, a mountain of a man, 6'6", with a wild beard and a backward baseball cap, his plaid shirt straining over his midsection. He scanned the room, noted the watching eyes, and then shoved the waiter hard in the chest. The waiter stumbled backward, lost his footing, and the tray flew from his hands. 3 beers and a garish cocktail, complete with a paper umbrella, shattered on the floor. The waiter fell, his head striking the leg of a neighboring table. Chapelier ignored the entire scuffle, his attention locked on the entrance. No one entered, and no one in the crowded bar section lifted a hand to help the fallen man. He eventually rolled over, crawling to retrieve his tray, only for the large man to kick it farther away. The waiter returned minutes later with cleaning supplies, enduring petty shoves and jostles as he mopped up the mess, all without a single offer of assistance. Reacher's focus shifted from this dismal sideshow when the door finally opened. A man in his late 30s entered, wearing a loose shirt and baggy jeans, a worn leather messenger bag slung over his shoulder. He was gaunt, with greasy hair and several days' growth of beard. Reacher knew the type instantly. 10 to 1 the guy was ex-military, a familiar, sad pattern, addiction leading to theft, culminating in a dishonorable discharge. The scrawny man hurried to Chapelier's table and sat. After a brief exchange with the waiter, Chapelier held up 2 fingers. 2 beers arrived. The men clinked glasses and downed them in one go. With a loud belch, the newcomer set his bag on the empty seat beside him. Chapelier picked it up, peeked inside, then placed a vehicle key on the table. A nod, and the scrawny man took the key, stood, and headed for the exit. Ottaway turned away, retrieving a radio from her purse. She brought it close to her lips and murmured, "Target is exiting. He's heading for a vehicle. Wait until he's inside, then move." After a minute of tense silence, the radio crackled. A male voice reported, "We have him. The package is secured. It's a wrap." Susan Casluga ended the call and leaned back, closing her eyes. She released a long, slow breath, feeling some of the tension drain from her shoulders. Her home office was compact but peaceful, its view of the pond and trees compensating for the limited square footage. "Work trouble?" came a voice from the doorway. Casluga opened her eyes to see her husband, Charles Stammeran, leaning against the frame. "Are you spying on me?" she asked. "If I were, you'd certainly never catch me at it. Maybe this is an elaborate double bluff." "It's not. So what's going on, prank call?" Casluga snatched a neon pink stress ball from her desk and hurled it at his head. "Not your concern. Now shoo, I'm busy." Ottaway was the first to leave the bar. Reacher brought up the rear, with Chapelier wedged in the middle. The street beyond the door was awash with the pulsing red and blue of police lights. 4 unmarked sedans were parked in a row, their interior dash lights strobing. In the back of the final car sat the skinny informant. Behind that vehicle was a beat-up Toyota Corolla, its driver's door and trunk gaping open. An agent stood nearby, and as Reacher observed, a plain white utility van rolled to a stop and 2 forensic techs hopped out. Ottaway had moved to the lead car and was leaning in, speaking to its passenger. Then 2 figures detached themselves from the deep shadows near the building wall. They were fit, wiry, dressed head to toe in black. They looked like university professors who'd suddenly developed a militant fitness obsession. Reacher mused. But he knew exactly what they were. He could spot military personnel in a crowded bar while half asleep. It was a sense honed by decades. Military police were even easier to identify. They usually traveled in pairs because no one else wanted to be seen with them. The only puzzle was their purpose here. He hadn't called for them. The MPs approached. The taller one spoke. "Captain Reacher?" Reacher gave a single nod. "Could you verify your identity, sir?" Reacher produced his wallet and displayed his military ID card. "Thank you, sir." The MP retrieved a sealed envelope from his inner jacket pocket and handed it over. Reacher ripped it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper bearing the military police insignia. The orders were clear. Relinquish custody of Sergeant Chapelier immediately and report to a specific address in Washington, D.C. by 1100 hours the next day. Reacher fixed his gaze on the MP. "What's the story here?" "Don't have one, sir. What's the chatter then?" "We haven't been briefed, sir." A faint smile touched Reacher's lips. These were non-commissioned officers, the real engine of the Army, and in his experience, the NCO rumor mill was the fastest intelligence network on the planet. "I didn't ask for your briefing. I asked what you've heard, and if you claim you've heard nothing, I'll have you detained for impersonating soldiers. So let's try again. I'm being ordered to D.C. Why?" The MP exchanged a quick glance with his partner. "Word is, there were a couple of fatalities. Who? Not sure, sir. Ours?" The MP shook his head. "Civilians, retired scientists. They're saying one was an electrical accident, the other took a fall from a hospital window." "Took a fall?" The MP gave a slight shrug. "So the story goes. They were former CIA. The question is, what's the Army's interest? Gossip says it's connected to something larger. Multiple agencies involved, orders coming from the Pentagon. Then why am I the one going? They requested an officer, captain's rank or above. No one at headquarters wanted the assignment. Guess you must have annoyed someone important, sir." Susan Kasluga gave a soft knock on the door to Charles Stammeron's study before easing it open and stepping inside. Stammeron was settled in his leather armchair, absorbed in a biography of General George Meade. He looked up briefly, then returned to his book. Kasluga's eyes found her stress ball resting on a side table by the window, propped against a whiskey decanter. Two heavy crystal glasses flanked it. She crossed the room, poured two generous drinks, making one notably stronger, and carried the fuller glass to Stammeron. "I apologize," she said. "You startled me earlier? That phone call?" "No explanation needed," Stammeron said, accepting the glass. "I understand it's merely business, nothing for you to concern yourself with related to the acquisition. A potential complication, something that could have unraveled the entire deal. It's been resolved. The call was the confirmation, hence its brevity." "I've never known a lawyer to be so succinct." "Who said it was a lawyer?" She smiled faintly. "Perhaps it's better I don't know the details. See? That's precisely why I married you. Flawless judgment now. Let's shelve work until tomorrow. It's late." She took a slow sip of her drink, her expression softening. "And there are far more enjoyable ways for us to spend an evening together." After watching the MPs escort Chapelier away, Ottaway walked over to where Reacher stood. She asked, "What did that mean?" He gave a slight shrug. "New assignment? Anything promising?" "Probably the other way around." "That's too bad. So you're leaving?" He nodded. Ottaway said, "When?" "Tonight, if I can catch a flight," he replied. "Otherwise, tomorrow morning." "I vote for tomorrow. Spend the night in Chicago. We did good work today. We've earned a little celebration." "You might be right." He was silent for a beat. "And there's one more thing I'd like to handle before I go." He turned and walked back into the building, making his way to the bar. The bartender glanced up and instinctively took a step back, startled. He hadn't seen the man approach. He certainly wasn't expecting anyone of that size to suddenly appear before him. The guy was enormous, 6'5", with a chest like a barrel and arms thicker than most men's thighs. His hair was cut short and his head was tilted slightly, as if considering a puzzle. On the other side of the bar sat a large metal tub about a yard wide and 10 inches deep. Earlier it had been packed with ice and beer bottles. Now it was mostly sloshing water with a few stray ice cubes bobbing on the surface. The man pointed at it. "That tub, hand it over." The bartender blinked. "Why?" "I need to borrow it. No chance, the guy said. But you can rent it. $20 for 30 minutes, leave your driver's license as a deposit, no questions asked, do whatever you want with it. The man shook his head. I borrow it for 2 minutes. You watch. When I bring it back, if you still think I owe you money, I'll give you 40. The bartender thought it over, then waved his buddy over to help slide the heavy tub closer. The large man lifted it with ease and carried it toward the overweight patron who had harassed the waiter earlier. The guy deliberately turned his back, pretending not to notice. The big man closed the distance, paused to ensure the waiter had a clear view, then hoisted the tub and emptied the icy water over the man's head. The guy shrieked. He bellowed. He waved his arms and hopped in place, sputtering and gasping before finally whirling around. His baseball cap was gone, washed away. His beard was soaked. His shirt was plastered to his body. What the hell was that? He choked out. Training, the big man said calmly. What, like with a dog? You calling me a dog? I read that if a dog misbehaves, you do something it doesn't like, then it learns. Now you're clearly not as bright as an average dog. Probably not even as smart as a dumb dog. Honestly, a dog that started out pretty stupid and then had half its brain removed would still outthink you. So maybe I should stick around. Be your personal trainer. Put this tub to work every time you decide to act like a fool. The guy scowled, shaking his head violently, sending a spray of water droplets flying like a drenched poodle. He fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening. That's it, he snarled. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to smash every bone in your body. You think so? The big man held the tub low in front of him, its base tilted toward himself at an angle. I know so. He glanced down at the tub, then drifted smoothly about a foot to his left. You sure you won't just break your own hand? No, I'm going to break your face. Really? The big man took a small step back. Any bookies in here? My money's definitely on the brain-damaged dog, no question. The guy lunged forward, throwing a wild, furious punch straight at the other man's face. It was all brute force and anger with no skill or precision. In some fights that might have worked, but not this time, because the big man simply stepped aside, away from the unlit iron pipe he had been positioned in front of. The guy's fist connected with the solid metal pipe instead. The impact shattered his knuckles, broke his fingers, and crushed the small bones in his hand, wrist, and forearm. Tendons and ligaments tore. This time he made no sound at all. The agony was so intense it overwhelmed him completely. He blacked out instantly, collapsing where he stood. His legs gave way beneath him, folding like a cheap chair, and he toppled backward. His head hit the dirt a mere half-foot from the tiny paper umbrella that had tumbled from the cocktail he'd made the waiter drop just moments before. Reacher hauled the ice tub back to the bar and deposited it with a solid thud. The bartender looked at him and shook his head. On the house, Reacher kept his grip on the tub's rim for an extra second. His mind flashed to a disturbingly similar scene from years past, one that had cost him his rank as major and landed him back as a captain. He fixed the bartender with a steady gaze. If anyone asks what happened to that guy, he had an unfortunate accident, all by himself. Good man. Chapter 9. Michael Reimer took his breakfast on the wooden deck behind his lakeside house, savoring the solitude as he always did. There was no rush. The frantic pace of his old life was a distant memory. Retirement suited him perfectly. He had no family, no schedule to keep since his fourth wife had walked out nearly 10 years before. His routine was simple: enjoy the morning sun with his oatmeal and coffee, then amble down to the boathouse to release his beloved boat, Pegasus. A day of fishing on the serene lake awaited, to be followed by a bottle of red wine and an old movie on his trusty VCR. Life hadn't always been so peaceful, far from it. But these days he knew he was lucky. He harbored no illusions about that. He was halfway to his favorite fishing cove, a spot guaranteed for largemouth bass and a stunning, heart-stopping view of the Rocky Mountains, when something unusual broke the calm: another boat, a 40-foot cruiser. The handful of other property owners around the lake typically only used their places and their vessels in the summer or around the holidays. For most of the year, Reimer could count on having the entire water to himself, which was exactly how he preferred it. His first instinct was to turn around and find a more isolated spot, but something about the other boat nagged at him. Its motion was wrong. It wasn't under power, nor was it properly anchored. It just drifted listlessly, as if abandoned. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Maybe it had broken free from a dock overnight and been carried out by the wind. Then a figure emerged from the wheelhouse, a woman. She began to wave, but not in greeting. Her arms were flailing wildly over her head, a clear and desperate signal of distress. Reimer pushed the throttle forward and steered Pegasus toward the drifting boat. As he closed the distance, he recognized the vessel. It was the Duchess, owned by a couple from Denver. Doctors, he thought vaguely, though he'd never bothered to learn their names. The woman on board, however, was a stranger. She appeared to be in her late 20s, slim and athletic-looking, with dark hair pulled back in a severe practical ponytail. A relative of the doctor's, perhaps, or a friend house-sitting? Surely she had permission to be here. In all his years, through all the chaos he'd witnessed, Reimer had never heard of anyone taking a joyride in a pleasure boat on a mountain lake so remote you'd need a map and a guide to find it. He dropped a line of protective fenders over the side, secured them, and expertly nudged Pegasus alongside the adrift cruiser. "Everything all right over there?" he called out. The woman clutched the sides of her head. "Oh, thank God you're here. I'm so embarrassed. The engine just died, and I can't get it to restart. I don't know how to work the anchor, and I've just been floating in circles. Can you please help me? I feel like a complete moron. You're out here alone?" Reimer asked, a note of surprise in his voice. She nodded vigorously. "My friends Claudia and Andreas are letting me stay at their place for a few weeks. They said I could use the Duchess any time, and that it was easy to handle. I guess I'm not as clever as I thought. Don't sweat it." "Happens to the best of us," Reimer said, his tone shifting from mild curiosity to wry amusement. He grabbed a coil of rope from Pegasus's bow and tossed it with practiced ease. Landing it neatly across the higher prow of the Duchess, he grabbed another rope from near the back of the boat, passed it to the woman, and vaulted over the gap, landing beside her on the deck. He quickly tied off the stern line to a cleat, then moved forward to secure the bow line as well. "Don't worry, this shouldn't be anything major. We'll have you back on the water in a few minutes." The Duchess showed its age, an old fishing vessel that had likely spent years hauling lobster traps in the coastal shallows. Its wooden hull was now painted a cheerful white with faded blue trim, and the open area behind the wheelhouse, once used for storing the day's catch, had been outfitted with a pair of worn deck chairs. A bright red life ring hung near the wheelhouse door, a stark contrast to the chipped paint, while coils of rope lay scattered across the planks in apparent disarray. Reimer frowned at the mess and took a step toward the engine hatch. Then, without warning, several of the ropes began to shift. They slithered across the deck like serpents, coiling around his ankles and yanking tight. The pressure was immediate and brutal, his bones grinding together. He staggered, caught himself, but then a powerful jerk on the line pulled his feet out from under him. He landed hard on his back, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Gasping, he managed to lift his head and saw not a mechanical winch controlling the rope, but a person. Another woman, nearly identical to the first, perhaps a few years older. She must have been hiding on the far side of the wheelhouse. This new woman stepped close, gripped the rope with both hands, and hauled Reimer's legs into the air. The first woman bent down, hooked her hands under his arms, and lifted his shoulders. Together they maneuvered him until his head was aimed away from his own boat. Reimer, still fighting for breath, was utterly confused. Then the two women began dragging him toward the empty side of the deck. The first woman hoisted his upper body higher and dumped him against the gunwale, rolling him until he was staring straight down at the dark, choppy water. With coordinated effort, they pushed and heaved. He slid over the wooden rail until it caught at his waist, then pivoted forward, throwing his hands out to brace against the hull and avoid smashing his face into it. He ended up suspended, the crown of his head just inches above the water. Roberta Sanson gave the rope a sharp, insistent tug. "Michael, can you hear me? More importantly, do you understand what I'm saying?" Reimer remained silent. Roberta took a large step forward. His legs lifted, his torso swung down, and his head plunged into the frigid water. She held him under for a solid 10 seconds before beginning to pull back. The leverage was against her, so Veronica had to lean over the side and grab his belt to help haul him up. Roberta's voice was calm, Michael. Reimer surfaced, choking and sputtering. "Have you lost your minds? What is this? I'm not a threat. I stopped to help you. You want to help? Perfect. Then give us one name. Just one name, and this ends. You'll never see or hear from us again." "What name?" "Your research team in India? 1969. We know 7 names yours, obviously. You need to give us the 8th. "What? No. There is no 8th name. There were only 7 of us, I swear. It was me, Owen Buck, Varinder Singh, Keith Bridgman, Jeffrey Brown, Charlie Adam, and Neville Pritchard. That's everyone. There were 8. I need the other name, tell me. There is no 8th. Why would you even—" Roberta thrust his head back into the water, holding it under for 15 seconds this time. Again, she needed Veronica's assistance to pull him up. Roberta's tone shifted, now carrying a weary, almost sarcastic edge. "This is getting tedious, isn't it? It only stops when you give us the name. Come on. It's not difficult. 2 simple words. A first name and a last name. Surely that's preferable to drowning. You do believe I'll drown you, don't you?" Reimer was heaving, desperate for air. "I can't. There were only 7. Roberta met Veronica's eyes, gave a slight shrug, and replied, "All right, it's your call, but you should know who we are. I'm Roberta Sanson. This is my sister, Veronica. Our father was Morgan Sanson." A low groan escaped Reimer. "Any last-minute revelations?" Roberta asked, her tone flat. When he remained silent, she simply shrugged once more and began lowering him back toward the water. Planting her feet firmly on the deck, she tightened her grip on the rope. Reimer's body convulsed in a frantic, violent struggle, his kicks churning the dark water. Gradually, the fierce movements weakened, then stilled. The fight drained from him completely. With one final strained arch of his back and a feeble claw at the air, he went limp, sinking deeper into the gloom. A few last bubbles silvered the surface, and then he was just a dead weight on the line, swaying slackly against the boat's hull with the gentle swell. Roberta shifted her hands to the free end of the rope past the knot securing his ankles. A sharp pull undid the hitch, and Reimer's body slid soundlessly into the depths. It resurfaced a moment later, coming to rest face down, limbs splayed wide, his hair fanning around his head like a ghostly halo. Reacher woke that same morning to a view of a different lake, Lake Michigan, seen from 32 stories up through a wall of glass in a cloverleaf-shaped high-rise near Chicago's Navy Pier. This was Agent Ottaway's apartment. "Relax," she'd said the night before, catching his appraising look when they returned from listening to blues on Halsted Street. "No dirty money here. I got this place in the divorce. They shared coffee in bed, then a shower. There was soap and plenty of hot water and steam. But if cleanliness was the goal, the extended, distracted process was wildly inefficient. It left no time for breakfast. Dressing quickly, they rode down to the underground garage and retrieved Ottaway's car at the FBI field office. While Reacher collected his duffel from the borrowed Army sedan, Ottaway scribbled on a notepad. "Here," she said, tearing off the sheet and handing it to him. A phone number with a 312 area code was written at the top. "My home number. Call if you're ever back in town." Reacher took the paper without a word. The walk to the L and the train ride to O'Hare passed without incident. He had time for a quick coffee at the airport before his flight to Washington National. From there, he joined the cab line and handed the driver an address from his orders. The route took them across the Potomac and then away from the capital, crawling in a sluggish parade of cars, belching exhaust, the traffic only clearing in the final 10 minutes. They entered a sterile business district of long, low buildings from the late 70s, all pale brick and reflective glass, each set back behind manicured hedges and surrounded by vast parking lots. The cab stopped at the last building on the street. Only 3 cars sat in its lot, 2 Fords and a Chevrolet, one green, one blue, one black, each bristling with more radio antennas than any factory ever installed. Reacher paid the fare with a decent tip and walked inside. The interior spoke in the quiet language of government property: durable, low-pile carpet, sturdy, nondescript furniture, walls coated in inoffensive beige paint. Reacher had seen it before. The government never wasted money decorating a place it intended to sell. The reception desk was unmanned. He pushed through a set of double doors into a long, brightly lit hallway. The first door on the left was labeled Boardroom. Reacher stepped inside. 3 individuals were already seated in the room, positioned at separate sides of an oversized rectangular table that dominated the cramped space. The group consisted of 2 men and a woman, all appearing to be in their 30s, and each carried an air of subdued tension, as if braced for unwelcome news. A dozen chairs were scattered in clusters, and the only other furniture was a small side table beneath the window, holding 2 polished pump-action coffee thermoses, a stack of inverted styrofoam cups, and a bowl spilling over with creamer cartons and sweetener packets. Reacher poured himself a coffee and maneuvered to a corner seat that offered a clear line of sight to both the door and the window. He set his bag down and took his place. The woman sat along the same side of the table, several seats down. She had short blonde hair and wore a navy blazer over a sharp white blouse. A tan leather briefcase rested closed in front of her. Directly across from her was a man in a rumpled navy suit that looked as if he'd slept in it. His hair seemed to have rebelled against any attempt to tame it that morning, a battle it likely won daily. His face was full, his eyes tinged with red, and a delicate web of broken capillaries traced across his nose. The last man occupied the corner diagonal from Reacher. His gaze was cool and blue, his hair neatly trimmed like that of a banker or an accountant. He wore a sport coat and was staring so intently out the window he might have believed sheer will could spirit him away from the room. Silence hung heavily for 2 long minutes until footsteps echoed in the hall. The door swung open, and a tall man, perhaps 6'6", with a long face and neatly combed silver hair, hurried in. He paused, his eyes sweeping over each occupant, then claimed the chair at the head of the table. He cleared his throat. "Let's begin. Introductions first. I'm Christopher Baglin, Department of Defense. We'll go clockwise." That put Reacher next. "Jack Reacher, U.S. Army." The woman followed. "Amber Smith, FBI." The man in the sport coat said. "Gary Walsh." "Treasury Department." The disheveled man spoke last. "Kent Nielsen, Central Intelligence Agency." Baglin gave a curt nod, folded his hands on the table, and continued, "Thank you all for coming. That's on behalf of the Secretary personally. I realize the summons was abrupt, but believe me, we wouldn't have called you if this weren't critically important. The United States has a serious problem, one that demands your specific expertise to resolve." He paused, almost as if waiting for someone to naively ask for details. No one did. A fact Reacher found mildly reassuring. Baglin shifted his hands to his lap. "For context, we need to go back 30 years. While the Soviet Union is now consigned to the history books, for decades it was a formidable adversary. Throughout the 1960s, the threat came from every direction: nuclear arms, satellites, submarines, sleeper agents, espionage. But among the most alarming were their chemical and biological weapons programs, newly engineered strains designed to kill, blind, and incapacitate in horrific ways. This is where Project 192 originated. Again, Baglin let an unspoken question linger. Again, no one bit. His hands reappeared on the table. "Before I continue, 2 ground rules. First, the Secretary demands full transparency. He believes you cannot operate effectively without all the facts, so nothing will be withheld. Second, nothing discussed in this room leaves this room ever. Understood?" The responses came in a chorus of overlapping voices from Reacher and the others. "Crystal clear. Yes, sir. Absolutely. 100%. Baglin gave a curt nod. "Good. Now, Project 192 was our strategic response to those nightmarish Soviet weapons. The goal was to fully comprehend their mechanisms and then develop countermeasures that could be produced on a massive scale and fast. This wasn't some simple task. It demanded the most advanced technology and methods available. all wrapped in a blanket of total secrecy. The prevailing fear was that if Moscow caught wind of our defensive capabilities, they'd just cook up something new, something we might not see coming or be ready to handle. So we turned to the top private research firms in America. We set up secure, isolated units right inside their existing labs, but he let the word hang. No one took the bait. Baglin continued, his tone growing more deliberate. But this arrangement operated outside the usual chain of direct government oversight. It placed our work cheek by jowl with civilian researchers. In several instances, these facilities were situated near sizable civilian populations, and frequently they weren't even on American soil. We're talking about other nations, some of them quite impoverished, nations that found it difficult to refuse the kind of economic leverage and pressure that came with hosting such operations. I stand by those choices. The Secretary does too. They were made in what we believed were America's best interests at the time, but as we all know, the world turns, public sentiment shifts. We've navigated the fallout from the Agent Orange and VX gas revelations. We endured the chaotic end of the Vietnam War, the Watergate scandal, the whole Contra affair. The list goes on. Our concern now is that, with the Soviet threat gone, the public might view our past actions not as necessity, but as reckless. If the specifics of Project 192 were to leak, it could ignite serious backlash. Our adversaries could wield it as a propaganda tool to humiliate the United States and undermine our global position. Another pause lingered, thick in the room. Baglin leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. Which brings us to the heart of the matter. In the late 1960s, a team of 7 scientists worked on counteracting a specific Soviet nerve agent. They were embedded in a civilian lab owned by Mason Chemical Industries located in India. Recently, one of those team members succumbed to cancer. 3 others have died under circumstances that are, to put it mildly, highly suspect. Smith broke the silence. How suspect are we talking? One was electrocuted under unusual conditions, Baglin stated flatly. One took a fatal fall from a high window. One died after consuming a lethal quantity of toad toxin. Reacher's voice cut through. Poison. Excuse me. If it was consumed, it's poison. Venom is injected by a bite or a sting. You believe that's the crucial detail here? It's the correct detail, and correct details matter, especially when people are dying. Baglin fixed Reacher with a hard stare for a beat before turning away. Our current theory is that a hostile operative is eliminating these men to extract information that could be used against the United States. 3 members of the original team remain alive. We are taking steps to protect them, but the Secretary is not content with a purely defensive posture. He wants the person responsible found and neutralized. That is your role. The Army and the CIA are involved because those agencies jointly managed the research operations back then. The FBI is here for its counterintelligence expertise in case this is state-sponsored. The Treasury Department is on board in the event we're wrong, and this is merely corporate espionage, an attempt to steal proprietary formulas. Each of you has been assigned a workspace equipped with a phone, a fax machine, and basic supplies. Lodging has been arranged at a nearby hotel for the duration. Any questions? Reacher lifted a hand. Any ransom notes or demands shown up? Baglin shook his head. None. No. Have other scientists involved in similar programs been attacked? Not to my knowledge. Can you look into it? I'll make inquiries now. One more thing. You mentioned protective measures are in place for the remaining Project 192 scientists. What exactly does that entail? They are under constant, around-the-clock surveillance by seasoned operatives. Were any of the deceased under that same protection? Captain, this isn't about assigning blame or agency rivalry. That's not my goal. To cast an effective net, we need to understand what we're hunting. The varied methods of execution are telling but incomplete. The first victim was electrocuted, correct? That act alone is significant. To carry it out under the watch of experienced agents suggests a greater level of skill and audacity that implies a specific caliber of training and a powerful motivation. I understand. All right, yes, Dr. Brown. He was poisoned in his home, which was under observation at the time. He was the third victim? Correct. Baglin paused briefly. Are there any further questions? The other three remained quiet. Baglin gave a nod. Very well. We'll meet back here at 1900 tomorrow. I expect you to present the initial list of suspects for investigation. Chapter 10. Roberta and Veronica Sanson meticulously gathered all the ropes from the deck, coiling them neatly and returning each to its proper storage locker. They assumed it would be a long time before the boat's owners saw their vessel again. They weren't sure how attentive those owners were, but they took no chances. Leaving any trace that the boat had been used was unacceptable, particularly given the nature of its recent employment. Operating without a trace was second nature, a discipline hammered into them through years of grueling training. Satisfied with the Duchess's condition, they turned to Pegasus. They gathered every length of rope they could find and scattered them haphazardly across the deck. Then, with only the stern line secured, Roberta manipulated the controls until the boat was oriented roughly toward Reimer's distant house, now just a speck on the shoreline. She set the throttle just above stalling speed, waited for Veronica to leap back to the Duchess, then jumped across herself. She severed the remaining line and steered toward the property from which they had borrowed the boat that morning. This time, the sisters had taken a pickup truck, a common F-150, so ubiquitous it was practically invisible. They hoped, but they didn't rely on hope. They avoided the most direct route back to Stapleton Airport, which would have meant passing the agents watching Reimer's house for a second time in mere hours. Instead, they drove north first, then east, finally turning south for a straight run back to Denver. 2 men remain, Roberta said, driving one-handed. Her right palm throbbed from a rope burn sustained when she first lowered Reimer into the water. So it's a coin toss whether the next one will know the name we need. Veronica replied, I'd prefer a sure thing. Roberta smiled. Well said. Who's our next lucky contestant? Give me 2 car brands. Not Ford, not Chevrolet. Veronica thought for a moment. Dodge and Honda. A minute later, Roberta pointed through the windshield. There, a Honda Civic. Honda was the second brand Veronica had chosen, so Roberta paired it with the second name on her mental list, Charlie Adam. Initials, CA. He lives in California. I do love a little symmetry. Reacher spent the afternoon in the building outside Washington, D.C., sequestered in a room farther down the hall that served as his temporary office. Its decor was as nondescript as the reception areas. The desk was modest, and the chair was a cramped fit for someone of Reacher's substantial build. The sterile silence of the room was broken only by the faint hum of the ventilation system, a sound that did little to distract from the weight of the day's grim revelations. The view from the window offered little more than a slice of empty asphalt and a line of faded bushes marking the boundary with the highway. It wasn't exactly a vacation spot, but Reacher had seen far worse in his Army days. That much was a certainty. He had a strong feeling that Christopher Baglin from the Defense Department hadn't given him the full picture. The man probably hadn't lied outright. His story was likely built on a kernel of truth. It just wasn't the whole truth. In Reacher's experience, briefings from high-ranking officers were almost always incomplete until proven otherwise. This went triple for officers he didn't know personally and quadruple for anyone with a political title. Yet, none of that changed the job. Scientists were dead. That fact was solid. Based on the information he had, there was a real possibility a soldier was involved. 3 more potential targets were still breathing, and Reacher intended to help them stay that way. He lifted the receiver. His first call went to the Chemical Corps at Fort McClellan. His second was to the Veterans Affairs Administration office, conveniently located just down the street in D.C., practically within shouting distance of the White House. A third call to the Personnel Records Center in St. Louis would have to wait for the list from McClellan. Turning his attention to the fax machine, he gave it a once-over. It sat there, silent and inert. He hoped it didn't require some complicated series of button presses to wake up. Tracing the cables from its back, one to power, one to a phone jack, he decided it looked properly connected. He pressed a random button on the front panel. A small screen glowed to life, accompanied by a sharp electronic screech. Good enough, he figured, with nothing to do but wait for the machine to possibly spring to life. He returned to the phone. He dialed Agent Ottaway in Chicago, leaving a message on her machine about digging into Amber Smith's background. A call to a contact at the CIA followed, requesting a quiet look into Kent Nielsen. He then left a message for his brother Joe at Treasury regarding Gary Walsh. Grabbing a notepad, he jotted down 3 names of his own, soldiers currently absent without leave, the kind of low-priority troublemakers who languished on unit lists. Then he made a few more calls, reaching out to MPs who owed him one or who he owed a favor. He asked if they had any similar names collecting dust on their rosters. If the Secretary of Defense was personally invested, this operation would have every resource imaginable thrown at it. That's how the machinery worked. There would be manpower to spare, enough to scoop up a few extra delinquents. No sense letting all that taxpayer funding go unused after all. Back at the Pentagon, a phone rang at 3:13 p.m., an unscheduled interruption. The man who answered listened, hung up, and immediately dialed Charles Stammeron's private line. Stammeron answered on the first ring with a single word, "Go." The messenger relayed the information he'd just committed to memory. Michael Reimer is dead, drowned. His body was pulled from the lake behind his property at 11:38 this morning. The security team watching the house was alerted when they observed his boat drifting and then grounding itself a couple hundred yards from the dock. They investigated, found the vessel empty, and summoned a rescue helicopter. A preliminary examination confirmed the presence of water in his lungs. The medical examiner's report described injuries consistent with a fall against the boat's gunwale and rope abrasions around the ankles. The deck had been found littered with lines, suggesting a possible tragic accident, a trip, a stumble overboard. Alternatively, the marks could have been incidental if a despondent man had chosen to end his own life by entering the water. Stammeron pulled the phone from his ear. Michael Reimer was the most meticulous person he had ever known. The idea of Reimer carelessly leaving ropes strewn about his own vessel was laughable. The chance of him becoming entangled and falling was precisely 0. That left only one logical conclusion. Another person had been on that boat, a person who had ended Reimer's life. A sudden, sharp sense of relief cut through Stammeron, immediately drowned by a wave of guilt. The grim thought followed. If a killer was in Colorado dealing with Reimer, then for now, at least, that same killer wasn't elsewhere pressuring Pritchard to talk. Stammeron brought the receiver back to his mouth, his voice turning to steel. The instant anyone on the task force has a viable lead, I want it pursued with maximum effort. Budget is no object. I want every possibility, no matter how remote, exhaustively examined. At 5:10, a knock sounded at Reacher's door. It opened before he could respond, and Amber Smith, the FBI liaison, walked in. She smoothed a stray lock of hair and said, "I'm clocking out for the day. Heading to the hotel to see what charming accommodations they've secured for us. Need a lift? I noticed you didn't arrive with a car." Reacher glanced at the silent fax machine. No new documents had emerged since his call to the records center, and his progress was stalled without the list he'd requested. "Sure," he said. "Thanks." By the time Reacher and Smith reached the parking lot, one vehicle was already gone, the black Impala. The 2 Crown Victorias remained. Kent Nielsen from the CIA was slouched against the blue one, his suit so wrinkled it appeared he'd been dragged behind it. "Anyone else starving?" Nielsen asked. "I know a decent spot near the hotel. We could check in, drop our bags, and get some food." Smith gave a noncommittal shrug. "Works for me." Reacher operated on a simple doctrine: eat when the opportunity presents itself, because you never know when the next chance will come. "I'm in," he said. Nielsen pushed off from the car's trunk and moved toward the driver's side. "Meet in the hotel lobby at 6. The hotel was just over a mile from the office. Reacher had logged more nights in transient lodgings than he cared to count, usually while tracking someone or digging for information, and always within the Army's notoriously frugal per diem limits. This had conditioned him to expect the plain and purely functional. Yet the task force's chosen hotel rivaled the most austere he'd ever seen. It was a monument to necessity. 4 stories of pale brick, small windows, a flat roof. No portico, no valet stand, not even lit signage, just reflective paint. Smith swung into the lot, executed a sharp turn, and reversed into a space near the entrance beside Nielsen's car across the asphalt. Reacher noted a row of oversized parking bays sized for tour coaches. Probably not for rock bands, he mused, more likely for school groups. He'd heard the classic 8th-grade trip to Washington was practically a national rite of passage. The thought for a moment seemed almost wholesome. His knowledge of the capital city came from a worn-out book in a steamy classroom half a world away, lessons learned long before he was even a teenager. Facts were one thing, grasping the sheer size and feel of the place was another. Check-in was a breeze, so Reacher collected his key and hauled his bag up the stairs to his second-floor room as he fumbled with the lock. He spotted Smith stepping out of the elevator, heading for the room beside his. Inside, the commitment to the bare essentials was impressive. The basics were there: a bed, a dresser, a chair. A wall-mounted flap pretended to be a desk in a pinch. The closet had hangers permanently secured to the rod, a theft deterrent feature. The bathroom offered soap and shampoo from wall-mounted dispensers, a refill system Reacher assumed was cheaper than supplying tiny bottles for each new guest. Nielsen was already in the lobby when Reacher arrived just before 6. Smith joined them 2 minutes later, and without a word, Nielsen turned for the exit. "What about Walsh, the Treasury man?" Reacher asked. Nielsen didn't break stride. No clue. He vanished before we left the office, and his car isn't outside. Must be staying somewhere else. The bar Nielsen chose was a few blocks from the hotel, leading them away from the downtown core. They decided to walk. The evening was far from pleasant. The air hung thick with traffic exhaust, and a light drizzle had begun. Reacher didn't mind. After a morning confined to trains, planes, and cabs, followed by an afternoon in stuffy meeting rooms, the chance to stretch his legs was welcome. Their destination was a 2-story building. The upper floor housed a nail salon and a wig shop, 2 establishments Reacher had absolutely no intention of ever entering. The entire ground floor was the bar, its gimmick being a deliberately unfinished, under-construction aesthetic. A heavy plastic sheet with a zipper down the middle served as the door. The bar itself was built from scaffolding poles with crude shelves and niches holding bottles and glasses. On the far wall, a jagged, sledgehammer-shaped hole offered a view into the kitchen. Tables were made from giant cable spools, and the seating consisted of an assortment of wooden crates. Smith hesitated near the entrance. The place was empty. "You're sure about this spot?" she asked. Nielsen's expression was dead serious. "Just wait for the food, and they make a viciously good old-fashioned. Have a little faith." They chose a table in the farthest corner from the bar. A server approached within a minute, dressed in denim coveralls and oversized, unlaced work boots, a red paisley bandana tying back her hair. Reacher pegged it as a Rosie the Riveter homage and wondered if it was her idea or a management mandate. Nielsen ordered champagne. Reacher and Smith asked for beer. After the server left, Smith looked at Nielsen. "Celebrating something?" "I suppose," Nielsen said. "I'm still breathing, still vertical. That's worth a toast, isn't it?" Their drinks arrived. Nielsen took a sip and set his glass down, his face shifting into an expression of intense, almost theatrical sincerity. "All right, listen up. Here's my read on our little predicament. We need to trust each other. We need to work as a unit. Do that, and we might just crawl out of this mess. Fail, and we're utterly finished." Smith raised an eyebrow. "How do you work that out?" Nielsen leaned in. "We all have our secrets, don't we? That's the real reason we're all here. The person who received the call from the Department of Defense didn't just pull our names from a hat. We were specifically chosen, and that's a problem. We're the expendable ones in this scenario, the designated fall guys for an operation that's already a disaster in motion. When this whole thing inevitably derails, we need a plan to step clear of the wreckage. The decision has to be made here and now. Do we trust each other, or don't we?" Smith and Reacher offered no reply. Nielsen pressed on. "You know I'm correct. Go ahead, tell me the very first thing you did in your assigned quarters wasn't to get on the phone and start digging for information on the other two. Looking for any weakness you could find. Smith shifted in his seat. It wasn't my first action. But you did it. Nielsen finished for him. Smith gave a slow nod. Reacher's expression remained an unreadable blank slate. Good, Nielsen said, a thin smile appearing. We might be arriving late to this particular party, but at least I'm not stuck with complete fools. He turned his focus to Reacher. Do you believe the blackmailer is one of your people? I don't believe a blackmailer exists at all, Reacher stated flatly. Nielsen acknowledged this with a tilt of his head. That explains your line of questioning with Baglin about ransom demands and targeting individuals from unrelated programs? So if our perpetrator isn't hunting for compromising material, what's the objective? What is he after? Retribution. The nature of the killings feels intensely personal. I reached a similar conclusion. If someone with direct involvement in the project is responsible, then blackmail is off the table. They would already possess the information, they wouldn't need to extract it from others. Exactly, Nielsen agreed. And from a tactical standpoint, it would be a guaranteed failure. If the killings stop with only a single survivor left, he might as well take out a full-page ad in the Washington Post confessing. Reacher leaned forward, which is why my theory points toward a relative of someone who was damaged by the project's work, a lasting injury, or a life-altering condition. And this individual could have a military background, Reacher exhaled, a long, measured breath. It's possible, consider the skill set required. To eliminate someone in a hospital without a single staff member recalling your presence, then to infiltrate a residence under professional surveillance, execute a target, and vanish. Those are not the acts of an amateur. Nielsen considered it. Could be Army, certainly. Could just as easily be agency. So what's your approach to finding him? Begin with every individual who served in those research detachments. Identify who has a son, a grandson, a nephew currently in uniform, or who once wore it themselves. Then prioritize based on which of the original personnel have died recently or received a terminal diagnosis. Anyone with a motive to finally settle a score or set a distorted record straight. That's a solid methodology. Our archives are maintained differently, but my process is fundamentally the same. I suppose we'll see which one of us gets lucky. You won't. Smith finished the last of her beer and set the bottle down with a definitive clink. You're both mistaken. This has the Soviets written all over it. That's not possible, Nielsen countered. The Soviets don't exist anymore. They lost the Cold War. Smith let out a derisive snort. Don't be naive. The Soviet Union as a state dissolved, absolutely. But the KGB didn't just evaporate. Changing their letterhead makes no practical difference. And you'll see that soon enough. Their operatives are still embedded here. These are fanatics, true believers. They'll fight until their dying breath, regardless of what the political maps say. That's a stretch. It's the obvious truth. Look at the deaths. Officially, they're accidents or suicides, but please, anyone with half a brain can see those researchers were murdered. The entire pattern is a classic KGB signature operation. They even have a specific term for it. Assassination disguised as suicide. This is a message. They are demonstrating that they can reach anyone, anywhere, at any time, and there isn't a thing we can do to stop them. They'll eliminate the remaining scientists one by one, each in some bizarre, attention-grabbing manner. Then, whatever secrets they gathered about the project along the way, they'll release them. It could be years from now, whenever they believe it will inflict the maximum damage. You have no conception of how long these people are willing to play the game. Elsewhere, as Reacher and the task force continued their tense discussion, Roberta and Veronica Sanson were on the road, the highway stretching out before them under a darkening sky. They were cruising down the California coast just south of Los Angeles in a Jeep Grand Cherokee that wasn't theirs. Their new method was simple, one slow drive-by of the target's home, then retreating to a safe distance to find a place to lay low for the night. This time, however, the scene was different. Two unmarked government vehicles were positioned with clear intent near Charlie Adams' residence. Roberta shot a look at Veronica as she navigated the winding road away from the house. Lights were on. They were home. That's a positive sign. Veronica kept her eyes on the road. You noticed the extra company? Roberta gave a single, firm nod. Adam was there, his wife was too. That complicates things. So what's the play? Do we wait them out? Waiting only increases the danger, Veronica stated flatly. We adapt. This time we make it look like a tragedy that started inside the home. Reacher went with a steak, finishing his beer before switching to black coffee. Smith picked at a salmon salad and worked his way through 3 more beers. Nielsen, meanwhile, attacked a massive burrito loaded with every topping, chased it with 3 glasses of champagne, and then moved decisively to whiskey. He drank a lot of it. Their conversation was sporadic, ebbing and flowing between bites and sips and waiting for refills. They traded surface-level stories about past assignments and vague allusions to the ups and downs in their personal lives. Smith and Nielsen shared more than Reacher did. Frankly, it sounded like their lives had contained more downs than ups. Reacher started to see Nielsen's point about their selection for this job. If everything fell apart and the agency needed convenient fall guys, the 3 of them already had giant glowing targets painted on their backs. They were the perfect patsies. Susan Kasluga stood in her walk-in closet, a navy blue suit on one hanger and a black one on the other. She was deciding between them. She always chose her outfit the night before, a ritual she swore by to combat decision fatigue in the morning. She knew some people thought it was silly, but she didn't care. She'd embrace any small habit that gave her a competitive edge. Charles Stammerin appeared in the doorway before she'd made her choice. "What's going on in here?" he asked. "It looks like I'm picking clothes," she said, her tone dry. "I can't very well show up to the office in my nightgown." "You shouldn't be going to the office at all, not for a few more days. We agreed on 2 days at home. I fulfilled that obligation. I'm done, Susie. It's not safe out there." "You haven't caught him yet?" "Not yet." "Well, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. It becomes our shared problem if this lunatic gets to you. Has he found more scientists?" Stammerin nodded. "Jeffrey Brown, Michael Reimer. A shame, I suppose, I didn't know them well. But he didn't get Neville Pritchard, so your project is secure, therefore I am secure. Conversation over. He could get Pritchard tomorrow or tonight. He won't. You can't possibly know that. Call it a gut feeling. Call it whatever you want. I'm going back to work." The unyielding resolve in her voice was unmistakable. He'd known her long enough to recognize a lost cause. "Fine, back to work. But you'll have a security detail." Kasluga hung the black suit back on its rod, already arranged. The clouds had vanished by the time Reacher, Smith, and Nielsen left the bar. Nielsen went ahead, his steps unsteady as he navigated the sidewalk cracks. Smith lingered, walking close to Reacher's side, closer than she had before. He chalked it up to the alcohol back at the hotel lot. Walsh's car was parked just 2 spaces over from Smith's. Nielsen's room was on the 2nd floor opposite Smith's. He muttered something unintelligible that might have been goodnight, fumbled with his key, and dropped it. Reacher scooped it up, unlocked the door, guided Nielsen inside with a gentle shove, and tossed the key in after him. Turning around, he found Smith standing in her own open doorway. She offered a small smile. "Sleep well," she said. Chapter 11. Reacher woke himself at 6 the next morning. 2 minutes later, he heard footsteps in the hotel hallway. Footsteps approached with deliberate caution, a soft, measured sound against the hallway floor. A slip of paper appeared, sliding silently into the room from beneath the door, followed by the quick retreating patter of someone hastening away. Reacher rolled from the bed and peered through the door's spy hole. The fisheye lens warped the view, but the departing figure was unmistakable. Amber Smith, her shoes in hand, hurrying down the corridor. He retrieved the note, unfolding it to see her sharp, angular handwriting. She wrote that she couldn't give him a ride to the office. She had to get an early start to follow up on some leads she'd activated yesterday. She sensed a major development was imminent. Her suggestion was for him to ask Nielsen for a lift instead, and she signed off with her initials. Reacher crumpled the paper, tossed it aside, then showered, dressed, and went downstairs. He ate 2 bagels slathered with cream cheese, drank 2 cups of black coffee, and left the hotel without catching a glimpse of Nielsen. The walk to the commandeered building took 14 minutes. A new security guard was posted at the entrance, a change from the day before. After showing his ID, Reacher moved down the hall, unlocked his assigned room, and stepped inside. Two things immediately caught his attention. A fresh fax had arrived in the tray, and the answering machine's light was no longer a steady red. It blinked rhythmically, 3 flashes a pause, then 3 flashes again, like a persistent, silent SOS. Reacher settled into the chair and hit play. The first voice was Agent Ottoways from Chicago. She'd tracked down a former colleague of Amber Smith's. The report was that Smith had been a solid agent until a personal family crisis sent her off course. Next came his CIA contact. The word on Kent Nielsen was that he'd been a fast-rising talent, banking enough goodwill to coast for a while, but that credit was now nearly exhausted. Few believed he could turn things around. The final message was from his brother Joe, brief and to the point as usual. Joe said he'd found no record of a Gary Walsh at Treasury and ended with a terse warning to be careful. The first 2 updates aligned with what Reacher had observed at the bar and afterward. Joe's news, however, was concerning. Joe was meticulous. If a trail existed, he'd have found it. This meant Reacher would have to look elsewhere, but that would have to wait. He had preparations to make before the morning briefing. He picked up the new fax. It was from the Army's National Personnel Records Center. Laying it beside the previous day's reports on the desk, he began to scan the list of names, searching for a hidden link, a thread that might lead to a killer. It was the dog Sophie, a golden retriever, that ultimately kept Lucy Adam alive. Lucy and her husband Charlie were having breakfast on their patio, nestled between the house and the glass railing at the cliff's edge. The meal was light yogurt, fresh fruit, coffee, and orange juice. Charlie, who would have much preferred a hearty omelet loaded with bacon and sausage, was sulking over his recent struggle to button his pants. This new, healthier regimen was doing nothing for his morning temperament. He glowered through the meal, hunched and silent, and when Sophie dropped her chew toy at his feet, he gave it a resentful kick. "Come on, sweetie," Lucy said, standing up and shooting her husband a look. "Pay no attention to Grumpy over here. Let's you and I go for a walk." Lucy went inside to find her shoes and the leash. Charlie waited until she and Sophie had headed north along the cliff path before he pushed his bowl away in disgust. Charlie pushed himself up from the chair and headed to the kitchen. He returned moments later, clutching a bag of croissants, but he didn't sit. He stopped near the table, listening intently. He was sure he'd heard something. Then it came again, a little clearer this time, a woman's voice carrying from somewhere along the cliff's edge, uttering a single, sharp word, "Help!" The pastries tumbled from his hand onto the table as Charlie hurried to the railing. He leaned over, peering down, and spotted a figure just a few feet below. It was a woman, perhaps in her late 20s, with a slim, athletic build and dark hair. She was stretched out on one of the narrow, weather-carved ledges that lined the rock face, a spot that could be reached from the distant beach with a strenuous climb. Charlie had mapped out a few possible ascents years ago, back when they first bought the house, and he was younger and more agile. The truly treacherous sections were far lower. Where she lay was stable, with little risk of an accidental fall unless she chose to roll off. He studied her carefully, searching for any sign of injury. He saw no blood on her head or clothing, no limbs twisted at odd angles. "Do you need help?" he called down. The woman replied, "No, but you do." A sudden, brutal impact struck Charlie's back, hurling him against the railing. His hips smashed into the top rail, folding him painfully over the edge. He struggled to push himself upright, but a heavy pressure held him down, 2 hands, he realized, planted firmly between his shoulder blades. Roberta Sanson sat up smoothly. "Only one person can help you. Now, Charlie, yourself." She pulled a folded paper from her pocket and held it before his eyes. "Read these names. Tell me which one is missing." "I can't," Charlie gasped. "I don't have my glasses." Roberta shook her head, tucking the list away. "Fine, then recite them. Name everyone who was part of your research team in India, 1969. Charlie stayed silent. Roberta seized his wrist while Veronica eased the pressure on his back, grabbed his ankles, and began to lift. "No!" Charlie thrashed and kicked, only succeeding in grinding his hips harder against the unforgiving rail. "Let me go." "We will," Roberta said calmly. "Just give us the missing name, then we'll let you go, and you'll never see us again. I promise." For a long moment, Charlie said nothing. The agony in his hips was becoming excruciating. Finally, with a whimper, he rattled off 6 names. "And?" Roberta pressed. "And what, that's everyone?" "No, you're missing one." "I'm not, you are. Come on, complete the set." "There is no one else. I was there from the beginning, I should know." "Oh, and Buck told us there was." Buck was unhinged, paranoid. He was always whispering about secrets, threatening to go to the authorities, but he never did. You know why? Because there was nothing to tell. There was plenty to tell, he told us. We believed him. Now we want the name. I don't know any other name. Last chance, there's no one else. All right, if that's how you want it. Veronica hoisted Charlie's legs higher until he slid forward, his hands scraping the ground. Roberta stood and locked her arms around his knees. In one fluid motion, Veronica swung over the railing and took hold of his right leg while Roberta kept a firm grip on his left. Roberta met her sister's eyes and mouthed a silent count. 1, 2, 3. Together they heaved his legs forward toward the open ocean. The momentum carried him over the small ledge Roberta had occupied and out into empty space. He plummeted downward, cartwheeling through the air, bouncing off jagged rocks until he struck the beach head first. The impact drove him several inches into the sand and snapped his neck cleanly in two. Christopher Baglin opened the meeting by announcing the news of Michael Reimer's drowning. When he finished, a heavy silence filled the room. No one spoke. Gary Walsh simply stared out the window, his expression unreadable. Amber Smith's expression was tight with irritation. Kent Nielsen appeared disheveled, as if he'd spent the night outdoors and was now bewildered to find himself in a conference room. Baglin leaned forward, his voice low and urgent. "Another man is dead, even under our watch. That tells you the caliber of threat we're facing. I need leads. Reacher, start us off. What do you have?" Reacher pushed a single sheet of paper across the wide table. It listed 5 names. 4 were drawn from the correlations he'd run in his office down the hall. He had hoped for a longer list, but the data was stubborn. In 1969, the Chemical Corps had 3,798 personnel. Only 157 had children who later joined the Army. From that pool, just one had been absent without leave during the relevant period, with 3 others having already left the service. Baglin glanced at the paper. "Your confidence?" "Somewhere between low and very low." Baglin gave a curt nod. "Smith?" Smith passed over a page folded neatly in half. Baglin opened it to reveal 6 names written in a sharp, angular hand, the same script Reacher had seen at the hotel. Smith's tone was respectful but firm. "With all due respect to the others, sir, I believe their focus is misplaced. The evidence points away from a lone operator. We're looking at multiple assets working for the same organization. One brain, many hands. That's the only way to explain the variations in method across the crime scenes." Baglin straightened in his chair. "An intriguing angle. And this organization? Career KGB operatives? The name's changed, but the game hasn't. Confidence level high, extremely high. Good. They get top priority, Walsh." Walsh reluctantly pulled his gaze from the window. "I've got nothing. Nothing, not a single name. Not one. The work those scientists did, the materials they handled, it doesn't translate to the civilian world. My well is completely dry." Baglin shot Walsh a hard look before turning. "Nielsen?" Nielsen retrieved a crisp sheet of paper from his jacket pocket. 4 names were inscribed in a precise cobalt blue script. "My confidence is also low to very low. I wish the facts supported more, but they simply don't." Baglin collected the pages, tapped them into a neat stack, and stood. "Keep digging, exhaust every angle. Read tea leaves or throw chicken bones if it helps. I need more names in case these lead nowhere. Pagers will be delivered to each of you this afternoon. Wear them at all times. If something breaks after hours, you have 15 minutes to get back here. Questions? Reacher spoke up. Any reports of scientists from other projects being targeted? Baglin shook his head. None. This is the only one. The phone rang at the Pentagon again at 11:21 a.m. Eastern, an unscheduled interruption. The officer who answered listened, replaced the receiver, and then stepped out to dial Charles Stammeron's car phone. Stammeron had just settled into the back seat after a frustrating meeting at the White House. He snatched up the handset. This better be good news. The officer took a steadying breath. Charlie Adam is dead. He fell from the cliff behind his house. His wife came back from walking the dog and couldn't find him. She assumed he'd gone to the store, but his car was still in the garage. Then she noticed an unusual number of gulls circling near the beach. She looked down and saw his body. The medical examiner confirmed the cause was injuries from the fall. The safety rail is up to code, so he couldn't have fallen accidentally, not unless he climbed over himself and then slipped. Agents verified no one entered or left the property, so foul play seems unlikely. Mrs. Adam is understandably in shock. Adam acknowledged her husband had been showing symptoms of depression lately, yet she firmly dismissed any suggestion that he had taken his own life. Stammeron settled back into the soft leather, his thoughts turning to Charlie Adam. Of all the project members, Adam was the one he knew the least. He'd always come across as somewhat abrasive and a bit too concerned with his own image. Stammeron couldn't claim to predict Adam's actions in most scenarios, but this was different. He was convinced Adam hadn't jumped, and he was equally sure it wasn't an accidental fall. As improbable as it seemed, this was murder. He felt it in his bones. This wasn't really about Adam. It was about someone systematically eliminating the scientists, one after another. Now only one remained, Pritchard, and Pritchard was still nowhere to be found. That fact could work to their advantage, or it could be a disaster in the making. As much as it grated on him, Stammeron knew they had to start planning for the worst. He sat up straight, his voice firm. Look at it this way. We know where the killer is going to strike next. We know Pritchard won't be there. We can set a trap, but I want a backup plan just in case. Is Baglin still heading the task force? Yes, sir. Tell him to keep digging for names. If we can ID this bastard before he reaches Pritchard's place, that's ideal. But I also want him to pivot. There's something else I need him to find. A pager arrived at Reacher's office just after 1 in the afternoon. He'd seen professionals clip them to their belts, but that felt too showy for his taste, so he just stuffed it into his jacket pocket. 5 minutes later, it began to beep, a soft chirp that quickly escalated into an insistent grating alarm. By the time he fumbled it out and found the right button, the noise was practically shouting. He shoved it back into his pocket, figuring it was some kind of system test or activation signal. Then he heard doors banging open and the rapid thud of footsteps in the hallway and realized the alert was genuine. When Reacher entered the boardroom, Christopher Baglin was already seated at the head of the table, the other 3 just taking their places. Reacher circled to his own chair, sat and crossed his arms. Baglin's weary posture and grim expression told him more bad news was coming. We've lost another one, Baglin announced, his eyes scanning each face. Charlie Adam, from Project 192, officially he jumped or fell from a cliff behind his California home. But let's be honest, nobody's buying that as a coincidence. He was murdered by the same person who killed the others. Or by someone else from the same organization, Smith suggested. Baglin shot her a sharp look before conceding. I suppose we can't rule out a team at this point, but here's the reality. Only one scientist is left alive. Protection for him will be at an absolute maximum. But we've already seen our perpetrator is skilled at bypassing security. It's like he's a ghost. The safer move is to intercept him before he gets close, and to do that, we need to know who he is. So I need all of you to think bigger, be more creative. In short, I need more names, and I needed them yesterday. Understood. 4 nods answered him around the table. Good, Baglin continued. If you find anything urgent, page me. Otherwise, we'll meet again at 900 now. One more thing. Reacher and Nielsen, you've been checking for relatives of the 60s-era scientists within your services. Anyone who died recently or is gravely ill. That's solid logic. but I want you to broaden the scope. The scientist and the killer don't necessarily have to be related. They could be old friends, comrades from some counterculture group, or hell, the current guy could just be a hired hand. So stop fixating on the exact connection for now. We can puzzle that out later. Just look at anyone linked, however loosely, to the program back in the 60s. Roberta and Veronica Sanson made their stolen Jeep vanish. They left it in the long-term parking at LAX, wiped it down thoroughly, and walked away without a backward glance. There was no discussion about their next move. They didn't need to choose a destination from a list. They knew precisely where they were headed and had a clear plan to get there without drawing a single eye. Roberta boarded a Delta flight to Washington National. Veronica took a United flight to Dulles. Both paid in cash with forged identification. To further obscure their trail, they decided to spend one night at separate airport hotels. The next morning, each would procure a new vehicle through less than legal means and begin the final leg of their journey toward the coast. The meeting concluded, and Reacher's afternoon unfolded with a familiar, tedious rhythm. Phone calls, faxes, and endless lists of names. It was nothing to get excited about, but nothing he could rightly complain about either. At 5:10, Smith knocked on his door and offered a ride to the hotel, which Reacher accepted. Nielsen was waiting in the lot and suggested returning to the same restaurant, a proposal neither Smith nor Reacher opposed. They met in the hotel lobby at 6 and walked over. The same fine drizzle began to fall, the bar was quiet, so they took their previous table, and the same waitress came for their order. Nielsen bypassed champagne this time, going straight for whiskey. Reacher and Smith stayed with beer. Reacher waited until the food arrived and his companions were on their second round before speaking up. One of the names I gave Baglin was for an AWOL soldier, he said. Had nothing to do with the task force. I did it to save myself the hassle of tracking him down later. Nielsen finished his drink and set the glass down with a soft click. Why tell us now? You were playing things pretty close to the vest last night because of something you said about the importance of trust. It's even more critical now. Why? I knew a Navy guy once years back. He had a saying. He said if you don't know which port you're sailing for, then every wind is a bad wind. Do you get that? Smith asked Nielsen. I'm not following, Reacher said. It means if you don't know what you're aiming at, you'll always miss. Take this detail we're on. How are we supposed to draw any real conclusions when we don't even know what's really happening? Smith shook his head. Haven't you been listening? Bioweapon research, dead scientists, revelations that could embarrass the country? That pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? Wrong. The pieces don't fit the way Baglin claims. Think it through. Someone alleges the U.S. did secret research to find antidotes for bioweapons. So what? Why deny it? Of course we did it. We had to. It'd be more embarrassing if we hadn't. It'd be downright negligent. You're being too reasonable. We're talking about the public, civilians. The whole idea of bioweapons freaks them out. They picture people bleeding from their eyes and babies born with deformities, which is exactly why we'd need antidotes. Again, forget logic. This is about emotion. It's about something we're not being shown. Think about the last thing Baglin said today. He wants names of scientists from the 60s. Why? They can't be the ones trying to uncover what was done. They already know they were the ones doing it, I suppose. And there were multiple projects like this. None of the others have been targeted. Why this one? What makes it special? I don't know. Does it matter? The tide is turning. I can feel it. If that last scientist dies or if some other secret spills, the entire focus will shift to blame. The original act won't be the scandal. Our failure to contain it will be, and like Nielsen said, we've all got some dings on our records right now. Do you have people lining up to defend you? Because I sure don't. So what do? We start by getting the real story on Project 192. How? Turn on our own? Start digging? Twist some arms? She asked. Not a chance, he replied. That won't accomplish anything to save that scientist, and ourselves. We have to step outside our usual lanes. We need to work together. That means trust. A brief silence hung between them before Nielsen spoke. 2 names on my list were personal. They're bad men. Absolutely. The world is safer with them locked away or gone for good, but they have no connection to the task force. Smith nodded slowly. All 6 of mine are the same violent criminals, but unrelated to the dead scientists. She paused, considering Project 192 is a joint Army-CIA operation. Are you saying you and Nielsen should pressure some contacts, bend a few rules? Is that the plan? No, he said firmly. It would be a waste of time. We'd only find 2 types of people, those who know nothing and those who know but won't talk. If we want the truth about what our government was doing back in the 60s, there's only one reliable source. That's where you come in, the FBI. Try the other side, the KGB. Chapter 12. Roberta and Veronica Sanson were under no illusions. The final name on their list, Neville Pritchard, the last surviving technician from the 1969 India lab, was almost certainly a trap waiting to be sprung. Whoever was protecting him would know they were coming and would have every resource focused on that location. The sensible choice was to walk away, to be satisfied with what they'd already uncovered. But Pritchard held the one identity they desperately needed, the key to unlocking the entire secret, so, wise or not, they were going to his house. Their minds were made up, but that didn't mean they had to be reckless. They met at dawn at a derelict gas station 5 miles outside Annapolis, just as planned. Roberta was behind the wheel of a white Toyota Corolla, lifted from Washington National Airport. Veronica had acquired a Dodge Caravan from a hotel near Dulles. Previously, they had scouted locations together, but anticipating heightened surveillance, they decided to use both vehicles. They would make 2 separate passes from opposite directions and then compare notes. Roberta went first, heading south toward Back Creek. She drove precisely at the speed limit, meticulously obeying every traffic signal. Veronica followed, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 cars behind. When she was 2 blocks from Pritchard Street, she pulled over beside a row of tall, overgrown hedges and waited. 3 minutes later, she spotted Roberta's Toyota returning. She gave no sign of recognition, waited another minute, then pulled back onto the road and approached the house. She drove past slowly enough to get a clear view, but quickly enough to avoid suspicion, then continued to a patch of scrubby grass overlooking the water, where she parked beside her sister. After wiping down the van's interior, she hopped out and slid into the passenger seat of the Toyota. I counted 4 lookout cars, Roberta said. Same here, Veronica confirmed. 4 cars, but only one clear approach. We're going to need disguises, a convincing story, and a completely different vehicle. Reacher was already up, dressed, and sitting on the edge of his bed when Amber Smith knocked on his hotel room door at 8 o'clock sharp. He let her in. Her eyes were bright with excitement, and she was practically vibrating with energy. "We're making progress," she announced. "My team worked through the night. They've narrowed it down to 3 strong possibilities. 3 former KGB officers who defected. I'm still waiting for the full dossiers to come through." They rode the elevator down together, making a quick stop in the breakfast room for coffee and bagels before Smith drove them the mile to the task force's temporary headquarters. For the next 45 minutes, she sat in her office staring at her phone as if she could will it to ring. Reacher, for his part, was perfectly content that his own phone remained silent. He gathered the pages that had slid from the fax machine, scanning the listed names to prepare for his morning discussion with Christopher Baglin. Leaning back, he closed his eyes and let the bluesy strains of Magic Slim fill his thoughts. Baglin arrived late, not disastrously so, but enough to leave him flushed and slightly winded as he hurried into the boardroom. The other 4 were already seated in their usual spots. Quiet Reacher was on his second cup of coffee. Each handed over their latest batch of names, except for Walsh, who had come up empty again. Reacher started to suspect the man might be angling for a transfer back to the Treasury, if that was even his real origin. He mentally flagged a reminder to check in with his brother Joe about it. With no new intelligence or instructions shared, Reacher was back at his desk within 10 minutes. Not 5 minutes later, Smith rapped on his door and entered without waiting. "I've heard from my contacts," she said. "One lead is a dead end, literally. The man died while training for a dog sled race in Alaska. He should have known better at his age. The other 2 look promising, though. One's based in Oregon." "The other is right here in D.C., Reacher asked. What do we know about the local one? He runs a cafe with a Russian theme, and honestly, he sounds like a total lunatic. He was a KGB colonel who defected in '74. He turned down the standard new identity and relocation package in exchange for more cash and the chance to stay in the city to craft his own cover. He's made a fortune serving politicians bizarre dishes they'd never try at home. He goes by, and I double-checked this, His Royal Highness Prince Sarb of Windsor. As in Windsor, England? It's a reference to some tall tale he supposedly spun right before he left the Soviets. He claimed he was stationed in London in the late '50s when MI5 caught his scent. With his escape routes compromised, he approached the British and pretended to be the illegitimate son of a Hungarian aristocrat. He said he was connected to intelligence circles there and had information on the very Russian spy they were chasing. The Brits apparently took his knowledge of their target as proof he was legitimate, so they hired him to catch himself, which, of course, he never did. If any of that is true, which I seriously doubt. What was his expertise? His last 2 assignments were in Southeast Asia. During his post-defection debriefing, he had plenty to say about chemical and biological operations. Sounds like he's worth a visit, I suppose. Although, Reacher, are we out of our minds? Is this guy really going to just talk to us if we show up at his door? Normally, arranging something like this takes months of negotiation. Oh, he'll talk. Strangers always open up to me. I'm a real people person, haven't you noticed? He said, his tone shifting from serious to dryly sarcastic. It's a gift. They see my charming smile and just can't help themselves. Meanwhile, 8 pairs of eyes tracked a UPS truck as it meandered down Neville Pritchard Street. It moved unevenly, speeding up and slowing down as if the driver was searching for an address. The agent in the lead car picked up the secure phone mounted between the front seats. He dialed a number at the Pentagon, asking his controller to identify which UPS depot covered the area and to verify whether the truck was legitimate. The truck pulled level with Pritchard's driveway, then turned and crept toward the house. The agent's phone rang. His controller confirmed the local UPS manager had vouched for the vehicle. The agent was relieved but not entirely convinced. Pritchard hadn't received any deliveries during their entire surveillance, and he wasn't home now, so it made little sense for him to be expecting a package. The agent switched the phone for his radio, pressed the transmit button, and said, "Possible contact." Stand by, the delivery truck finally reached Pritchard's garage before shuddering to a halt. It idled for a moment, trembling as it coughed exhaust into the crisp morning. The driver remained inside. Then, with a low growl, the vehicle began a clumsy, laborious turn. It jerked back and forth, sawing at the narrow driveway, pausing awkwardly when it was sideways, as if the driver needed a moment to collect their fraying patience. With another lurch, it completed the turn and crept back onto the road, rolling forward another 30 feet before stopping dead, now perfectly framed in the sightline of the 3rd surveillance car, the only one with a clear view of the garage door. The agent behind the wheel rolled down his window. He saw the driver was a woman. He elbowed his partner with a look that said, "Well, that figures," then gestured impatiently for her to move along. She might have replied, but it was impossible to tell. A large square of surgical gauze was taped across the side of her face as if from a recent mishap. She did return his wave, however, though she used a notably different number of fingers. Crouched inside the darkened garage, Roberta Sanson pressed her back against the cold metal door. The thick wool of her balaclava muffled sound, but couldn't completely block the truck's erratic symphony, the wheeze, the groan, the stop and start. She visualized each meticulously planned step of its progress. The truck remained motionless on the road far longer than anticipated. She held her breath, her mind conjuring agents swarming the vehicle, yanking open the door, and dragging Veronica from the cab. She pictured the disguise being torn away, then the engine sputtered back to life. The truck puttered off, its departure marked by no squealing tires, no sounds of pursuit. Roberta allowed herself a sliver of relief. Her eyes fixed on the interior door leading into the house, a barrier hiding an unknown world. She edged along the flank of Pritchard's sedan until her gloved hand found the doorknob. She took a steadying breath, twisted, shoved, and threw herself through the opening in a controlled dive. She hit the floor, rolled, and sprang back to her feet in one fluid motion, spinning a full circle with her fists raised, braced for an impact that never came. The hallway was empty, no Pritchard, no agents. Roberta advanced with deliberate silence, placing each foot with care. She didn't know Pritchard's routines, but the hour suggested he wouldn't still be asleep. No water ran from a shower, no clatter came from a kitchen. Based on the house's layout she'd studied from outside, she guessed the living room lay behind the last door down the hall. She moved toward it, a shadow in the stillness. She passed the first door. It swung open. A man emerged, late 20s, stocky build, cropped hair, dressed head to toe in tactical black. He held a pistol, definitely not Pritchard. The man smirked at Roberta, plucked a radio from his belt and held it to his ear. "Contact," he said, his voice dripping with smugness. "You owe me 50? He did show up. Only get this. He's a she. Hold your positions. We'll bring her out in a minute." Of course I showed up, Roberta thought, a spike of cold anger cutting through her focus. Why wouldn't I? Because they already have Pritchard. Then her body moved before the thought finished. She drove her knuckles into his throat. He stumbled backward, a choked gurgle escaping him as his gun and radio clattered on the polished hardwood. He clutched his neck, his face purpling as he fought for air. 2 more doors flew open. 2 more men, young and armed, filled the hallway. Roberta's mind raced. Why would they assume I'd think Pritchard was in custody? None of the others were. Then a 4th figure appeared at the top of the staircase. A new, unsettling thought crystallized. Wait, maybe Pritchard isn't in custody at all. Maybe he never was. She lunged forward. The nearest agent, overconfident, held his ground, letting her close the distance. It was the last mistake he would ever make. She coiled as if to strike again, but instead drove the edge of her foot hard into the man's knee. She didn't have size on her side, but raw force and forward motion were more than enough. He screamed, toppling sideways, rebounding off the wall before curling around his shattered leg with a whimper. Roberta didn't hesitate, delivering a brutal kick to the side of his head. After that, he didn't move or make a sound. Could Pritchard have fled, gotten a warning, heard what happened to his crew? The 3rd man took a step forward, lifting his pistol to aim at her center mass. She seized his wrist with her left hand, twisting to torque his elbow, then slammed her right forearm down to shatter the joint. A punch to his solar plexus stole his breath. Another under his jaw scrambled his senses. Releasing his wrist, she took a half-step back, her leg whipping up and around in a rising arc of devastating speed connecting with his temple. She wasn't particularly tall, but she was agile and lightning fast. He was unconscious before his body met the floor. Maybe they think I have his location, or maybe they're as clueless as I am. I need to tread carefully here. 4 vehicles still idled outside. The 4th man had already reached the base of the stairs. He turned to face her, gun raised but keeping a cautious distance. "I owe you, thanks, miss," he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "These boys will never hear the end of this, getting dismantled by a woman. The teasing I'll get to do? Absolutely priceless, but playtime's over. You're a slight thing, but nobody misses from this range. Especially not me. I'm a damn fine shot, so quit it, turn around. Put your hands behind your back." Roberta stood motionless for several seconds, as if pondering words of such deep wisdom she could scarcely comprehend them. Then her head dropped, her shoulders slumped, and she slowly turned, presenting her back to him. He moved quickly, not wanting her to reconsider or attempt a stunt. He snapped a plastic restraint around her wrists and yanked it tight. Leaning in so close she could feel his breath on her neck, he murmured, "That was quite a show. I genuinely didn't see it coming, I'll admit. Was it you who finished off the other 5 men, too?" Roberta's voice was flat. "They didn't see it coming either. But then men have a proud tradition of underestimating women. Wouldn't you agree if you didn't? More of you might still be breathing? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Regardless, we're leaving." He shoved her toward the door. "Someone wants a conversation with you. I won't say a word. Not until you tell me something first. I need to know. Did you find it? Was it here? Or was Pritchard feeding you lies? What in the world are you talking about? Pritchard's ledger, the one with all the dates, times, and locations recorded. That's what I came for. Don't lie. You came to kill Pritchard just like the others, you as much as said so. But you're late to the party, you didn't know. Pritchard's vanished. You have no idea where he is. I know precisely where he is. He's right where I left him. The man spun her around to face him. You have him? Roberta offered a slow, deliberate wink. He stared, incredulous. He's alive for the moment until that book is securely in my hands. Do you have any idea how much that thing is worth? A fortune? We could share it? Where is he? Somewhere safe, for now. But if I don't return to him soon, that situation might become less stable. Tell me where. How can I be more clear? No. The man's eyes hardened. You really don't understand how this works, do you? He pressed the muzzle of the gun under her chin, held it there, then slowly dragged it down her neck. He continued the menacing path, over her chest, between her breasts, across her stomach, all the way to the top of her thighs. This operation has approval from the very top. The absolute highest level. I could carve you into a dozen pieces and they'd pin a separate medal on my chest for every single one. And if I decided to do something else to you before that, no one would ever know. The same goes for my friends when they come around. I doubt you're on their nice list, are you? Roberta's eyes widened. Her voice jumped an octave higher. Head back toward town, she said. Go east on Route 450, then north on Highway 2. Just past the 17th mile marker, you'll spot a blue boathouse on the right. He's inside in the sail locker, tied up and gagged. The man gave Roberta's cheek a condescending pat. See? That wasn't so difficult. He lifted his radio and repeated her directions, then added, Move out, all units. Situations contained here. I'll handle her questioning personally. Out. Roberta waited until the rumble of the engines had faded into the distance. Contained, she muttered under her breath. Then she lunged forward, driving her knee into the man's groin with every bit of strength and rage she possessed. The force was so fierce, she nearly lifted off the ground, stopped only by his solid frame. He let out a sharp scream, his knees gave way, and he crumpled forward, clutching himself. He retched, spat, then rolled onto his side, settling into a long, piercing wail. Roberta looked down at him and said, There you have it, underestimating a woman yet again. When will you people ever learn? Chapter 13. Amber Smith pulled the car into a loading zone about a block from the cafe run by the Soviet defector. She stepped out, and Reacher and Nielsen met her on the sidewalk. They covered the remaining distance on foot. Their destination was a place called the Tsar's Tea Room, occupying the ground floor of a modest, low-rise office building in what passed for a trendy part of the city. A bright red awning stretched over the entrance, and the facade was plastered with gaudy paintings of onion domes, storybook cathedrals, and double-headed eagles. It certainly made a statement, though Reacher, no interior design critic, felt pretty confident it wasn't a good one. Smith entered first. Inside, a waiting area near the door held a row of green velvet armchairs against the wall. There was a coat check, a maitre d's lectern, and plenty of tables, four tops arranged like chessboard squares in the middle, and larger rectangular tables along the edges, all dressed in white linens and set with polished silver and dainty cups and saucers. Reacher shook his head. This wasn't some nostalgic slice of the owner's past. Nobody had lived like this in the Soviet Union, that was for sure. What was on offer here was pure fantasy. Only 3 customers were scattered between 2 of the smaller tables, and a single waiter was on duty. He ambled over to the lectern. Table for 3? Here for breakfast or brunch? Reacher said. We need to see the owner. The waiter looked startled. He isn't here. We'll wait. Okay, I suppose. As long as you order something and don't keep a table of other guests, we'll wait in his office. The waiter shook his head. That won't be possible. Are you certain about that? Reacher began moving toward the rear of the room. The waiter scurried after him, fluttering anxiously like a worried kid. Smith and Nielsen trailed a few steps behind. Reacher wound through the tables until he reached an embroidered red and gold curtain draped across a doorway in the back wall, positioned between 2 oversized paintings of stern old men in antique military uniforms sitting atop calm white horses. He pulled the curtain aside, revealing a small vestibule and a staircase leading up. A man was perched on a wooden stool at the bottom step. He stood up as tall as Reacher, but with a chest so broad his arms couldn't hang straight at his sides. He fixed them with a glare, but stayed silent. The waiter hurried up, saying, "I'm sorry, Sergey. This gentleman is lost. I'm sure he didn't mean to trespass." The waiter rose onto his toes, leaning closer to Reacher, and dropped his voice. "Come on now. Let me get you seated at a table. If you're willing to spend a significant amount on champagne, caviar, maybe even a whole roast pig, then this minor error can be forgotten. Sergey remains here. You may go. He won't touch you." Reacher stayed silent. He had anticipated someone like Sergey would be stationed there. It verified the stairs led to a crucial area, ideally to the proprietor's private office. That likely meant additional security, probably men of similar or greater size, probably carrying weapons, prepared to rush down and eliminate any threat at the first hint of a problem. This was unfortunate for Sergey. It left no time for Reacher to extend an offer of surrender. He had to proceed directly, so he tilted his head back slightly, just enough to create some leverage. He tensed the muscles in his neck, chest, and core. Then he launched himself forward, bending sharply at the waist and driving his forehead directly into Sergey's face. It was a savage, raw, and utterly destructive maneuver, the kind Reacher preferred most. Sergey had no advance notice, no moment to respond, no opportunity to protect himself. His nose and cheekbones fractured, cartilage was pulverized, teeth scattered across the carpet, blood poured onto his shirt as he collapsed backward, lying motionless partly on the floor and partly on the staircase. Reacher turned to the waiter, brushed a speck of blood from his brow, and stated, "We're heading upstairs. If anyone is waiting for us, I will return, and what I did to Sergey, I will do to you, understood?" Reacher carefully stepped over Sergey's still form and started up the stairs. It took Smith and Nielsen a moment to follow. Reacher's sudden explosion of force had caught them off guard. Reacher emerged into a hallway that stretched across the full width of the building. There was a window at either end, 6 doors on one side and 4 on the other. The walls were painted a muted almond shade, marred by scuffs and dents at various heights along their length. Light came from bare bulbs and plastic fixtures spaced along the ceiling. One was flickering, dangling loosely from its wires. Away from the public dining area, the place hovered somewhere between a dump and a serious fire risk. Reacher mused. Perhaps the cafe wasn't as profitable as it seemed. Or maybe the management team with their old-school backgrounds weren't particularly concerned with high decor standards or basic safety, or perhaps they simply didn't care. Smith and Nielsen caught up in the corridor just as the nearest door burst open. A man strode out. He could have been Sergey's identical twin, same height, same solid build, the same aggressive posture. Only this guy didn't pause. He lowered his head and began a full-speed charge. Reacher pointed to the far side of the hallway and barked, "Move!" He glanced right to confirm Smith and Nielsen were clear, then stepped the opposite way. Toward the charging man, he set his stance, waited until collision seemed unavoidable, then sidestepped swiftly and pressed himself against the wall. The man was alongside him, almost past, still on a path to plow into the other two. Reacher reached out. He seized the man's collar and belt, planted his feet, and pivoted with all his strength. It felt like his arms were being torn from their sockets, but he held on. He waited until the man had swung through a 90-degree arc, so he was no longer aligned with the corridor, but was now facing directly down the stairwell. Then Reacher released his grip. The man's speed had diminished slightly, but he still carried considerable momentum, enough to send him flying halfway down the staircase before he even touched a step. When he finally made contact, his arms were flung out above his head in an instinctive, futile attempt to cushion his fall. It did stop him momentarily, but it also shattered his wrists and collarbones. It slowed his upper body, but not his legs, causing them to whip up and over his head, sending him tumbling the rest of the way down in a violent cartwheel. He landed in a tangled heap on the floor beyond the bottom step, partly on top of his unconscious look-alike. More terrible luck for Sergey. Reacher thought, Not without a hint of grim satisfaction at the poetic justice of the pileup, Reacher scanned the empty hallway, his options limited to 10 identical doors. Their target was behind one of them, provided he was even in the building. The muscle posted outside strongly suggested he was. Reacher's reasoning was simple. A man who hid behind pompous, fabricated titles was almost certainly vain, and a vain man would keep his protection nearby as a status symbol. He focused on the door the Sergei double had burst from, now left slightly ajar. Pressing his ear to the gap, he detected the soft shuffle of papers, the groan of a leather chair adjusting under weight, and the steady, untroubled rhythm of multiple people breathing. With a casual nudge of his shoulder, Reacher pushed the door open and ambled in as if he were clocking out after a dull day at a desk job, projecting an air of utter unconcern. The room was long, paneled in dark wood with a window at the opposite end. A substantial desk dominated the space, and behind it sat a man with a blocky head, a wide, bald forehead, and closely set, narrow eyes. His shoulders were broad enough to strain the fabric of his suit. 4 other men occupied the room. 2 were seated on simple chairs before the desk. 2 more were positioned near the left wall. All wore tailored suits, but they seemed diminutive compared to the bruisers Reacher had already dealt with downstairs. Even seated, their lack of height was apparent, maybe 5'8" or 5'10" at most. Their heads were shaved, their eyes alert and darting. They had the wiry, enduring build of men who could march for days under a heavy load. These weren't mere intimidators. They had the look of former special operators, likely ex-Spetsnaz. The giants on the staircase were just for show, meant to frighten the uninitiated. These 4 were the real solution if things turned ugly, or so their boss believed. Reacher stopped in the middle of the room and fixed the man at the desk with a look of profound disinterest, the kind usually reserved for inspecting a used tissue. Smith and Nielsen had followed him in, but lingered near the doorway. In unison, all 4 seated men rose. They shifted fluidly, forming a tight square around Reacher, with no one exposing their back to the newcomers. Reacher was now neatly contained. The setup was tactically sound. In this confined space, their numbers worked to neutralize Reacher's advantages, his sheer mass and reach. In an open area, 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1, they'd never get close enough to land a blow without him disabling them first from a distance. But here they could converge from all sides. Sure, the first 1 or 2 would likely get badly hurt, but if the others pressed the assault, they stood a real chance. The formation was clever, with 2 men positioned behind Reacher outside his immediate sight. The odds were decidedly not in his favor, but then, when had they ever been? This feeling was a familiar companion stretching all the way back to his nomadic childhood, when he and his brother Joe would inevitably have to establish their place by trading blows with the local hard cases on the first day at yet another new school, in yet another unfamiliar country. He didn't need to see the men at his back to predict the play. One would make the first move. It didn't matter which, the only thing that mattered was that Reacher moved first. So he did. He pivoted sharply to his left, his arm rising and rotating to a horizontal position as he turned the side of his clenched fist, moving with gathering speed like a hammerhead, connected solidly with the jaw of the nearest attacker, the impact lifting the man clear off the floor. The impact sent him flying backward. His skull cracked against the wall, and he slumped to the floor, unconscious. Reacher pivoted, his weight shifting as he twisted and launched a powerful punch toward the man in the far corner. He aimed for the face, prioritizing raw force over precision. His opponent, however, was quick, anticipating the blow, and respecting the size difference, he crossed both forearms to block. The defense was solid, knocking Reacher's fist off course, sending it wide. But in that instant of contact, Reacher bent his arm. His elbow jerked sideways and connected with a sickening crunch against the man's nose. The guy dropped like a discarded coat. Reacher was already spinning back to the first corner. The man who had started there was now moving forward into suddenly empty space, their positions reversed. For a crucial second, he was blind and vulnerable. Reacher had a simple philosophy. When an enemy presents an opening, you take it. No second thoughts, no fair play nonsense. He stepped in close and delivered two rapid, knuckle-driven punches to the man's kidneys. As the man folded forward onto his knees, Reacher swung his leg and kicked him in the head with the force of a professional kicker. Only one remained standing. He had shifted to a position in front of the desk and was pulling a knife from his pocket. He thumbed a brass button and a vicious blade snapped out. Reacher's voice was flat. "Bring that near me and you'll be swallowing it." The man responded by waving the knife in a slow, taunting arc. "Consider yourself warned," Reacher said. He snatched up the vacated chair, turning it so the legs pointed outward like spears, and charged. The man was driven backward, his arms flailing uselessly, the knife finding no target. He stumbled against the desk and sprawled across its scarred surface. Reacher dropped the chair, pinned the knife hand, and used his forearm to crush the man's throat. He wrenched the wrist down, disarming him, planted a knee on his chest, and retrieved the knife, folding the blade away. Then he pinched the man's nose shut. The man held his breath, his face flushing crimson, eyes bulging. Finally, with a desperate gasp, his mouth flew open. Reacher shoved the folded knife deep inside until it lodged in his throat, then hauled him up and hurled him headfirst into the wall. The man behind the desk had wisely rolled his chair back from the chaos. After a moment, he stood, righted the fallen chair, and surveyed the unconscious forms with a cold eye. Then he focused on Reacher. He was shorter, but much heavier, with a narrow waist that made his chest and shoulders seem absurdly broad. For a heartbeat, he was still. Then he lunged, arms wide, aiming to tackle Reacher to the ground. Reacher met the charge. He drove forward, his elbow leading like an iron spike. It connected squarely with the bridge of the man's nose. His head snapped back, his legs flew out from under him, and he crashed onto his back, motionless. Smith stepped up beside Reacher, jabbing him in the arm. "What did you just do? How are we supposed to question him now?" Reacher didn't look at her, his gaze still on the fallen figure. "Relax. This isn't our guy. He can't be." It was all too simple for her liking. Roberta Sanson felt the agent deserved a longer, more drawn-out punishment, so she left him squirming on the floor, clutching himself until the sound of a delivery truck arriving next door finally reached her ears. Only then did she deliver a sharp kick to his temple, confirming he was unconscious before lying down on the rug herself. She stretched her plastic-cuffed arms as wide as they would go, then maneuvered her wrists down behind her legs and slipped her hands free from under her feet. Standing, she moved to the front door to let Veronica inside. Veronica immediately produced a blade and cut the restraints from Roberta's wrists, pulling her into a brief, tight hug. Her eyes scanned the incapacitated agents in the hallway. "You all right?" "Never better," Roberta replied, tugging off her ski mask. "You?" Veronica peeled the bandage from her cheek. "Did Pritchard talk? Give us the name." "He's gone. This was a trap." "Gone where?" "Nobody knows. He's vanished. We have to find where he went, and we're on the clock. I sent the surveillance team chasing a false lead, but they'll circle back. An hour and a half tops. He just ran. Probably got word about what happened to his former colleagues." Veronica fell silent for a beat, then turned her attention to the door frame. She pushed the door open and ran her fingertips over the wood near the lock. "I'm not so sure. Look here. This door was forced and then repaired recently. My guess is they tried to grab him, messed it up, and he managed to slip out. Could be, but the why isn't our problem right now. The where is everything. He was a career man. Cautious. He'd have a bug-out bag ready. Is his car here in the garage? Then he left on foot, or he had another vehicle stashed close by, something off the books. Had to be a vehicle. He's not a young man, and he'd need to carry gear. Walking or running would draw attention, especially if this went down at night. So what kind of ride? Where would he hide it? How would he reach it? If they came through the front, they'd have covered the back. The east side is wide open. No good for an escape. What about the west? We should check the garage." Roberta led the way, backtracking through the quiet house. The garage was compact. A single bay with just enough room for a workbench at the far end and overloaded shelves along the side walls. The bench was meticulously organized, tools hanging from a pegboard above it. The shelves, however, groaned under decades of accumulated junk auto parts, yard tools, obsolete kitchen appliances, and cans of non-perishable food, and there, center stage, sat the car, a stunning blood-red 1969 Camaro with a sleek black hood stripe. It was clearly Pritchard's pride and joy, cosmetically pristine, its paint glowing without a single flaw. A full-length maintenance pit ran the floor's length, suggesting he did his own mechanical work. The sisters began a methodical search, Roberta moving clockwise, Veronica counterclockwise, pressing and testing every board and panel on the walls. Nothing budged. Even poking the ceiling with a broom handle yielded only solid resistance. Frustration mounting, Roberta headed for the door. "Let's go. We're burning daylight." Veronica didn't move. "Hold on. I've got a thought. See a flashlight anywhere? Didn't spot one." Nodding, Veronica moved to the Camaro's front end and descended the steps into the maintenance pit. Moments later, the yellow glow of a drop light flared to life beneath the vehicle. She was down there for a good 2 minutes. When she reappeared, a triumphant grin spread across her face. "This is it. The pit has a side tunnel that comes up under a fake coal chute on the other side of this wall. It's his exit route. Has to be. Come on, follow me. Hurry. We need to determine his next destination." Reacher knelt and began searching the man's clothing. He retrieved a wallet and flipped it open, holding it so Smith could see a driver's license was visible behind a clear plastic window bearing the name Valery Kurzhakov. Raising his voice, Reacher mused, "I wonder what the Russian community in Washington, D.C. would think if they discovered Maxim Sarbatsky is such a pompous fraud. He doesn't merely invent aliases, but also uses a look-alike as a shield. They'd probably laugh. They'd definitely stop frequenting his quaint little cafe." A rough scraping noise came from the side of the room. A section of the wood-paneled wall behind the two chairs slid aside, revealing a man in the new opening. He wore a suit with a conspicuous bulge beneath his left arm. His head was shaved. He was tall, though not exceptionally so, and broad without being intimidating, somewhere in size between Sergei and the lean men now unconscious on the floor. Reacher said, "Any more friends back there? No offense, pal, but you won't get very far alone." "I'm not here to fight you," the man replied. He tapped the bulge under his jacket. "If I were," he then stepped back and motioned for Reacher to enter. Pleased, Reacher moved through the hidden doorway with Smith and Nielsen close behind. It opened into another room of identical dimensions. This space also had a window and a desk with two chairs facing it. A leather sofa was positioned to one side. The walls were adorned with paintings depicting 19th century battles. In the corner sat a console with a bank of 6 small square television screens, all displaying black and white live feeds, the room they had just left, the hallway, the staircase, 2 angles of the cafe, and one of the sidewalk outside. Reacher turned to the man seated behind the desk. "Enjoy the performance?" The man bore a striking resemblance to Kurshakov, except he was still conscious and sitting upright. He had the same barrel chest, wide shoulders, square head, small sharp eyes, and a heavy prominent brow. He stared back at Reacher and gave a slight shrug, as if to imply the spectacle had been mediocre. Reacher asked, "You're Sarbatsky?" The man bristled. "I am His Royal Highness, the Prince." "Save it," Reacher interrupted. "This is America. Whether you're a king's son or something else, it doesn't matter here." Sarbatsky glowered. "And you are?" "Jack Reacher. U.S. Army." "Army? All of you, essentially. What do you want?" "I'm here to do you a favor." "What sort of favor?" "Not reducing this place to ashes." "That's not a very generous offer. It's the best one you'll receive." "No doubt. And I suppose you want something in exchange." "Not much, just some information." "Why should I trust you? Why wouldn't you?" Reacher gestured toward the monitors. "You've seen this isn't a friendly visit. You can't make me cooperate. I have protection. Do you?" Reacher scanned the room. "Where is it? From the U.S. government. We have an agreement, a contract. It's airtight. Airtight. Interesting. But is it fireproof? Does it render this property and everything else you own completely immune to flames?" Sarbatsky remained silent. Is it soundproof? Does it guarantee that news of your location won't reach the people back home? The ones you undoubtedly betrayed to secure this arrangement. Sarbatsky crossed his arms, offering no reply. Reacher continued, I hear things are falling apart back there, crumbling completely. I imagine many of those individuals are looking to relocate, searching for a comfortable business to take over. Probably not planning to use money, though. Sarbatsky leaned back in his chair, pressing his fingertips together. Perhaps I could assist you with this information you seek, but I cannot simply hand it over. I have principles. I'll require something in return, such as a wrestling match would have been entertaining. You against a couple of my men watching a contest on a screen is one thing, but nothing compares to witnessing violence firsthand, does it? The raw, unfiltered reality of it is so much more satisfying. Sarbatsky let out a long breath. Wrestling? He said, a wistful note in his voice. I truly miss it. Never got into it myself, Reacher replied. Too many regulations always seemed pointless. Fine, then we drink. Sarbatsky yanked open a desk drawer, retrieving a heavy decanter of cut crystal filled with clear liquor and 2 matching tumblers. He set them down with a thud, filled both glasses nearly to the brim, and slid one across the polished wood toward Reacher. Sit. This first one is for trust. After that, you ask your question. Reacher moved toward a chair, his steps deliberate. He would have vastly preferred the direct physical approach he'd used with the Army driver back at Rock Island. Drinking wasn't his habit, not out of principle, but practicality. Alcohol dulls the edge, and he'd witnessed that decline more times than he could count. Going glass for oversized glass with a massive Russian operative was far from an ideal strategy. That much was certain. Yet his long experience with interrogations had taught him that some people break under the right pressure, while others would take their secrets to the grave. His instinct, cutting through the man's bluster, told him Sarbatsky belonged firmly in the latter group. Nielsen was quicker. He practically leaped into the nearer chair, snatched up the glass, and drained it in 5 deep, urgent swallows. A grin spread across his face. This, he announced, is more my area of expertise. Sarbatsky shook his head slowly. No. He pointed a thick finger at Reacher. The agreement was with him. Forget him, Nielsen said, leaning forward. If you want to loosen a tongue, maybe trade a secret for a secret, he's not your guy. He tapped his own temple. The far more interesting information is right in here. Trust me on that. Sarbatsky considered this for a moment, then refilled Nielsen's glass. The price for you is double. Nielsen knocked it back just as fast. Very generous. We could be friends now. We need to know about Project 192. It was active in the 60s. Sarbatsky finished his own drink and poured 2 more. That was your project, not ours. Then he blinked and a deep, rumbling laugh shook his whole frame. You don't trust your own government, so you come to the KGB for the truth. I admire your pragmatism, all right. Project 192. I assume you know the surface story. It was a program to develop countermeasures for our chemical and biological arsenals. Nielsen nodded and drained his glass again. Sarbatsky continued, Your government probably admits that much, at least behind closed doors, yes? But you sense there's more to it, you can feel it. He took a drink and refilled both tumblers. Well, your instincts are correct. There was more. He gestured for Nielsen to drink. Nielsen obliged, swallowing the liquor in one go and slamming the glass down. Sarbatsky emptied his own and said, There was a parallel project, a secret buried within a secret. We never even learned its official code name. Moscow called it Typhon, the deadliest of the ancient monsters. And who says communists lack a classical education? He laughed that same deep belly laugh. Nielsen, his words beginning to slur slightly, asked, And the purpose of this second project was? Project 192 was defensive, Sarbatsky said, refilling the glasses. Countering the weapons you knew we had, Typhon was the exact opposite, 100% offensive in every sense. America was concocting newer, more vicious weapons to use against us, all the while pretending to be the innocent victim of Soviet aggression. He took another long drink. The height of Western hypocrisy. Is there any proof of this, or is this just the vodka talking proof exists? I've seen it. I don't personally possess it. Who does a man named Spencer Fleming? Sarbatsky pulled a pen and notepad from the drawer and scribbled an address. He's a journalist. He has everything, even photographs. That's hard to believe, Nielsen scoffed, the room beginning to tilt just a little. If a journalist had pictures like that, it would have made his career. He'd have sold them for a fortune. Sarbatsky leaned in, tapping his temple in a mocking echo of Nielsen's earlier gesture. If you're that naive, there can't be much going on up there, he said. He kept copies. Your people grabbed the originals thinking they'd gotten everything, and they made it perfectly clear that a cell with his name on it was waiting at that secret base you all run in Cuba, just in case any of those photos ever surfaced. Reacher moved closer. And how exactly would you know that? We talk, Sarbatsky replied with a shrug. You're the one who pointed Fleming toward this story? I might have given him a little nudge. The truth doesn't always find its own way into the light. Reacher picked up the paper Sarbatsky had written on. We're paying this guy a visit soon. When we show up, will he be waiting for us? Do I look like a fortune teller to you? Sarbatsky retorted. Remember what I said about this place burning down? Reacher's voice was low and steady. If Fleming doesn't jump out of his skin when I knock, that's exactly what's going to happen. You'll be inside wide awake, and you won't have a single drop of vodka to take the edge off. Veronica Sanson held the coal hatch open until her sister Roberta was clear. Then they both stood, scanning the area west of Neville Pritchard's house. The garage wall rose behind them. To their left lay the street, completely hidden by a dense, carefully arranged line of shrubs. They were planted to look natural, as if they'd just sprung up on their own, but over the years they'd grown into a thick, impenetrable screen. A person could stand right out in the open here, and 1,000 passers-by would never guess their purpose. The view to their right was similarly blocked by another cluster of bushes, seemingly random but just as effective. Even someone watching the back of the house with binoculars would have no clue what was happening in this secluded space. The ground was covered in a short, tough grass that was silent underfoot and too low to leave telltale damp marks on anyone's pants. Ahead stood a fence marking the property line to the neighbor's yard, a standard 6-foot affair of vertical planks nailed to horizontal rails between sturdy posts. The sisters moved closer for a better look. At first glance, the planks appeared uniform, but Roberta spotted a set of 5 with an extra row of nails. She pushed near the top of the middle one, and the lower edge of the whole section swung inward, leaving plenty of room to crawl through. The neighbor's yard was tidy but plain, suggesting older residents who paid a college kid or a grandchild to do just enough maintenance to keep things from getting wild. Nothing was neglected, but there were no signs of new planting or recent gardening efforts. A house sat far off on the other side of the lot. Much closer was another structure, a standalone garage, which was odd since every property on the street had an attached one. Roberta and Veronica crept toward it. A side wall held a window, peering through. They saw no vehicle inside. The space looked empty. Next to the window was a personnel door. Roberta reached for the handle, but Veronica seized her arm. Stop. Veronica pointed to the top corner of the window where a pair of wires was just visible through a clump of cobwebs, part of a security system. Roberta pulled her arm free. I'd bet anything that's wired back to Pritchard's house, she said, a new edge of defiance in her voice. Not the police, not the neighbors. I bet Pritchard built this place himself. Roberta tested the handle, finding it firmly locked. With a sharp movement, she kicked the door, splintering the frame and sending it swinging inward without a sound. No alarm pierced the quiet. Let's go, she urged, stepping inside. We're on the clock. Those lookouts won't be gone forever. The garage was a hollow shell, utterly bare of the usual clutter. No workbench, no tools, nothing stored in the corners or overhead. Only 2 items hung from the roof supports, a heavy-gauge electrical cable with a specialized plug and a hose stamped with faint lettering. Roberta tilted her head to read it. Approved for drinking water, she said. This is a setup for a recreational vehicle. Veronica gestured to the floor where 4 wide splayed tire marks were pressed into the concrete. It was a heavy one, loaded for a long trip. Pritchard was planning a real vanishing act. They moved back outside to the front of the structure. The vehicle door opened onto a bare dirt driveway, unlike the gravel ones at neighboring homes. It sloped silently down toward the street, curving away from Pritchard's own house, a perfect quiet ramp for a heavy RV to roll a good distance before ever starting its engine. You know, Roberta mused, a new appreciation in her voice. I'm starting to admire Neville Pritchard's planning. The man has style. Absolutely, Veronica agreed, her tone shifting to one of dry, almost cheerful menace. What a pity we'll have to dose him with hallucinogens and turn him loose on the freeway at 5 p.m. If we can even locate him, he could be halfway to Alaska by now. I've got a thought on that. We'll need a telephone and a phone book. Reacher sent Nielsen down the staircase first, a practical decision given the man's unsteady gait after all the vodka. Nielsen moved slowly, palms braced against the walls, but he made it to the bottom without incident. Sergei and his associate were gone from the hallway, which was fortunate. Navigating around their bulky forms might have been the final challenge Nielsen couldn't handle. He pushed through the curtains, steadied himself, and headed for the exit with Reacher and Smith close behind. The waiter froze at the sight of them, his face a mix of astonishment and something like respect. Nielsen weaved through the dining area, and the trio emerged onto the sidewalk unharmed. Around the corner at the cars, parking tickets were tucked under the wipers. Smith snatched them up and dropped them into her bag. I'll handle these, she said. Nielsen stumbled past her toward the driver's side, fumbling for his keys. Reacher reached over and took them. Hey, Nielsen protested, scowling. I'm perfectly capable of driving. What you feel capable of and what's going to happen are two very different things, Reacher stated. Walk around. Get in the passenger side. Nielsen stood his ground, Reacher added. Or you can walk the whole way, your call. Reacher trailed Smith's car through the downtown streets back to the hotel. She drove aggressively, forcing him to push to keep her in sight. She was already parked when he pulled into the lot. He stopped near the entrance, leaving the engine running. Smith opened the passenger door and leaned in to release Nielsen's seatbelt. Why are we stopping here? Nielsen grumbled. We should go to the office. I can still work. If Baglin calls a meeting, there's no chance he won't notice something's off with you, Reacher replied. Nielsen leaned forward in his chair. I think I'll just stay in my room for a while. We can meet for dinner at 6, of course. Get some rest, and thanks for handling the tough part earlier. Come on, you know how I am. You also know the two greatest words in the English language, free alcohol, which should never be mistaken for the two worst words, alcohol-free. Reacher and Smith drove separately to the task force headquarters, a precaution in case Nielsen decided to go for an unauthorized drive. After flashing their identification to the security guard, they split up in the hallway. Reacher entered his office to find 3 new faxes waiting. He collected the pages, chose one, and set the rest on the desk. His eyes moved down the list of names. Settling into his chair, he picked up the phone and dialed the chemical corps at Fort McClellan. Someone answered promptly, but the next 20 minutes were spent being transferred from one desk to another, each person offering a new, flimsy excuse to avoid his questions. When he finally hung up, he felt he had achieved 2 things. He had shaken the trees hard, hoping to startle anyone connected to Typhon, the aggressive counterpart to Project 192. Maybe he'd even stirred up enough panic to flush someone into the open. He had also pinpointed a couple of individuals who had been marginally involved in the work during the 60s, men who were such genuine jerks that he wouldn't lose any sleep if Baglin tried to pin some blame on them if things went south. Reacher dialed his brother's number again, and this time Joe answered. Reacher? Joe said. Joe, you doing all right? I'm fine. You? Fine. Listen, I've got an update on Gary Walsh. Turns out he's using an alias. He just finished a long undercover assignment. It was brutal. He came back a little messed up in the head, and there's a concern the group he infiltrated might have caught his scent. My guess is he was assigned to your task force partly as therapy, partly for a safe place to land. From what I hear, aside from that, he's a solid guy. They chatted for a few more minutes, mostly about music, before Reacher hung up. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and let Howlin' Wolf fill his thoughts. A peaceful hour drifted by until a beeping from his pocket interrupted the music. His pager was going off. He was being called back. Christopher Baglin was already seated when Reacher walked into the boardroom. Smith arrived right behind him before the door had fully closed. Walsh was at the far end of the table, gazing out the window, looking as if he hadn't budged since morning. Reacher took his seat. No need to wait for Nielsen. He's not feeling well. He went back to the hotel. Baglin's brow furrowed. Names from the 60s? Reacher handed him a page with 2 names. Smith had nothing to report. Walsh remained silent. Baglin folded Reacher's paper, tucked it into his pocket, and said, "All right, listen up. We've had a significant development. The perpetrator showed up this morning at the home of the last scientist. Neville Pritchard got past our surveillance teams and all the way inside." "So Pritchard is dead?" Reacher asked. No, Pritchard wasn't there. 4 agents were waiting inside in his place. Was the perpetrator captured? Killed? Neither. The agents inside attempted an arrest but were unsuccessful. The person got away, correct. Did the agents get a good look? Do we have a description? A partial one? But the major news is that our perpetrator is actually a woman, not a man. So your new top priority is to adjust your search parameters accordingly. No one moved. Baglin snapped. "What are you waiting for? Go." Smith stood up. Walsh pushed himself to his feet a moment later. Reacher remained seated. The news changed nothing for him. It had never crossed his mind to exclude women from the possibilities. Instead of moving, he asked, "A question about Pritchard. Is he in protective custody now?" Baglin paused, his expression turning guarded. "Not right now. Did they try to bring him in?" "They did." "Where is Pritchard?" "That's the million-dollar question." "He's vanished, which is the one piece of good news we've got. The killer clearly didn't know he was gone, or she wouldn't have shown up at his place. That means she's in the dark, too. It buys us a little time, but the clock is ticking. We have to find her before she finds him, because if she does, he's a dead man." Chapter 15. Reacher, Smith, and Nielsen reconvened in the hotel lobby at 6 on the dot. They headed back to the same diner and slid into their usual booth. Reacher and Smith went for beers. Nielsen, however, went straight for the whiskey. "What?" he said, catching their looks. "You think I should switch to vodka?" Smith pretended to listen intently. "Hear that? It's your liver. It's begging for a glass of water." While they waited for their food, Reacher and Smith filled Nielsen in on the afternoon's developments. When the plates arrived, Nielsen signaled for another drink. Hiding a secret nerve gas facility is a far stronger motive than just covering up some antidote tests that sits much better with me. I made a few calls this afternoon, rattled a few cages. We'll see what shakes loose. I did the same, Reacher said. This new angle on Neville Pritchard suggests he's the linchpin, the one who could blow the whole illegal operation wide open. That's why he was the only one they tried to scoop up for protection. My bet is he was less of a scientist and more of a spook. Langley's man on the inside, or maybe the chemical corps. Whoever's calling the shots now was probably running the show back then. He's got the most to lose if this gets out. With the public mood these days, a scandal like this could end a career and trash a legacy overnight. Reacher nodded. Whoever's in charge is a real piece of work. He could have protected all the vulnerable men. Instead, he left the other scientists out there as bait, hoping the killer would take one of them before she got to Pritchard. Nielsen let out a slow, low whistle. That's ice cold. You can see how a guy like that climbs the ladder. Smith leaned forward. Okay, but here's what I don't get. Look at it from her perspective. If Pritchard is the key to exposing everything, why save him for last? I'd go straight for him, get what I need, and then move on to phase 2. Whether that's embarrassing the U.S., blackmailing the government, whatever, then I wouldn't need to kill the others. It'd be faster and safer. Nielsen took a long pull from his glass. Maybe she left him till last to turn up the pressure. She'd need him desperate to get him to talk. Maybe. Or, Nielsen continued, maybe she didn't have all the names from the start. She could have started at the bottom and worked her way up, squeezing a new name out of each victim. Smith gave a half shrug. It's possible. Reacher stirred his beer with a straw, or she knew all the names but didn't know which one was important. Pritchard being last could just be dumb luck. Smith shook her head. He couldn't just randomly be last. Sure he could, Reacher said. It's like the gambler's fallacy. Pritchard's name is just as likely to be picked last as first or fifth. The odds don't magically improve after each try. You sure about that? Positive. But it might not matter. These killings still feel personal to me. Wiping out all 7 could be the entire goal. If that's the case, the order doesn't matter. And if she does know Pritchard's importance, saving him for last makes tactical sense because he'd have the tightest security. Right now, she's perfect. If she'd gone for Pritchard first, she might have struck out immediately and tipped her hand. Nielsen drained his glass. True, but that's all theory. Maybe she wants to expose Project Typhon, or maybe she's just on a killing spree and the reasons don't run that deep. But whether she's after information or just wants to add another body to her collection, she's going to target Pritchard. She has no choice. That means we need to find him first to stop her and to keep the blame from falling on us. Smith set her empty glass on the table. You're overlooking something? If she wants information, she doesn't actually need Pritchard. Someone else knows about Typhon. Someone who supposedly has evidence, photographs. It's a secondary source, but it might be sufficient. It might even be preferable, Nielsen said. Fleming, the reporter. She could switch targets, go after him instead, if she even knows he exists. We know about him, and we've only been involved for 2 days. How long has she been digging? She seemed to know everything about her other victims. We'll go see Fleming tomorrow, right after Bagland's morning update. Reacher shook his head. No. Tonight. Right now. Tomorrow might be a day too late. The address Sarbotsky provided for Fleming led them to a derelict structure squeezed onto a thin wedge of land between Interstate 295 and the Potomac River. It stood 3 stories tall, constructed from oddly orange bricks, and its shape was a chaotic mess. Parts of it swelled outward while others receded, hinting at some convoluted, forgotten purpose behind its architecture. The tops of the walls were notched with gaps like the battlements of an old European fortress. Every window was sealed with sheets of rusted metal, and the entire property was encircled by the kind of temporary fencing used around construction sites. Smith brought her car to a stop at the end of the building's overgrown driveway. She left the headlights on and the engine running. Nielsen sat beside her in the passenger seat. Reacher was stretched out in the back. Nielsen said, "What on earth is this place? It looks sinister, like an asylum from a horror film. Maybe Jack Nicholson's lurking in there." Smith said, "I think it actually was an asylum or part of one, an annex for St. Elizabeth's Hospital. It shut down in the 60s. The main campus is still operating. It's infamous. One of the first psychiatric hospitals in the country. Every terrible thing you can imagine happened there. Electroshock therapy, forced lobotomies, Cold War experiments with truth serums, all sorts of things they can't do anymore. Their operations are much smaller now where it is. They're going to close the whole place down soon, too." Nielsen shivered. "It gives me the creeps. Let's get out of here. This is clearly a dead end. We should get some gasoline and matches and go have another chat with that jerk Sarbotsky." Smith shifted the car into drive, but before she could take her foot off the brake, Reacher said, "Hold on." He felt a familiar tingling at the nape of his neck, an instinctive reaction, a signal from the most primitive part of his brain, the part wired to detect when he was under observation. It was a signal Reacher had trained himself never to dismiss. "We're already here. It won't hurt to take a look." Smith and Nielsen said nothing. Neither of them moved. Reacher said, "Stay in the car if you want. I'll go." "No." Smith turned the ignition key, removed it, reached up to click off the dome light, and opened her door. "I'm coming. Let's just stay together, all right?" Nielsen fumbled for his door handle. "Guess I'd better come too. Someone has to keep you two out of trouble." Reacher took the lead, skirting the perimeter of the site on the outside of the fence. He moved with deliberate slowness. His eyes continuously scanned from the ground at his feet to the sides and roof of the building, searching for tripwires or the faint gleam of metal or glass. He saw nothing. The darkness was too deep to discern much detail, but he could almost sense the looming presence of the massive structure like some gigantic prehistoric beast, alive but slumbering. They completed their circuit without incident and ended up in front of what must have been the asylum's main entrance, a large portico projected from the wall, supported by ornate columns, originally built to shelter new arrivals from the weather. Reacher examined the connection between the nearest sections of the fence. The other fence sections he'd come across were all held tight with twin clamps, each shaped like a butterfly's wing and fastened with a central nut and bolt. This section was different. It only had one clamp and the nut was gone. The bolt was simply slipped through the hole with nothing to keep it secure. Reacher gestured toward the concrete footing that anchored the fence post. Its surface was marred, a shallow arc scraped into the rough material. He removed the loose bolt and opened the clamp, lifting the post. He gave it a push. It swung freely. The clamps attaching it to the neighboring section functioned as silent hinges, clearly oiled not too long ago. Reacher slipped through the opening he'd created and moved toward the portico, with Smith and Nielsen close behind. They approached a set of imposing double doors, constructed from dark, ornately carved wood and reinforced with black metal studs. The doors spoke of skilled craftsmanship, though now their surface was dulled and pitted from years of neglect and damp air. Nielsen's focus went to a heavy padlock securing the doors with a hasp and staple. It was a formidable-looking piece designed to project strength and deter any would-be intruders from attempting to pick it. But age had taken its toll. It was crusted with rust, likely unmoved for years. Nielsen shook his head and started to turn away. "This is pointless," he whispered. "That lock is completely seized. We'll never get it open." Reacher caught his arm. "We don't need to open it," he said. "Think it through. You can't operate a padlock from the inside. That's not how people come and go." Crouching down, Reacher examined the lower panels of the doors. The bottom edges were the most deteriorated, probably from rain splash. He shifted his attention to the next row up. Pressing on one panel yielded no give. The next was also solid, but the third panel shifted slightly under his hand. He tried the opposite edge, and it swung back, tensioned by a hidden spring. It revealed a gap roughly 6 by 8 inches. Reacher reached his arm through inside. The surface was uneven, more carved detailing. His fingers then brushed against something smooth, straight, and narrow, a small wooden plank. After some maneuvering, he worked it loose, let it drop, and withdrew his arm. He pressed on the adjacent panel. This time a whole section, a perfect 9-panel by 9-panel square, swung inward like a miniature door within the door. It was a tight, awkward fit, requiring considerable contortion, but Reacher eventually squeezed his frame through the opening. Inside, he stood up and shuffled to the side, extending his arms into the void. Smith followed, then Nielsen. They stood motionless in the darkness, waiting for their eyes to adjust. After a minute, vague details began to materialize. The floor was a checkerboard of black and white tiles buried under a blanket of dust. High above, the ceiling cornice was furred with dirt and draped with cobwebs. Sections of plaster had fallen from the walls at irregular intervals ahead. A faint shape suggested a piece of furniture, perhaps a reception desk. "Close your eyes for a second," Smith said. Reacher heard a soft rustle, then a click. He opened one eye to see Smith holding a slender flashlight, its beam narrowed to a thin shaft. She swept the light around the cavernous space. A grand chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling. On each side stood another pair of double doors. Ahead, a wall of glass was rendered opaque by accumulated grime. The place felt like a once opulent hotel that had fallen into utter decay. For a fleeting, almost sarcastic moment, Reacher could picture it in its heyday. Bellhops in crisp uniforms, bustling with lavish luggage, elegantly dressed guests gliding between dining rooms, ballrooms, and the manicured gardens outside. The irony was thick enough to taste. He knew the grim reality was that for those compelled to live here, the experience would have been anything but grand, a far cry from a luxurious getaway, more like a gilded cage slowly succumbing to time and indifference. If Smith's memory was accurate, this had to be one of the most dismal spots in the entire state. She angled her flashlight downward, its beam cutting through the gloom to reveal a well-worn trail of footprints etched into the thick dust. She moved to follow them, but Reacher's command came a fraction too late. Stop! He had already spotted the anomaly, a small untouched gap in the line of prints that could only mean one thing. A tripwire was suspended just above it. The flashlight's glow confirmed his suspicion, catching the faint glimmer of a colorless filament thin as a spider's silk, stretched taut across the room's width. Smith's right shin connected with it before she could react. Instantly, the space was flooded with light from an unseen source overhead. It wasn't the dramatic, blinding glare of a movie set, but a dull, pervasive illumination. It was just enough light to see the man who emerged from a doorway on the right. He stood around 6 feet but was hunched, with long, stringy gray hair framing a pale, gaunt face. He was barefoot, dressed in faded bell-bottom jeans and a garish paisley shirt with an oversized collar. In his hands was an old Winchester Model 97 shotgun, a relic often called a trench broom by soldiers in the Great War. The barrel was leveled at Smith, but with Reacher and Nielsen clustered so close behind her, a single trigger pull would tear through all three. The man's voice was a dry rasp. "Stop right there! Identify yourselves! Why are you breaking into my house?" Reacher shifted subtly to his right, creating a sliver of space between himself and the others. He kept his gaze locked on the man's trigger finger as he raised his hands to shoulder height. "We're looking for Spencer Fleming. Is that you? Don't move another inch. What do you want? Are you Fleming or not? Who wants to know? Jack Reacher. Are you law enforcement? FBI, CIA, U.S. Army? You're serious. Dead serious. My identification is in my pocket." Reacher began to lower his right hand. "Keep your hands where I can see them," the man snapped. "Since when does the Army operate on American soil? That's not how it works. We're here to offer you protection, if you're Spencer Fleming." The man remained silent, his knuckles white on the shotgun stock. Reacher pressed on, his tone shifting from cautious to almost dismissive. "Look, just tell us your name. You're the one holding the firearm. Are you Fleming?" The man gave the slightest of nods. "Could be, then you're a target? Someone is actively trying to kill you? We're here to prevent that." "Kill me? That's a joke. They'd have to find me first. Nobody knows I'm here. We found you." "Yeah," Fleming said, hefting the shotgun. "You did? How?" "A friend of yours pointed us in this direction. Maxim Sarbotsky." Fleming was quiet for a long moment. The dusty air seemed to grow heavier. "Who?" "Maxim Sarbotsky. He mentioned you were a journalist." "Oh, him, short fellow, skinny, Albanian, right? Quick question, which arm has his tattoo?" "He's Russian. We never saw his arms. And he's not short or skinny. He's built like a heavyweight fighter. He goes by an English name now. Prince Sarb, though I doubt he impresses many people with it." "All right," Fleming conceded, pausing again. "Continue. Why would anyone want me dead? And why do you people care?" "Because of Project Typhon." Fleming's pale eyes narrowed. "What do you know about that?" "Not nearly enough." "That's precisely why we care. That's why we're standing in your dusty living room. We need you to tell us about it. That information is how we stop the person hunting you, but if you're not interested in our help, fine, we'll leave. We won't trouble you again. We'll just keep an eye out for your name in the obituaries." Fleming didn't answer. With a shrug, Reacher lowered his hands and started to turn. "Suit yourself, but you should know the individual we're tracking has already murdered 5 people." "Random victims?" Fleming asked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Specific targets." "All scientists who worked on Typhon." "Then I have nothing to fear. I'm not a scientist. I was never part of the project. The killer is after information on Typhon. The only remaining scientist who possesses it is missing. The only other person with any knowledge is you. Do the math." Fleming took a hesitant step backward, his bare feet whispering against the gritty floor. "I'm not leaving this place. I won't run. I'm not hiding from anyone. Help us, and you won't need to." "How do I know this isn't a setup?" "Why would it be a setup? I've lived in this place for 22 years. You want to know why? An unusual fondness for institutional architecture because of a story I wrote about Project 192. back in '69, heading into '70. I was a reporter then, and a damn good one. That article was explosive, the best work of my life. It was finalized, ready to print in 2 days. We planned a major Sunday release for maximum effect. I was walking home after a date, feeling optimistic, imagining career advancements and awards. I noticed a van, a blue Ford, parked outside my building. It meant nothing to me at the time. Now, I'll never forget it. I'll also never forget the scent of the bag they forced over my head. Everything went dark. It stayed that way for what seemed like weeks, though it was only 3 days. I started in the back of that van, then ended up in a small, cold room with concrete floors and walls, no furniture, no toilet. They gave me almost no water and no food. Finally, a light switched on, blinding me. A man entered. He stood while I lay helpless on the floor. He offered a choice: surrender all my notes, drafts, and photographs and swear to silence, or spend the rest of my life in a room just like that one, in darkness, cold, hungry, and completely alone. And Sarbatsky assisted you with the article. He was a source, yes. I suspect he thought he was using me, and I thought I was using him. The reality? Probably a bit of both. But I never published anything that wasn't verified. I checked every detail 3 times over. I was not a Soviet operative. I am no traitor. So you gave that man what he demanded, then came straight here. Absolutely, I handed it all over. But I didn't come here immediately. I tried returning to my job. It was impossible. The man said they'd be watching. If I became a problem, if I snooped where I shouldn't, if I drew any attention at all, the deal was off. He told me they'd keep that room prepared, just for me. He even mentioned they'd already placed a nameplate with my name on the door. Honestly, it broke my mind. I couldn't write a story without analyzing how it might be perceived. I couldn't walk down the street without my heart racing at the sight of any van parked nearby. Disappearing seemed the only logical choice. You believe we're here to test you to see if you're willing to cause trouble again? In my experience, when people appear unexpectedly, they intend harm, not help. Why would this be an exception? What if someone could vouch for us? Who? Sarbatsky? You know him. He's already made his arrangement with the authorities. He got what he wanted. There's no advantage for him in betraying you now. Fleming paused, considering, then replied, "All right, I suppose that could be acceptable," Reacher said. "We'll take you to him. You two can talk. We'll bring you directly back. I'm not leaving. I made that clear. We'll call him." How Fleming motioned toward a door set in the glass wall at the room's far end. "You 3 go first. Don't attempt anything clever." The door opened into a square courtyard enclosed on all sides by the building's walls except for a vehicle gate now blocked with worn tires. Reacher assumed the gate was originally for deliveries and the space was meant to bring light into the interior wards. It might have also been an exercise area for patients, perhaps once featuring tended gardens, walking paths, and benches. Now the ground held only a few weeds pushing through chunks of rubble. The center was bare. 3 walls were blank except for spray-painted tags, but against the west wall 3 travel trailers were nestled close to the brick. Their aluminum exteriors were dull, though Reacher imagined they were once shiny. Fleming pointed to the trailer on the left. A sudden sharp memory hit him, the smell of damp earth after a long-ago rain, a sensation entirely disconnected from this desolate place, yet it underscored the profound isolation of his years in hiding. He gestured toward the trailers. "That first one's my office. The middle is where I hang out, and the last one's for sleeping." He pulled open the office door, securing it with a latch, then reached inside to flip a light switch. He motioned for the others to enter first. Under the window sat a simple, functional desk with a metal frame and an unvarnished wood top. A worn-out office chair on casters had fabric ripped in several spots, leaking dingy orange padding. A leather armchair nearby wasn't faring much better. The rest of the space was dominated by homemade shelves, overloaded with books, files, stacks of paper, and magazines. One wall was a collage of framed items, diplomas, awards, article reprints, and a single photograph. It showed a much younger Fleming, slimmer with dark brown hair, standing on a boat crossing a jungle river that looked like Vietnam. Reacher glanced at the papers piled on the desk. "You still working on something?" Fleming gave a half shrug. "I stay occupied. I don't publish under my own name anymore, too dangerous, but I help a few people out. Research, proofreading, that sort of thing." He shuffled some papers aside, revealing an old telephone, and picked up the receiver. Smith raised an eyebrow. "Does that actually work? You think I'm putting on a show?" Fleming replied, "Of course it works. Everything here works. Spend enough time in the places I've worked, and you learn how to borrow what you need. A little electricity here, some water there, a phone line in between. I've even got cable hooked up to the other two." He kept the shotgun tucked under his arm, wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, and dialed a number from memory. Reacher could hear the slow, rhythmic ringing, then a deep, muffled voice on the other end. Fleming spoke into the receiver. "Yeah, I know what time it is. Sorry, this is urgent. I've got 3 men here claiming you sent them." He described Reacher, Smith, and Nielsen, then listened for a moment. "Thanks. I'll update you later," he said before hanging up. Fleming lifted the shotgun again, bracing it against his shoulder and aiming it at Reacher. "Sarbotsky says he doesn't know you." "Call him back," Reacher said, his voice steady. "Remind him about the fire? I was very clear about where he'll be when I light it." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Fleming's lips as he lowered the weapon. "Sarbotsky told me if you came back with that line, you're clear. So, what do you need to know?" Reacher stepped closer. "Is it true there was a program running alongside Project 192, one designed to create offensive bioweapons? Something called Project Typhon?" "Yes, absolutely," Fleming confirmed, "though that name came from the KGB. It was never official. How do you know about it?" "Research. I was good at it once, remember? I put in the legwork here and during my time in India. Partly it was the details I assembled, the types of chemicals shipped to the site, the equipment used, the special protective gear, the extreme safety protocols, little things I picked up from lab technicians and janitors, but mostly it was because of the bodies. People died? Fleming nodded grimly. Afraid so? They were experimented on? No, there was an accident, a containment breach one night in December of '69. Reacher's expression hardened. An accident? You're sure? Because when I hear accident and the CIA in the same sentence, my bullshit detector goes into overdrive. No offense. Nielsen. None taken, Nielsen said. I was thinking the same thing. Fleming held up a hand. Let me rephrase. The event that caused the deaths was sabotage 100%, no doubt, but it was targeted at Mason Chemical Industries, the civilian company used as a cover for the covert operation. The man responsible was just a disgruntled employee. His name was Morgan Sanson. He had never even heard of Project 192, much less a shadowy initiative to develop weapons of attack. His involvement was purely accidental, a byproduct of his own frustrations. So, what was his deal? The question came. It was a tragic situation, honestly. The man had a list of grievances as long as your arm: salary, working conditions, insufficient time off, a dead-end career path with no promotions in sight. Management had turned a deaf ear to every complaint. With no union to back him, he felt powerless and alone. In a misguided stroke of what he thought was brilliance, he decided to sabotage some equipment. His plan was to cost the company money and finally force them to pay attention. One evening, he shut off the water line feeding a cooling unit. He believed it was a minor, inconsequential system. He had no way of knowing it was absolutely vital to both Project 192 and the Typhon initiative. There were no warning signs posted, nothing in the facility manual to indicate its importance. The resulting temperature spike led to a catastrophic overpressurization in a storage tank. It ruptured, releasing a cloud of gas. The death toll was horrific. Civilians, local residents. It was an ugly, brutal scene. I was there on the ground. I have the photographs to prove it. How many people are we talking about? Fleming raised a single finger. Ah, now this is where the story gets interesting. He moved to one of his cluttered shelves, his eyes scanning the piled debris for a moment before selecting a binder. He blew a layer of dust from its cover, flipped through the pages with practiced ease, and handed it to Reacher. Smith and Nielsen moved in close on either side, and the three of them read the article together. It was a clipping from the New York Times dated January 13, 1970. The newsprint had yellowed, looking brittle and delicate inside its plastic protector. At the top of the page was a photograph of a woman in a white lab coat, her hair pulled back, wearing glasses. She appeared young, sincere, and attractive. The accompanying text echoed parts of Fleming's account: a disgruntled employee, an act of vandalism, a gas leak. It described the released substance as an experimental disinfectant poised to bring tremendous benefits to impoverished communities, pending regulatory approval. It cited 7 fatalities, emphasizing that the swift action of the company's emergency team had prevented a far greater tragedy. A second photograph depicted the victims. They lay in a field of tall grass and wildflowers, dressed in clean, light-colored clothing. Their faces were peaceful, almost serene, as if they had simply decided to rest during a leisurely walk in the countryside, lulled to sleep by the afternoon sun. Reacher glanced at Smith, then Nielsen. This was not what he had anticipated reading or seeing. Their stunned expressions mirrored his own, and not in a good way. He felt the solid ground of their assumptions begin to tilt beneath him. The article described a tragedy, certainly, but it was curiously sanitized, lacking the visceral shock that would fuel a motive for multiple murders. He could feel their entire theory starting to unravel. Fleming retrieved the binder. That's what ran in the Times. It is not what I wrote. He selected a different, thicker binder from the shelf and passed it over. My original draft is in here. Remember, I'm not supposed to have this. I swore I handed all my copies over. You cannot tell a soul you've seen this. This binder held no newsprint, just standard letter paper filled with double-spaced typewritten text. It told a story with some familiar beats: a saboteur, a gas leak, civilian deaths, but in every other way, it was a different world. It wove in secret government research, CIA involvement, nerve agents, and a corporation in a frenzy to avert a public relations nightmare with a frantic cover-up. The most staggering difference, however, was the body count. This version did not mention 7 deaths. It claimed 1,007 lives had been lost during the page, Fleming instructed, watching their faces pale as they finished reading. But only if you have strong stomachs. The next plastic sleeve contained a single photograph, 10 by 8 inches, in stark color and far sharper than the newspaper image. It showed a different kind of field entirely. There were no flowers, no grasses, nothing living remained. The landscape was nothing but barren earth, scattered stones, and the fallen. The first image was a panoramic view designed to convey the sheer scale of the tragedy. It showed a vast, open area completely covered with bodies, each one frozen in a grotesque, unnatural posture, as if seized by a final, unimaginable torment. Next one, Fleming instructed. The following photograph was a tight close-up of a woman's face. Her eyes were clenched shut, the skin taut across her skull, and her jaw was wrenched open in a silent, perpetual shriek. Strange, violet discolorations mottled her skin again. The binder contained 34 additional photographs. Every single one depicted the dead. Some were alone, others were tangled together. All bore the unmistakable signs of having died in excruciating suffering. "Horrible," Smith muttered, his voice low. "Absolutely horrible. I understand why the authorities were so desperate to bury this. It still doesn't excuse what they did to you. Appreciate that." Fleming retrieved the binder and slid it back onto the shelf. Reacher leaned forward, his focus sharpening. "Tell me more about the saboteur, this man, Sanson." "Not much more to tell. He was a researcher. By all reports, he was frustrated professionally but happy in his personal life. He was married to a woman named Alicia. They had 4 children, Robbie, Ronnie, Richie, and I believe the 4th was named Ryan." "What became of him afterward?" "He was torn apart by the media. His involvement wasn't public for a few days, but once it broke, the backlash was immediate and vicious. This was when everyone still believed he was responsible for only 7 deaths. Whether it was the public hatred or the private burden of knowing the true number, I can't say. But 2 weeks later, back home in the States, just before the holidays, he took his own life. Reacher's tone was flat. When I hear suicide, I start thinking about CIA involvement. I understand the suspicion. I looked into it exhaustively while I was working on the story. There was no agency link. It wouldn't have served their purpose to eliminate him. They wouldn't sabotage their own operation. He may have known the real death toll, but so did I, so did my editor. They didn't come for us. Could he have been working for the KGB? Smith shook his head firmly. Impossible. The KGB takes care of its assets. If one of their agents had successfully crippled a major American weapons program, they'd have been whisked back to Moscow as a hero, given a medal, maybe a slightly better apartment. Sanson might have still ended up dead, but not in America, and not for that reason. Reacher shifted topics. What about the victims themselves? Do we have any identities? Fleming's expression was grim. You'll never find them now. It was too long ago, too remote. The corporation had no incentive to keep records. The CIA certainly didn't, the Army didn't, and the families were all compensated for their silence, so that door is firmly closed. Witnesses, then, 1,000 bodies is a lot to conceal. You're thinking like an American? This is a region where famines have claimed millions. A significant part of the population believes in fate. And for anyone inclined to ask questions, there was always reliable old-fashioned bribery. One more thing is nagging at me, Reacher said. The woman in that newspaper photo, there was no name. Why does she look so familiar? Fleming nodded slowly. That was a very young Susan Kesluga. It was her first position after graduating. Susan Kesluga, Reacher repeated, as in the wife of Charles Stammeron, the Secretary of Defense. Correct, Fleming confirmed. She returned from India after the incident, left her job at Mason Chemical, and founded Americhem Incorporated. She built it into a global giant. She's still there, running it as CEO. Doesn't that strike anyone as strange? What's strange about it? Reacher's voice took on a harder edge. Stammeron assembled a task force to keep Project 192 buried, and now we learn his wife was connected to it. That reeks of self-preservation, at the very least. But Kesluga wasn't part of Project 192, Fleming countered, or Typhon. She was just an entry-level chemist at the facility, completely unaware of the Black Project's true nature. Her career pivot was born from that trauma, not from complicity. She was employed by Mason Chemical, a strictly civilian company. The government was leveraging the natural intersection between weapons research and civilian science to mask the clandestine operations they were conducting. Not a single Mason employee had any inkling of the covert work. Consider the saboteur Sanson as a prime example. Kesluga's photograph was published in the newspaper. She was complicit in the deception. You can't trust everything you read in print. I vetted her for that article. The story was unanimous. It was the 1960s. She was a young woman straight out of university. The nearest she'd have come to the secret laboratory was if they'd allowed her to mop the floors. If they hadn't required an attractive face for the cameras, her name would never have appeared. The early draft credited her with an active role on the emergency response team. By the final edition, she was reduced to a spokesperson. Her connection to Project 192 or Typhon was as fabricated as the identities of the victims in that Times photograph. Hold on, let me show you something. Fleming returned to his shelves and sifted through a stack of manila folders. He extracted one from near the bottom, spilled its contents onto the desk, and picked out a page bearing a detailed flowchart. I drafted this organizational chart while investigating a story about a chemical facility in Sri Lanka. It was the same setup as in India, a public civilian plant concealing a secret government lab. That hidden lab had a dual purpose: to formulate antidotes for Soviet chemical agents and to engineer our own. The local coordinator managed both strands, reporting to a controller based in the United States. There were no catastrophic leaks or fields strewn with casualties, so the story was overshadowed by 192 and Typhon. Reacher accepted the diagram from Fleming and examined it. The scientists' names were all different, which he expected. But the box denoting the program's director was blank. No name, no rank, no title. That anonymity, Reacher sensed, was about to be shattered. Reacher's third full day in Washington, D.C. began much like the others. He showered, dressed, ate a swift breakfast, snatched an extra coffee for the road, and made the brief trip to the task force office. This morning, he decided to walk. A restless night had left him weary, and he hoped the combination of movement, caffeine, and the city's version of fresh air would shake off the fog. All night, a persistent image from Fleming's stories had haunted him. A figure slinking guiltily in the gloom of industrial machinery, shutting a valve, just trying to make a statement, not cause harm, then waking to discover he'd unwittingly slaughtered 1,000 innocent souls. Now, decades later and a world away, 5 more people were dead. It had to be connected, yet a crucial piece was absent. Reacher was certain. He felt all the components were laid out before him, but some remained frustratingly obscured, like viewing a distant landscape through a shifting, misty veil. He knew the haze would lift, and the links would snap into clarity. Experience had taught him he couldn't force the process, a realization that did little to soothe his impatience. Christopher Baglin opened the morning meeting with a new development. "Listen up," he said. "The agents from yesterday's disaster at Neville Pritchard's house have finally filed their after-action reports, now that they're all discharged from medical care. One additional useful detail has surfaced. The killer wasn't operating solo. She had a partner, an accomplice, another woman. This individual drove a stolen delivery truck that dropped the killer at the scene. She then obstructed the view of the surveillance agent while the killer entered the property. We believe she also facilitated the killer's subsequent escape. At this point, it's uncertain if she was connected to the other killings, but I'd be genuinely shocked if she wasn't. There's a clear connection between them, though. The precise nature of their partnership remains a mystery. This is still vital intelligence, obviously, so you'll have to adjust your search criteria once more. It ought to significantly focus the investigation." Reacher responded. "It doesn't help the Army's situation. Unfortunately, we had no female soldiers absent without leave during the period in question, so searching for one person or two doesn't change our results. I also came up empty checking for any female veterans with applicable skills or background who are connected by family or marriage to anyone tied to Project 192 from the 60s. Nielsen agreed. "Same here. From the agency's viewpoint, we've hit a wall." The room fell silent until Baglin prompted, "Agent Smith." "I'm not finding any matches for individuals currently on our watch lists," Smith stated. "It's possible we're dealing with a sleeper agent or a pair, previously unknown to us, who have now been mobilized. Alternatively, it could be a couple of cleanskins who recently crossed the border. Personally, I find both of those scenarios pretty far-fetched." Baglin gave a nod and turned. "Walsh, is there any use in asking you?" Walsh glanced away from the window. "None," he said flatly, then resumed gazing into the distance. Baglin concluded, "All right, everyone knows the objective. Get out there and look, and I mean really look." Veronica Sanson's time on the phone paid off. She operated on the theory that Neville Pritchard would aim to limit his time traveling. A core rule of evasion is to reduce your visibility. She also reasoned that given his level of preparation, he'd likely arranged a secure location ahead of time. So she began calling every RV park and campground within a 50-mile radius of his home. This task was simpler because he lived near the coast. Nearly half of the search area was just ocean. To each person she spoke with, she explained she and her husband had recently relocated to Annapolis and were eager to find a quiet spot for regular weekend escapes. They had no children or pets, so a place without many young families was ideal. In fact, the more private and tucked away, the better. They were seasoned RV users who didn't require extensive amenities and, being creatures of habit, would want to secure a long-term reservation for the same plot to ensure it was always available. Only 2 locations met every condition. They opted to check the closer one first. Back in his office less than 10 minutes after the morning briefing, Reacher heard a knock at his door. It swung open before he could answer, and Smith stepped inside. Up close, she appeared drained, with faint shadows beneath her eyes. "Reacher, can we talk?" she asked. "About what?" "I believe we should inform Baglin about what we know, what Fleming told us last night." "You think so? Why?" "Look, our mission hasn't shifted. We still need to apprehend the killer, protect Pritchard, and keep Project 192 under wraps. There's no indication the killer's motive has changed. It's still about revenge or exposure, or maybe both. But what has changed is the scale. It's been completely upended. We're not just tracking a few leftover KGB operatives anymore, not just a handful of soldiers or spies with relatives affected by the project. Now we're potentially looking at the relatives from 1,000 grieving families. That could be what, 5,000 people? 10,000? Possibly. That's an impossible number. And consider the practical side. We'd need to coordinate with the civilian contractor, Mason Chemical, if it's even still operating, and if they maintain records that old, we'd require cooperation from the Indian government and the Indian military as well, if our assumption about the training is correct, which it probably is. Which introduces another complication. The Indian Army only began accepting women relatively recently. Our suspects wouldn't have had the time to get that kind of training. That means we'd be looking for families or individuals who emigrated to nations whose militaries have accepted women for, what, at least 5 years? That adds another layer of complication. Then we'd need immigration to verify who was actually in the country when it mattered. 3 people can't possibly handle all that. It's just not feasible, especially from this distance and without our usual methods. The families were compensated, right? Following the money is a dead end. It was CIA funds paid overseas, undoubtedly routed through a maze of shell corporations and intermediaries. We'd have a better shot at tracking down Bigfoot. We could look for the financial impact instead. Families that suddenly purchased large new homes, started businesses with a sudden influx of capital, or relocated from their villages to a city, or even overseas, all solid ideas. But again, these are things we can't investigate on our own. That's precisely why we should turn this over to Baglin. We brief him, and he can make the official requests and marshal the necessary resources. It makes logical sense, but there's another bigger problem. There's no way to do that without exposing that we know about Typhon. The 1,000 casualties, that didn't end very well for Fleming, if you recall. True, and I have no desire to live in a dark cell or scurry around in ruins like a rat, but there's a moral weight to this. A man's life is at stake, potentially the country's reputation, too. Another knock sounded at the door. Nielsen entered, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of Smith already in the room. "What's the topic?" he asked. "Last night's revelations," Reacher replied, "and what, if anything, we should do about them." "What we should do?" Nielsen said, his tone turning almost sarcastically practical. "That's obvious. Pass it up the chain to Baglin, let him earn his generous salary. Look, if we keep plodding along like this, we'll keep getting exactly what we've gotten, nowhere. Neville Pritchard is going to turn up dead eventually, or word about 192 will leak, or both, and we'll be the ones left holding the bag with blame me stamped on our foreheads. I don't know about you, but I have no interest in that." "Okay," Reacher acknowledged, "but involving Baglin means burning Fleming? Is that what you want? Seems like the man's had a lifetime's worth of bad luck already." Nielsen shrugged. "Do I want to burn him? No. But hey, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. They might detain him, I suppose, but it's not like he's living in luxury now, and as long as this stays quiet, I can't see them throwing him into some black site. There could be implications for us, just for knowing what we know. I doubt it. We're professionals, not reporters itching to scream a scandal from the rooftops. We handle secrets for a living. It's what we do." Smith turned to Reacher. "So, what's your take? Do we tell Baglin or not?" Reacher paused, his voice shifting from pragmatic to one of sober conviction. "I think there's another dimension we need to weigh before deciding. 1,000 people were killed, innocent people. Their deaths were buried and forgotten. Knowing what we know, having seen those images, it feels like there's a moral obligation there, too. Would it be right to just look away? It would be right to let sleeping dogs lie?" Nielsen countered. "No crime was committed here. No one profited, justice wasn't cheated, we can't resurrect the dead, what happened was sabotage leading to a tragic accident. The saboteur is dead. The families were compensated. Our focus should be on the immediate problem, not on digging up a past that's buried in a political minefield. Smith shook his head. I'm not so sure. I'm with Reacher on this. We need to think it through more carefully. What if it wasn't sabotage at all? What else could it possibly be? Nielsen asked, exasperated. The agency didn't bomb its own operation. You can bet on that, and you ruled out the KGB yourself. Reacher leaned forward. It could have been negligence, or cutting corners, or a process that was just inherently dangerous from the start. Look at the remote location they picked. It was a clear signal that American lives weren't considered to be on the line. Smith gave a slow nod. We can't make a call without more information. Let's begin with Morgan Sanson's immediate family. He was married with 4 children. What was his state of mind, content or struggling? Did he maintain any personal journals, and is it accurate that he was in a legal conflict with the chemical firm? Reacher agreed. Solid plan. Can you begin locating them? While you do that, we should reach out to Neville Pritchard. If the layout here matched the Sri Lanka site Fleming inspected, then Pritchard might have been the lead for Typhon here, just as he was for 192. He could identify his stateside handler. Nielsen shook his head. You're overlooking something? Pritchard has vanished. Then we locate him. And how do you propose we do that? I want to examine his property, determine where he might have gone. Impossible? His entire street is likely crawling with agents waiting for him to return. I don't need to walk the street. A clear satellite image would suffice. The CIA has access to those, correct? Possibly. Get me the most recent one for that area. I'll also need a detailed map of Maryland and the neighboring states, Smith said. There's one in my vehicle. Nielsen sighed, a sound of pure frustration. This is a pointless exercise. Even if we find him, he won't say a word. Reacher's expression was flat. He'll talk, we'll just ask in the right way. Roberta and Veronica Sanson decided a Ford Explorer would be perfect for their needs, the sort of sturdy, unremarkable SUV used by families for hauling gear and navigating rough roads. They found one about 2 decades old in a Walmart parking lot a few miles from town and took it, turning onto a northwesterly route. They drove for 30 miles until they saw the sign for Whispering Pines, a sprawling campsite and backwoods resort. The property covered a vast area of forest dotted with fishing ponds, rocky outcrops, and a network of trails. At its heart was a hub called the Oasis, housing an office, a small camp store, and utility buildings. To the east were orderly rows of RV slots with full hookups, which they immediately dismissed. Those spaces were too communal, too exposed to potential witnesses with long memories. Instead, they navigated the perimeter roads, seeking the most secluded spots. They chose narrower, rougher tracks whenever possible, winding through the trees for 20 minutes until Veronica caught a flash of white paint through a thicket. Roberta drove another quarter-mile before pulling over. On foot, they backtracked silently, slowing as they neared the gap in the trees. They edged closer for a clear view. It was an RV, white with faded green and brown stripes, its boxy shape showing its age. Windows lined its side, and an ungainly sleeping compartment overhung the cab. It sat low on its axles, suggesting full water tanks, exactly what they would expect if it belonged to Pritchard. Moving through the underbrush, they circled to approach from the front, reasoning that anyone inside would be in the rear living area, not up front in the driver's compartment. Roberta took the lead with Veronica close behind, each step deliberate to avoid snapping twigs. At 10 yards out, they split, flanking the vehicle from opposite sides. They advanced another 5 yards. Then Roberta suddenly stood and sprinted forward, her voice sharp and commanding. "Stop! Don't you even think about it!" She had seen a green garden hose snaking from the RV's side, identical to the one they'd discovered in the garage Pritchard had been using back in his neighbor's yard. A fresh, muddy footprint near the hose bib suggested someone had very recently been there. This hose wasn't connected to a water source. Instead, it snaked from the RV's exhaust pipe, trailing along the dirt before slipping up and through a cleanly drilled hole in the lower corner of the door. Veronica reached her sister's side. The engine was silent. Roberta pressed a palm to the hood, then shook her head. Cold as ice, she murmured. She pulled her sweater over her head like a makeshift shroud, gripped the handle, and yanked the door wide. A wisp of bluish haze curled into the open air. After a brief pause, Roberta hoisted herself inside. The cramped interior held a miniature kitchenette, a wobbly table flanked by benches, and a narrow door leading to a toilet. At the far end, spanning the entire width, was a couch. Neville Pritchard was splayed across it, his eyes open and vacant, utterly motionless. Every surface was glazed with a greasy, faint residue. It coated Pritchard's skin, too, giving him a spectral, waxen appearance that was more apparition than man. Roberta dropped back to the ground and delivered the news. Veronica let out a sharp cry, stomping her foot in the dust. "This wrecks everything. It can't be happening." She fell silent, then whispered, "Do you think he did this to himself?" "Not a chance," Roberta said flatly. "People don't break free just to give up. It's the opposite. They give up when they can't break free. No, the eighth man did this, to bury his secret for good. There's no other answer." Veronica slumped against the RV's side, sliding down until she sat in the dirt. It was all pointless. Pritchard's gone, and our only shot at that last name died with him. Just put me out of my misery now. Roberta nudged Veronica's boot with her own. "Pointless? Hardly. 7 of those jerks are dead. That's all but one. We promised we'd make them pay for staying silent and letting Dad carry the blame. And we did with flair. Besides Buck and his cancer, every one of their deaths screams suicide, reeks of it. Now it's their family's turn to live with that shame. Think how different our lives could have been if we hadn't carried that weight. If Mom hadn't felt she had to run overseas, Richard would still be here. Ryan wouldn't be in prison. We wouldn't have enlisted just to get away from the chaos. We could have done anything. And I'm not giving up on that 8th name or the money he made from our dad's ruin. I've got a thought. There might be someone else who can point us in the right direction. Who? We'll discuss it on the road. Right now, we need to find a phone and call 911. Pritchard being dead doesn't do us any good if nobody knows about it. Chapter 18. It took 2 hours and called in a dozen markers, but Nielsen finally produced the satellite photo, or at least a fax of it, which was the best anyone could hope for given the constraints. He collected Smith, who had already grabbed her map from the car, and they headed back to Reacher's room. Nielsen laid the grainy image on the desk. "I have to step out for a bit," he said. "A contact has information about 92 something big dating back to the 60s. He wouldn't talk on the phone. If I'm not back before you finish up, I'll meet you at the bar." Smith moved beside Reacher, tapping the center of the photograph. "That's Pritchard's place. Does it tell you anything?" Reacher studied the image for a long moment. "If you want to find someone, you have to get inside their head, so picture living here, you're a little paranoid, worried about hostile visitors in the night. The house is exposed at the front and back. Nothing you can do about that. An assault could come from either direction or both at once. So you'd create an escape route out one of the sides, not the east side. The location is too visible, offering no clear path for escape. The western side would be the better choice. You'd need to create a hidden exit from the garage. How would that work? The method isn't as important as the result. There are plenty of possibilities. The crucial thing is, it would emerge here." Reacher's large fingers made precise pointing difficult, so he used his pen tip to indicate the spot on the photograph. "You'd be completely concealed, shielded by the trees and shrubs in these areas. From that position, you'd have a clean approach to the perimeter fence. Creating a discreet passage through it would be simple. Then you're in the yard next door. The most challenging phase would be complete. Now, what's this structure?" He pointed to a small rectangular building. "It looks like a shed, but it has its own paved approach. It's a separate garage. Every home in this neighborhood has an attached garage." "Why is there an extra one here, so far from the main house?" "It's not practical. If the neighbors wanted more space, why not just add on to their home?" My guess is Pritchard leased the land and had this built. Actually, I'd wager he bought the entire property and leased the house back to the tenants. He uses that extra garage to keep a vehicle ready for escape. Notice how the driveway curves away from his own residence? It's unnecessarily long. Why spend money on that so he could roll down to the street almost silently? No wonder the surveillance teams lost him. That vehicle will be registered under a fake identity without a doubt. But what type is it? How do we locate it? It depends on his ultimate goal. If his plan was to leave the country, it's a car. Something comfortable, unremarkable, and reliable, with a large fuel capacity to reach an airport, a port, or even cross a border. If that was the strategy, he's already gone. We'll never find him. He'd be settled on some beach in a nation with no extradition agreement. That doesn't sound hopeful. Then again, fleeing the country is a game for the young. It's high stress and physically taxing, requiring speed, carrying gear, and navigating security checkpoints and limited exits at airports. Pritchard is older, retired. He's the type to rely on his wits over his endurance, letting his mind handle the difficult work. I can picture him settled by a peaceful lake somewhere nice, maybe fishing, waiting for the heat to die down, or for his connections to smooth things over. In that scenario, he'd choose a recreational vehicle. That garage looks large enough to hold one. I'm leaning toward the RV, so where would he go in it? It could be anywhere, across the country, even into Canada or Mexico. The whole point of an RV is mobility. Reacher considered this. He had no direct experience with RVs, but he reasoned they operated on a similar principle to military transport, providing shelter and movement. Like a Bradley fighting vehicle, but with more amenities and fewer weapons. It could carry a finite amount of supplies, water, fuel, and in this case, food. But there would be limits. Pritchard would need to resupply. Reacher assumed specialized facilities existed for that purpose. He took the map from Smith and unfolded it beside the photograph. "What's the top speed for an RV?" Smith shrugged. "I'm not sure, maybe 60. I figure Pritchard would want to drive for less than an hour initially, so here's the plan. Identify every location within a 40-mile radius of his house that could provide fresh water for a vehicle. Contact the local police, fax them the most recent photograph of Pritchard you have. Have them send an officer to each possible site to ask if anyone's seen him. Tell them to be subtle. If they get a confirmed sighting, they should report it immediately but not approach. Pritchard is paranoid and in flight mode right now, but that could shift in an instant. The businesswoman, the scientist, why target her? Veronica Sanson relaxed into her seat. "Because she was present," Roberta replied, shifting the car into drive and easing off the brake. "In India—" "How did you figure that out?" Roberta slipped the car into an opening between vehicles. "You probably don't recall the news coverage from back then. She was all over the TV screens and the front pages. She was the public face for that chemical corporation. That was her? I never connected the dots, but she wasn't an operative. Not CIA, not military. How was she supposed to help us?" Roberta pressed the accelerator. "Back at Pritchard's place, I let that fourth agent put the cuffs on me. I made myself completely vulnerable." "So how did I manage to clear the room? Why was he knocked out on the floor when you got there?" "He underestimated me because I'm a woman. Men do that constantly. And what are you doing right now?" "Susan Kasluga is intelligent, competent, resourceful. She's likely curious and driven, too. She had to be to get where she is. Who knows what she witnessed over there, what she overheard? What connections she might have made privately. I'd bet nobody ever bothered to ask her, because she's a woman. She was young then, even if she doesn't understand the importance herself. The key might be locked away in her memory. We can't walk away from this without at least trying to find out." "All right, I follow the reasoning, but how do we get near enough to ask?" "She runs a billion-dollar company. Her husband is the Secretary of Defense. We can't exactly waltz into her corporate office. We can't just knock on her mansion's door. We'll do what we've always done. Observe, wait, and when a chance appears, we'll seize it." The phone rang in the Pentagon at 27 p.m. Eastern Time, an unscheduled call. The man who answered listened, hung up, and then dialed the number for the study at the back of Charles Stammeran's home. Stammeran was deep in thought in his armchair, and the jarring ringtone startled him. It took several rings before he crossed the room and lifted the receiver. He cleared his throat. "What is it now?" The man relayed the message he had committed to memory moments before. "Neville Pritchard is dead. The cause is carbon monoxide poisoning. He was found in a recreational vehicle with a hose connected to the tailpipe, presumably by his own hand. Though no note was discovered, his body was recovered after an anonymous call to emergency services. The medical examiner's initial assessment places time of death at approximately 4 days ago." Stammeran went very still, holding the receiver at his side for a long moment. This wasn't a suicide. If Neville Pritchard was going to kill anyone, it would have been the agents who invaded his home or the women hunting him, not himself, and the timeline felt wrong. If he'd been dead for 4 days, that meant he was killed the same day as Jeff Brown down in New Orleans. That operation had been complex, all decoy calls and exotic toxins. It would have required planning. The geography didn't add up, the logistics were impossible. The medical examiner must be off, even if just by a few hours. Pritchard must have died the same night he fled his house. Those women must have tracked him. You can't exactly make a quick getaway in an RV, after all. They must have been the ones who spooked him, not the agents sent to retrieve him. But that was a minor detail. The real issue was whether Pritchard had talked, whether he had given up the secret. Probably not. Since the women proceeded to target the other scientists, probably not. But probably was a far cry from definitely, and it would make a grim sort of sense for them to save the biggest target for last. Stammeran brought the handset back to his ear. 3 instructions. First, determine if the autopsy shows any evidence of torture or coercion. Second, recall the agents from his house. Third, keep the task force active. Tell them to intensify their efforts to identify these women. Stammeran disliked inefficiency, but if there was even a possibility that a pair of assassins was coming for him, it was only prudent to know who they were. Reacher and Smith had just finished compiling their list of possible hiding places where Pritchard could have taken his RV. It filled 2 full pages. As Smith scanned the lengthy register, a dry, sarcastic thought crossed his mind. For a man supposedly on the run, Pritchard had certainly picked the least inconspicuous vehicle imaginable. It was almost comical. Their search, he realized, might hinge less on clever deduction and more on whether anyone had recently complained about a large, boxy eyesore parked somewhere it shouldn't be. Smith folded the map around the papers and moved for the exit, but her pager chirped to life. Reacher's did the same a heartbeat later. Its tone slightly deeper, creating a dissonant duet. Christopher Baglin stood with his back to the boardroom table, staring through the window. When Reacher and Smith entered and took their seats, Walsh trailed in behind them. Baglin spun around, his gaze fixed on the doorway, his expression caught between fury and dread. "Is Nielsen coming?" he demanded. "He's chasing a lead," Reacher replied. "Might be a while, then we begin without him." "I'll be quick. Neville Pritchard is dead. They found him in a recreational vehicle at a campsite 35 miles from his home. A hose was connected from the exhaust pipe into the cabin." Smith leaned forward. "So our shooters are 6 for 6, and the rival team has no hitters left. Does that mean we can finally return to our actual jobs?" Baglin's scowl deepened. "Consider yourselves lucky to still have jobs. You've all been about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. So, no, not yet. We have a pair of serial killers running loose. We failed to prevent their spree, but we will damn sure apprehend them. You know the drill. Get moving." Walsh tentatively raised his hand. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room before he spoke. "I have something." Baglin, already halfway out of his chair, paused and slowly sank back down. Reacher and Smith shared a quick, questioning look. "I know I haven't contributed much on the suspect front, and I regret that," Walsh continued. "Frankly, I grew tired of staring out that window, so I fell back on my specialty. I went digging into the victims' finances. They were all a financial mess. Spending outpacing earnings, chaotic assets and liabilities, basically normal, except for Pritchard. To put it technically, the man was swimming in cash." "How much cash?" Baglin asked, his interest piqued. "Serious wealth?" I can pull the exact figures if you need them. Do it? Where did the money originate? That's the second curious part. On the surface, it came from interest and dividends on a portfolio of conservative investments. But that's pocket change compared to the original principle. Where that seed money came from, I haven't uncovered yet. All right, good work. Keep digging. Follow the trail. Reacher, Smith, your priority is identifying our killers. Reacher interjected. One question first. Pritchard's body. Were there any signs of trauma, electrocution marks? Talk screen, show anything? No. Why do you ask? Reacher offered a slight shrug. Call it professional curiosity. Back in Reacher's room, Smith immediately ripped their list of campgrounds in half. That saves the local police a lot of legwork, she said. And Pritchard's gone too. What's your read on that? Reminds me of when I was a kid and my dad was stationed in the Philippines, Reacher mused. Our housing was pretty bare, so my mom decided to brighten it up with potted plants. She had this one variety she loved, but they kept dying. No matter what she did, more water, less water, different soil, every single one wound up withered and tossed out. Keeping one alive became her personal mission. She finally found a gardening book in the base library. The troubleshooting section described her exact problem. The listed cause was either too much water or not enough. So it's meaningless, Smith concluded. Could be a world-ending clue. Could be absolutely nothing. What about Walsh suddenly finding his pulse? Didn't see that coming. Actually, I'm glad he did. I got a call from my brother. He's also with Treasury. Turns out Walsh was deep undercover for a long time. One of those endless counterfeiting operations that never seemed to get resolved. It went bad, really bad. He's dealing with some severe PTSD from it. I had no idea, Smith said, her tone softening. I just thought he was a lazy jerk. Here's hoping he's turning a corner. But all this money he says Pritchard had, where does that lead us? Do you think it's important? Have you ever looked into someone, discovered they had a hidden pile of money, and it turned out to be meaningless? Reacher and Smith remained at the office until their usual quitting time just after 5. Nielsen hadn't returned by then. He wasn't in the hotel lobby when they walked through around 6, and he wasn't at the bar waiting when they settled at their regular table. Smith took the chair across from Reacher, leaned in with her elbows on the worn wood, and said, "You're not married, are you, Reacher?" Reacher offered a faint smile. "Me? No. What about you?" Smith glanced away just as their server approached. "Just the two of you tonight?" she asked. Reacher replied, "For now." He noticed a flicker of disappointment on her face. Nielsen's absence meant a significantly smaller tab and thus a smaller tip. "Can I get you some drinks to start?" They ordered beers and their meals, knowing the menu by heart after so many nights, and once the server left, Smith held up her left hand. "No ring," she stated. It was true, but Reacher thought he could detect a faint pale line around her finger, a ghost of where a ring might have recently been. Smith leaned in again. "Any ideas for tomorrow?" I heard back from my contact digging into the Sansons. The wife relocated the family to Israel after Morgan's suicide. They didn't do well. One son, Richard, died from a drug overdose. Ryan's in prison for dealing. There's still no sign of Robert or Ronald, I told my guy to keep looking. Their food arrived after they finished eating, Reacher said. "What's your take on Susan Kasluga?" Smith shrugged. "Not much, just what I've read in old articles." The server cleared their plates. Once she was out of earshot, Reacher said, "I keep circling back to Kasluga being in India. She might have known Sanson. She might have information. Then I remember she's married to the Secretary of Defense." A scowl darkened Smith's face. "I don't see what her husband's job has to do with it. He's the one who convened the task force that points back to whatever happened at that chemical plant, and she worked there. I don't trust coincidences. Sometimes a coincidence is just that. And she didn't work in the classified section. She was with the civilian contractor Mason Chemical. I read a profile on her once. She didn't even meet Charles Stammerin until 72. They married in 75. He was CIA royalty back then. Think of the security vetting she endured. She's probably the cleanest person you could find." Then why did she lie? When did she lie? In '69. She said 7 people died in that accident. She omitted the other 1,000. Smith was silent for a beat. It's only a lie if you know you're not telling the truth. How would she have known the real number? The CIA and the Army weren't giving press tours of the site. They probably just put her in front of the cameras because she was young, presentable, and they trusted she was naive enough to read exactly what they handed her. Maybe? I think we should ask her about Sanson. I think we do it. Let's take. A loud, tearing sound came from the doorway, followed by a crash. Nielsen had arrived. He'd gotten ensnared in the plastic sheeting hanging in the entry and toppled over while trying to extricate himself. He stood, brushed off his wrinkled suit, ambled over, and dropped into the seat beside Reacher. "Where's the server?" he said. "I need whiskey now," Smith said. "Looks like you've already had your share of whiskey." Nielsen tilted his head. "Correct. I had some past tense, which is precisely why I need more now." "Your informant must have been thirsty, I guess." "Not an informant, and no, Frank doesn't drink." Nielsen pointed to his untied tie and the mark on his shirt. "All of this," he said, "started after he was gone." "You've been drinking since this afternoon?" "If we'd met for breakfast, I'd have been drinking since morning, so relax." Reacher asked, "Did he bring bad news?" "Bad." Nielsen scoffed. "That word doesn't even come close. Here's what Frank told me. The agency has 0 documentation on Project Typhon. It's like it never was. They've buried it. That's how they handle ticking time bombs. But Frank is meticulous, since I asked him who was running the show, and he couldn't answer. He moved to the next logical question: who was overseeing all the 19X projects, every single one, and all their offshoots? So that includes 192 in Typhon. Any guesses? Smith remained silent. Reacher didn't offer a word. "Charles Stammeron," Nielsen said. Nielsen got his whiskey. A double. Smith had a single, diluted with water. Reacher switched to black coffee with a shot of espresso on the side. "There's one microscopic bright side to this mess," Nielsen said, his tone shifting from grim to bitterly sarcastic. "The debate about whether we investigate Typhon settled. It was the Secretary of Defense's pet project. We wouldn't go near it with a pole 10 million feet long." He finished his drink. "Here's another fantastic development. Our future isn't ours to decide anymore. It's in the hands of those assassin women. And Neville Pritchard, if he vanishes, we're fine. If they catch him and just kill him, we're fine. But if they catch him and he talks, we're finished. Stammeron won't just sit there and accept responsibility for all those corpses. He'll be pointing fingers everywhere at us. Or some poor sap from the 1960s. Hold on, that's an idea. We need to find him a fall guy from the 60s. First thing tomorrow, we dig one up or another KGB agent Smith. Got any tucked away?" "Not that you're wearing anything with sleeves, but you get my point," Reacher said. "You might want to order another drink, obviously." "Wait. Why? Pritchard is dead? He is? When we found out earlier today. Did he talk? That's still unclear." Nielsen signaled for the server. Smith took a small sip from her glass, then said, "There's one more conclusion to draw from this. We can forget about speaking to Susan Kasluga. She either knows about this or she doesn't. And if she knows, she won't say a word, not with her husband's fate on the line." Nielsen took great deliberate care leaving the bar, then walked a few paces ahead of the others. His steps had a slight sway, but he managed the walk back to the hotel without incident. They all took the elevator to the 2nd floor together. Nielsen led the way down the hallway, and as they neared his door, he fumbled for his keys. They clattered to the floor. Reacher began to bend down, but Nielsen waved him away. "Go on," he said. "It's just a door. I've got it." Smith entered her room, and Reacher continued to his. He took off his jacket and hung it up. Then came a light, persistent knock. He turned, checked the peephole, and opened the door. Smith stood in the corridor barefoot, having left her purse behind. Her room key was in one hand, her pistol was in the other. "My room's been gone through," she said. "Has yours?" Reacher motioned her inside. He scanned the room. His duffel was on the floor near the closet, perhaps an inch nearer to the door than he remembered. His spare clothes were arranged on the second bed, but the folds seemed less precise. In the bathroom, his toothbrush stood in the glass by the sink, tilted slightly, not perfectly upright as he'd left it. A few things might have been shifted, he said. But searched? I'm not sure. Could have been housekeeping. Smith shook her head. Not in my case. Items inside my suitcase were deliberately rearranged. You haven't unpacked. I repack every morning. It's standard procedure for me. If I need to leave in a hurry, I grab my bag and go. No time lost. Reacher gave a slight shrug. Reacher decided nothing in his room was worth retrieving if things got tight. He asked, "Did you already check on Nielsen?" Smith shook her head. "I came straight to you." They moved quickly back into the hallway. Reacher rapped on Nielsen's door. Silence. He knocked harder, then finally pounded, the noise loud enough he thought it might draw complaints from other guests. Still, no sound came from within. "What's your guess?" Smith asked. "Did he drink himself unconscious?" "Most likely," Reacher said. "But we need to be certain. I'll go get a master key." Reacher took the stairs up and back down, returning to Nielsen's door in under 3 minutes. He held a large brass key fob. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. The first thing he saw were Nielsen's shoes, pointing toward the bathroom threshold. Reacher stepped inside, Smith right behind him. Nielsen was sprawled face down on the tile floor, utterly still. His head was near the shower base. A streak of blood marked the white porcelain, and a perfect dark circle of it had pooled on the tiles beside his cheek, as if he'd decided to take a nap on a crimson platter. Reacher knelt, pressing 2 fingers to the man's neck. He waited a full 60 seconds, then looked up at Smith and gave a slow, grim shake of his head. "You have got to be kidding me." Smith's expression was pure, hot anger. The very day he uncovers who's behind a classified state project, he has a tragic accident and dies. Who do they think they're fooling? She crouched, gently moving a loose strand of hair from Nielsen's vacant, staring eyes. Her voice dropped, turning fragile. "This hit's different. It's like that old saying, 1,000,000 deaths are a statistic, but 1 death is a tragedy. This feels personal." But Reacher's mind was already elsewhere. He was picturing the killer, hidden in this very room while they wished Nielsen good night, a final farewell, as it happened. He was thinking about tracking down the person who gave the order, and he was thinking about the severe and lasting lesson he intended to teach them when he did. They retreated from the bathroom, shutting the corridor door to prevent a scene. Reacher looked at Smith. "How's your poker face, rusty?" she admitted. "Why? Time to polish it. We play it completely straight. We follow every procedure. We need whoever ordered this to believe Nielsen's information died with him. You're talking about Stamorin. All signs point there. So here's our script. We didn't meet Nielsen tonight. He never came to the bar. We had dinner, returned to find our rooms tossed, got concerned about him due to his habits, used a passkey to check, and found him. That's the whole story clear, I suppose," Smith said. "But the bartender saw the 3 of us together. I'll handle her. I'll make sure she understands the value of a good tip and a better story. So we call the police now. Not directly. We call Baglin. Let him interface with the police, the agency, Stamorin, everyone. First, though, we need Nielsen's call log. How? The front desk will have a record for billing. We need to find his contact Frank and get a warning to him. We also need to see who else Nielsen has been talking to. He said he'd been making noise. He might have tipped off the wrong person. People at that level don't get there by being naive. Stamorin will have safeguards in place, alarms we don't even know about yet." Christopher Baglin arrived about 30 minutes after Reacher's call. After a quick assessment, he phoned the D.C. police chief. 2 detectives were there in 20 minutes, followed closely by a crime scene unit. Soon, yellow and black tape was strung across doorways and down the hall. A young officer with a clipboard was posted to log everyone entering or leaving. Cleared entry and exit routes were established, and the scene was thoroughly documented with photographs. Technicians in disposable coveralls and elastic shoe covers moved through the area, applying various forensic powders and sprays. At a certain point, 2 men in dark suits arrived. They conducted a silent, thorough inspection of the premises without introducing themselves to a soul. They didn't have to. Everyone present knew a CIA presence when they saw one. Eventually, paramedics removed Nielsen's body on a gurney and the detectives turned their attention to taking statements from Reacher and Smith. They were ushered into separate, hastily arranged rooms for questioning. Every classic interrogation technique was employed. They were told the other had already confessed and that cooperating now was their only chance. They were informed of phantom witnesses and that a single plea deal was on the table, with the other party supposedly hesitating. None of it made a dent. The whole time a CIA operative stood silently in the corner of each room, a watchful, unmoving presence leaning against the wall. After the chaos subsided and most of the emergency crews had departed, Baglin drew Reacher and Smith aside. "You both holding up?" Baglin asked. "That couldn't have been easy. I've had more enjoyable nights," Smith replied. "Your rooms were both tossed by the same person?" Baglin inquired. "Our rooms were searched," Reacher confirmed. "We're operating on the assumption it was the same individual. No concrete proof, but the alternative would be one staggering coincidence. The detectives probably covered this. But can you think of any reason someone would target Nielsen or potentially all of you?" Reacher shook his head. "Nothing logical. It's difficult to connect this attack to the task force's work in any meaningful way. We know 2 women are responsible for a series of homicides, and we understand their probable motive, but that's where our knowledge ends. No identities, no reliable descriptions, no physical evidence. They're clearly skilled and disciplined. If they felt the investigation was getting close, the intelligent move would be to fade back into their everyday routines. They could be serving us coffee downtown every morning, and we'd never know. They had no reason to kill any of us. Attempting it would be a tactically stupid move for them, completely out of character. So what do you think happened here tonight, my Reed? A botched burglary? Hotels are targets all the time. Look at the room order. The guy started with mine, found nothing worth stealing, then moved to Agent Smith's. Nothing of value in mine either," Smith added. "So the intruder proceeds to Nielsen's room," Reacher continued. "He's in the middle of searching for valuables when Nielsen walks in. Given the smell, it's safe to say Nielsen had been drinking. The intruder might not have intended to kill him. Maybe he just shoved him while trying to escape." Baglin crossed his arms, and Reacher sensed immediate, profound skepticism. After a heavy pause, Baglin said, "I owe you an apology. Housing you all in the same hotel, much less in adjoining rooms, was a tactical blunder. It created an unnecessary concentration of risk. We've corrected that. You're being relocated to new hotels immediately. Separate establishments in different parts of the city. I don't have a car," Reacher stated. "Transportation has been arranged. It might already be here. Check with the front desk on your way out." Smith checked her watch. "What about tomorrow, or, I suppose, later this morning?" "What about it?" Baglin replied. "Be at the office at the usual time. We now have 3 killers to find." A vehicle was indeed waiting for Reacher in the lot. A rental Ford sedan. It was a lightweight, insubstantial car with flimsy seats, a dashboard cluttered with buttons, and not nearly enough space behind the steering wheel for a man of his size. The design shortcomings didn't concern him, however. He didn't plan on driving it much. The new hotel he'd been assigned to was, in virtually every respect, at the polar opposite end of the spectrum from the last one. The second hotel was a world apart from the first, clearly built to impress visiting dignitaries and high-level officials. Reacher's suite was vast, essentially 2 separate rooms combined into one, a sleeping area with a king bed, a marble bathroom, and a closet you could get lost in, flowed into a spacious living section with distinct zones for sitting and dining. Around the sink were full-size bottles of expensive-looking toiletries, brands he'd never consider buying. The towels were thick enough to soak up a lake, and the robes were plush. An absurd number of decorative cushions were piled on the furniture. Enough, he mused, that in a pinch you could toss them from the window and have a fighting chance of surviving a 10-story drop. None of that luxury mattered to him. He just wanted to close the book on this day and reset for tomorrow. Moving through the space, he killed the lights and drew the heavy drapes, his eye catching a minibar cabinet left slightly ajar. Nielsen would have loved that, he thought. He opened it, selected a tiny bottle of Maker's Mark, cracked the seal, and drank a quiet, solitary toast to those no longer here. The next morning, Reacher and Smith arrived at the task force parking lot almost simultaneously, Reacher from the south and Smith from the north. They entered the lobby together and immediately noted the two additional security guards posted there. Closing the barn door after the horses bolted, Reacher thought, flashing his identification. He trailed Smith down the hallway and into the boardroom. She took a seat while he filled a mug with coffee. "Do you think they'll send someone to replace Nielsen?" she asked. "Unlikely," Reacher said. Bringing in an agency man was a calculated risk for Stammeron, a mistake as it turned out. Nielsen only cracked the case because he had an old friend he could lean on for information, a guy who would never have talked to us or to Walsh now that he's conscious. Stammeron probably thought it would seem more suspicious if the CIA wasn't at the table. That would have raised real questions. My guess is he was counting on a known drunk like Nielsen to be harmless. That's a depressing thought, Smith said, rubbing her tired eyes. We never learned what Nielsen's deal was. He was clearly a good agent once. You don't drink like that from day one, your body gives out. If he hadn't been killed, he would have been fired. Something broke him, something bad. I wish I'd known him well enough for him to tell me what it was. Reacher stayed silent. Smith tried to suppress a yawn. Did you sleep? I've had better nights, Reacher replied. In truth, he'd been out cold the moment his head hit the pillow and hadn't moved until his internal alarm woke him. But experience taught him people usually ask that question expecting a complaint, not a report of perfect rest. I barely slept a wink, Smith confessed. I'm exhausted. This whole situation is a nightmare, Reacher. Nielsen's murder, Charles Stammeron, Typhon, 1,000 bodies. I just lay there thinking, how do we possibly handle all this? We handle it like any other investigation of any other crime. We follow the evidence. If it points to Stammeron's guilt, we take him down. He's the Secretary of Defense. Like I told Sarbatsky, this is America. The law doesn't stop at his office door. It does make going after him a lot tougher, though. Then we have to be smarter about it. Work the angles? Got any ideas where to start? My instinct says Nielsen's death traces back to his contact at the CIA. He must have mentioned. Typhon asked if it was real, if there was proof, who was running it. He hit a nerve. From there, I see three possibilities. 1, his contact came and did it personally. 2, he sent a cleaner. Reacher laid out the third possibility. He could have reported Nielsen's questions to someone else, and that person arranged the murder. Which would fit Stammeron, Smith concluded.
Exactly. So how do we prove it? We find out who Nielsen actually spoke to.
My plan is to contact them myself, let them know I worked with Nielsen and that I'm aware of what he discovered. Then I wait. If my theory is right, someone will come looking for me at my hotel, only this time, instead of me ending up dead, we'll get a name from whoever shows up. We keep following that chain until we reach the top. We have his call log from the hotel. Now we need his calls from here. Can the Bureau get that list for us? Smith reached for the phone on the table. She dialed, issued a series of quick coded instructions, and hung up. As she pushed the phone back, the door swung open, and Gary Walsh hurried in, his face flushed. He started toward his usual seat, hesitated, and turned back, shifting his weight awkwardly. I heard what happened, he said, his voice earnest. I'm truly sorry. It sounds like you were getting close. Please, if there's anything I can do to help. The door opened again, and the security guard from earlier stepped in. Message from Mr. Baglin. He won't be at the meeting this morning. He says you all know what needs to be done. Once the door closed, Walsh took Baglin's vacant seat. What happened to Nielsen? Is it connected to why he missed the meeting yesterday? He leaned forward, his expression sincere. Look, I know I haven't given you reason to trust me. I've been distracted dealing with some personal issues, but I want to make it right. Let me in. I can help. Reacher remained silent. Smith studied the table's surface. Walsh pressed on. Reacher, I know your brother, at least in passing. Call him. He'll vouch for me. And Amber, 2 years ago, my team provided data analysis for Phil on an operation he was running. He told me. Smith cut in, her tone flat. Nielsen went to meet a contact. He wasn't back before we left. After dinner, we found our hotel rooms had been tossed. We tried to reach him and found him dead. It was staged to look like an accident, but we aren't buying it." "Was his meeting about the project?" Walsh asked. Smith didn't answer, her gaze fixed on the wall. Reacher filled the silence. "It seems that way, then the police investigation will be surface level," Walsh said. "They'll be kept far from the real story. You're going after his killer yourselves." Reacher gave a single nod. "Made any progress?" "We have a list of numbers he called from the hotel," Reacher said, explaining his theory about Nielsen sparking panic and the need to trace his contacts. He almost smiled, thinking how the man had probably set off a quiet frenzy in a certain Virginia office building, like kicking a hornet's nest and calmly walking away. Walsh perked up. "Can I see the list? Numbers are my thing, even without dollar signs attached." Smith seemed distant. Reacher nudged her arm. "Sorry, what?" she said. "Show Walsh the numbers from the hotel." Smith passed him the printout she'd gotten from the front desk. Walsh studied it for a moment. "Okay, one number repeats constantly, the one ending in 4 zeros. That's a switchboard, likely, Langley. All these numbers with only the last 4 digits changing? Those are direct extensions, also, Langley. Then you have a few with the same area code, probably personal lines for Langley personnel. The outliers could be friends, except for this one." He tapped the page. 1-800-266-9328. He called that a couple of times. Walsh grinned and shook his head in disbelief. The man was completely out of control. Smith looked puzzled. "I don't follow. What is it?" Walsh said. "Well, it would be advertised using letters." Reacher did the conversion instantly. 1-800-BOOZE-2U, a liquor delivery service, I'd imagine. Liquor stores up and down the East Coast are definitely going to feel the loss of Nielsen. That's a given. Smith shook his head. What a time to be alive. All right, let's get our heads back in the game with the Langley data. How do we sort this? The main switchboard number is useless unless we know who he was trying to reach. Walsh offered a thought. It might help if we could find out if any of those numbers also called him back. That would point to an actual conversation, not just a dead end or a voicemail. We can't get that from the hotel. Room calls are routed through the switchboard, but here we should be able to. Smith grabbed the phone and made another quick call. Hanging up, she reported, "They're on it, but it'll take some time. What can we do while we wait? We should keep the pressure on. Try to provoke them into sending another operative tonight. If you're up for that, Reacher." Reacher didn't hesitate. "The sooner they come, the sooner they're dealt with. Tell them to send him now." "There might be another angle," Walsh said, though he sounded unsure. "It's a real long shot, but it can't hurt to ask. Does anyone know if Nielsen was the type to obsessively clear out his voicemails?" This time, Roberta and Veronica Sanson decided against stealing a car. Knowing they'd be wading through a swamp of various law enforcement agencies, they figured renting was a smarter, safer play. They settled on a Suburban, reasoning its bulky, anonymous look would fit right in with the corporate landscapes they expected to navigate. Finding a rental agency willing to accept a straight cash transaction took a little doing, but the effort paid off in under 10 minutes. That's all it took to spot Susan Kasluga, leaving her heavily secured home, settled in the back of a black Lincoln Town car. The vehicle slid out through the fortified gate and eased into the sluggish morning commute. Kasluga was absorbed in that day's Wall Street Journal. A chauffeur was at the wheel, and 2 other men were with her, wearing off-the-rack suits with discreet earpieces and cords trailing under their collars. Private security by the look of them. Perfect from the sisters' perspective. Roberta pulled away from the curb, falling in 4 cars behind the town car. She adjusted the gap as traffic flowed and stalled, sometimes closing to 3 cars back, sometimes letting it stretch to 5. On a few long, straight stretches with no exits, she'd briefly surge ahead, then deliberately slow to let the Lincoln retake the lead before any intersection offered a choice of direction. She maintained this patient dance for 20 minutes until the town car signaled and turned right, descending a ramp into an underground garage. The garage belonged to a 20-story tower of mirrored blue glass and steel, a rigidly symmetrical rectangle. The headquarters of Americhem Incorporated, the company Kasluga built after coming back from overseas. Roberta drove straight past, then took 2 quick left turns. No one was tailing them. She hadn't expected a tail, but it never hurt to be sure. Finding a quiet side street, she pulled over and looked at Veronica. "What's your read?" Veronica considered. In a perfect world, we'd shadow her for a solid week. But they know there are 2 of us now, and with their pool of scientists gone, they could start connecting dots any minute. So good today is better than perfect next week. Let's see what her calendar looks like. If she's in the office tomorrow and we can gather what we need this afternoon, I say we move in the morning. Roberta put the Suburban back in drive. Agreed. Nielsen's office door was locked. Smith retrieved a slim leather case from her bag and chose 2 fine metal tools. She worked the flatter one into the keyhole, applying tension low down, then slid the more pointed pick in above it, manipulating it with a practiced scraping motion. In half a minute, the lock yielded and the door swung inward. Walsh entered first, with Reacher right behind him. That familiar heavy sensation of intrusion, the kind that always settled over him when stepping into a dead person's private space, descended immediately. The air felt still and thick, holding the silent echo of a life abruptly ended. Smith shut the door, the latch clicking with a soft finality. Walsh moved to Nielsen's desk and pressed a button on the answering machine. A smoked plastic cover sprang open, revealing an empty compartment. He shifted his attention to the fax machine, its output tray barren. "Looks like the agency already swept this place clean," Walsh muttered, a note of frustration in his voice. "But there's one more angle to check." He tapped a sequence into the fax machine's keypad, the device whirred to life, and moments later, a single sheet of paper emerged. Walsh held it up, displaying columns of dates, numbers, times, and call durations. "It's the transmission log," he explained. "Shows every fax Nielsen sent or received." He turned to Smith. "Let me see that call list again." Comparing the 2, he nodded. "Here the same number appears on both." "Does that actually help us?" Reacher asked, skepticism plain in his tone. "People planning a murder don't usually fax a heads up." "I don't think it was a fax," Walsh replied. "Look at the duration. 1 second. Pages received 0. Then what was it? In my office? The phone and fax numbers are 1 digit apart. Yours the same?" Smith nodded. "Identical setup. Safe to assume Nielsen's was too," Walsh said. "So I think someone accidentally dialed his fax number, then hung up immediately." Reacher frowned. "Why would they do that? Maybe Nielsen left a message and gave the wrong digit, or the caller misdialed. Simple human error." Smith picked up both documents, her eyes scanning the timestamps. "The timing fits. Nielsen called that number from the hotel right after we saw Sarbotsky. He'd downed all that vodka, remember? Easy to slur a digit when you're barely standing. The callback came that evening while we were at the bar. So Nielsen leaves an inflammatory message," Reacher summarized. "The recipient tries to reach him, can't get through, and then what? Escalates, and someone higher up dispatches a cleaner to handle the problem? Someone like Stamorin, Smith thought, though she kept the name to herself. It's plausible," Reacher conceded, "worth pursuing, but why hang up so fast?" Walsh almost smiled. "You've never accidentally called a fax machine. How would I even know?" "Try it," Walsh said, gesturing to Nielsen's phone. "Call your own fax line right now." Reacher punched in the number. The connection went through, and his ear was instantly met with a piercing, screeching electronic wail. He slammed the handset down. "What in the world was that?" Walsh couldn't hide a smirk. "That, Reacher, is how fax machines communicate. You can see why our mystery caller wouldn't stick around for a chat." Smith leaned forward, picked up the receiver, and dialed. When answered, she recited a series of familiar acronyms and requested a log of all other calls made from the number that had tried to reach Nielsen. She asked to be transferred, then instructed a reverse directory search on the number. After a brief silence, she shook her head and hung up. "The call log will be faxed to me later. The number is registered to a John Smith. No relation to me, obviously." Chapter 21. The reception area at Americhem headquarters was a study in opulence, all polished marble, sleek metals, and artwork that wouldn't look out of place in a museum. Strip away the glitter, though, and its core function was starkly simple: to keep unauthorized people out. Turnstiles stood guard, operable only with a pass staff had them. Approved visitors could obtain them. Veronica Sanson was neither. Her first move to infiltrate the building began not at the imposing doors, but next door in a bustling Starbucks. Joining the line, she pulled a lanyard from her pocket, a garish yellow thing covered in cartoon monkeys, bought years ago from a tourist shop in Tel Aviv. She looped it around her neck, tucking the clip inside her jacket as if she were a modest employee hiding her pass on her commute. When she reached the counter, she ordered 4 venti lattes, the largest size available, a calculated prop for the role she was about to play. Veronica requested a cardboard carrier, carefully fitting the oversized cups into the corner slots before piling sugar packets and stir sticks into the middle. She left the coffee shop and navigated one of Americam's revolving doors, holding the drink tray out in front of her with a cautious, almost fearful grip, as if expecting a sudden collapse and a scalding disaster. She inched her way to the nearest security turnstile and then hit a wall of pure inconvenience. She couldn't manage the drinks with one hand, and she couldn't possibly fish out her access badge with no hands free. A line was forming behind her, adding pressure. Flustered, she attempted to shift her grip and nearly sent the whole tray tumbling. Leaning awkwardly, she tried to get her jacket close enough to the sensor without actually removing it, succeeding only in knocking 3 sugar packets to the floor. As she tried to wedge a forearm under the tray, one cup teetered dangerously. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and her eyes began to well up. Just then, a silver-haired man in a suit with a neat mustache stepped beside her. He leaned over, swiped his own badge to release the turnstile, and held it for her. She scurried through, making a beeline for the elevators. "Thank you so much," she gasped as he caught up. "I was about to die of humiliation. It's my 2nd day. I swear I'll never forget my card again." She dropped her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "You wouldn't mind hitting the button inside, would you? I need to avoid another catastrophe. I'm headed to Miss Kasluga's floor." Susan Kasluga's corner office on the 20th floor was predictably massive, a clear trophy for being the top executive, Veronica mused. She figured another perk would be having the most competent assistant, so she made a quick detour, ditching the milky coffees in a women's restroom near the elevator bank. She then hurried down the hall and burst into Kasluga's outer office. A woman in a sharp black pantsuit looked up from behind a broad antique desk, her expression one of alarm. She had steel gray hair swept back from a fine-boned face and piercing blue eyes. Veronica blurted out, "You're the one they told me about, right? You know, CPR." The gray-haired woman was on her feet in an instant. "Is someone in cardiac arrest? Downstairs, 1 floor down by the elevators. Someone already called 911, but you know how long they can take to get here?" Veronica pretended to follow her out, but doubled back the moment the door swung shut. She circled the imposing desk. A bulky beige computer monitor, curved at the front and trailing a nest of wires, dominated the space. Next to it sat a complex telephone with an array of lights and buttons, a leather desk pad, and a pair of 3-inch-tall troll dolls with shockingly bright hair, probably a grandchild's gift. Veronica thought there was also a notepad, a pen, and a Rolodex whose contents she briefly imagined could be quite valuable. Set apart to the side was a leather-bound executive planner. Veronica snapped it open, flipped to the current week, and scanned the next day's schedule. It began at 6 a.m. with an entry for Surge Press Conference Prep Boardroom and ran solidly through to 6 p.m. without a single gap. "Sorry, Surge," Veronica thought with a smirk. "You're going to be waking up for nothing." Reacher and Walsh trailed Smith out of Nielsen's office. Smith used her lockpicks to secure his door again, then led them to her own office. It felt less macabre than lingering in a dead man's space, and it had the added advantage of putting them near her fax machine, which was awaiting the information she'd requested about the phone calls. Reacher and Walsh slipped out briefly to grab chairs from their own offices, then the 3 of them settled into a loose triangle to wait. The fax machine, utterly silent and still, somehow became the focal point of the room. Smith made a couple of stilted attempts at conversation. Walsh offered a few tidbits on his pessimistic view of the nation's economic future. Reacher, for his part, remained completely silent. After 40 minutes, the fax machine's display lit up and a single sheet of paper slid into the tray. Smith snatched it, scanned the contents, and held it up. "These are the calls made from the number that contacted Nielsen," she announced. Only one call was placed after he finished with Nielsen's fax, just a minute later. "Let's find out who was on the other end." Smith picked up the phone and dialed the reverse directory contact again. She listened intently, asked for a confirmation, then thanked him and hung up. For a long moment, she simply stared at the receiver before turning to face Reacher and Walsh. "The person Nielsen's contact called right after?" she said, her voice low. "It was Charles Stammerin, a private line at his residence. The bill is in his name." Roberta eased the Suburban onto the shoulder, and Veronica hopped out, ducking into a nearby phone booth. Using directory assistance, she obtained the number for the Central Fire Department office. When someone answered, Veronica introduced herself as a journalism student from Johns Hopkins, explaining she was working on a comparative study of public infrastructure in different city landscapes. To complete her research, she needed to know which specific firehouses were responsible for certain key buildings. She listed them off: the National Cathedral, the Dumbarton Oaks Museum, the Library of Congress, the Kennedy Center, and the headquarters of Americhem Incorporated. The firehouse they sought was situated on a triangular plot where two streets converged, a design that allowed vehicles to enter one side and exit the other without ever needing to turn around, a model of efficiency. When Roberta and Veronica arrived, the large exit doors stood wide open. They had been told that in the United States, such buildings are generally considered public and accessible, but walking straight in still felt oddly bold. Roberta parked on the street, clear of the broad concrete apron, and led the way inside. The equipment floor housed 4 vehicles, 3 fire trucks and an ambulance. The trucks varied in size and function. One bore an enormous ladder running its full length, another had a roof-mounted water cannon, and the third resembled a standard delivery truck, albeit painted a vivid red. They were all parked with military precision within the lines painted on the floor. Nearby boots, helmets, and other gear were arranged in neat parallel rows. 3 sets of double doors on the left wall led to an inner area which the sisters assumed contained offices, a kitchen, sleeping quarters, and a common room. From behind those doors, they could hear the rumble of voices and the frantic commentary of a televised baseball game. Veronica positioned herself where she would be immediately visible if anyone emerged. Meanwhile, Roberta quickly moved around the front of the ladder truck. She reached up, opened the passenger door, and hauled herself into the cab. Her fingers traced along the underside of the dashboard below the arrays of switches and dials until she found the edge of a rigid, waterproof pouch secured with Velcro. She pulled it free, took a pocket knife, and sliced through the plastic cable tie sealing it shut. Flipping through the papers inside, she checked each one until she found the specific document she needed. She took a steadying breath, focusing intently on the printed information, committing every detail to memory. Then she carefully replaced the papers and reattached the pouch. As Roberta took up a post near the doors, Veronica crossed the space to where the ambulance was parked. She slipped into the narrow gap between the vehicle and the wall, and for just a second, the sound of cheering from the television swelled dramatically. 2 people in black and green uniforms had just stepped out of the common area, a man and a woman. They spotted Roberta and altered their course, approaching her directly. "Can we help you?" the woman asked. Her expression caught somewhere between polite courtesy and open suspicion. Veronica glanced over her shoulder, her pulse quickening. The person who had emerged from the ambulance didn't spot her, so she kept moving until she was positioned before a large bulletin board. "Are you both EMTs?" Roberta asked. The man and woman each gave a nod. "Perfect. That's exactly why I'm here. I want to enroll and begin my training. I came to get the full picture. I assume there are applications to complete." "What about the minimum education standards? How tough are they to meet?" "Stay right here," the man replied. "There's an information packet. It explains everything. You can take it home, review it thoroughly. If you're genuinely committed, you can start the process. Veronica's eyes moved over the papers pinned to the board. Many were minor announcements or bureaucratic notices, a few were outdated, but the one she needed was positioned dead center, a list of addresses with a documented history of emergency calls linked to firearms. 14 locations were listed, each accompanied by a series of check marks. The intent was to alert response teams to exercise additional caution if dispatched to any of these spots to request police support at the initial hint of any problem. Veronica studied them briefly, committing to memory the 3 addresses with the highest tally of marks. The man came back and handed Roberta a stack of photocopied sheets. "Best of luck," he said, but he didn't linger to chat. The woman didn't either. They both began walking toward the rear of the ambulance, the same direction Veronica had taken, and Veronica was still there. Wait a second. Roberta took a long stride forward. "This is really helpful. Thank you. Let me just ask one more thing. Are there specific physical fitness standards, like running a mile within a set time or being able to lift a certain amount of weight?" Veronica dropped low and rolled smoothly beneath the ambulance's chassis. "It's all covered in the materials," the man called back, continuing to walk. The woman had hardly paused. Veronica emerged on the side nearest the street. She rose to her feet, glanced around to confirm she hadn't been observed, then rejoined Roberta, and they walked casually back to their SUV. "It has to be an error," Walsh insisted, Charles stammering. Smith shook her head. "It's not an error. My contact verified it 3 times over. It's Stammeren's number, no question. He even confirmed it isn't some other Charles Stammeren." "It's incredible." "You don't want to accept it," Reacher said. "That's not the same thing. The Secretary of Defense arranged a murder. That's absurd, is it? Why, do you think only people with certain job descriptions are capable of killing?" "I hunt murderers for a living. Trust me, they come in every variety imaginable. You honestly think it's true?" "I think it's entirely plausible. The sequence is clear." Nielsen called this John Smith individual to, as he said, shake the tree. John Smith tried to return the call but accidentally reached Nielsen's fax. John Smith then called Stammeren and Nielsen ended up dead. John Smith escalated it when he hit a wall and Stammeren decided not to take any risks. Frankly, it makes a twisted kind of sense for a defense secretary. You don't climb to that level without being able to make cold, ruthless calls. Smith's phone rang. She answered, listened briefly, and said, "Why, then? That's nonsense. Someone has to have access." Finally, she said, "All right, thanks for trying." Walsh said, "That didn't sound promising. That was my contact for phone records," Smith explained. "We can't obtain any details for calls to or from the office lines. They're on some specialized Department of Defense system. There's no call data available, incoming or outgoing. So we're down to a single lead. We only need one," Reacher stated, "provided it's the correct one." "The timeline supports it," Smith added. "Nielsen's movements and his state of intoxication line up perfectly. No doubt about it. Only one way to know for sure." Reacher leaned over, picked up the phone, and started dialing. "Now it's my turn to give that tree a shake." Roberta Sanson navigated to the first address Veronica had memorized from the fire station bulletin board. She eased the vehicle to the curb and left the engine idling. The street number matched a solitary green door set into the long, featureless brick wall of a single-story building. There was no indication of any movement or life inside. It wasn't the right hour for that kind of place. "A gambling spot?" Roberta asked. Veronica shook her head. "Probably. I don't have a good feeling. Single door, no visibility inside. My vote is to skip it." "Sounds good to me." Roberta eased the car back into traffic and headed for the next location. The reason for the neighborhood's violent reputation became obvious immediately. The Target house had its windows blacked out from within. A pile of plastic bottles was dumped by the entrance, discarded sacks from cat litter, a collection of misshapen, melted buckets, even from the safety of the vehicle. The sharp scent of ammonia was unmistakable. This was a meth house, plain and simple. The charred remains of the homes on either side suggested they'd likely served the same purpose before burning down. They hadn't been parked a full minute when a figure emerged from a neighboring structure. He was tall and painfully thin, wearing a faded Mets cap, a nondescript athletic jacket, torn jeans, and sneakers that had long since surrendered their original white. He started a slow, deliberate walk across the street toward them. Veronica quietly opened her door and slipped out unseen. The man's attention was fixed solely on Roberta. He came right up to her window. She lowered it just a fraction. He gave a nasty smirk. "You lost, sweetheart?" "Philosophically, maybe," Roberta replied. "Geographically, I'm exactly where I meant to be. I'm here for business." "What kind of business you think happens around here?" Roberta gestured with her chin toward the dark-windowed house. "I'm guessing a little home cooking." "You a cop?" "I'm the furthest thing from a cop." "Whatever you are, I don't like your face. Time for you to move along." "But I just arrived, and the local ambiance is simply delightful. You're leaving now." "What if I'm not in the mood to?" The man straightened up and pulled his jacket open. He had a pistol tucked into each side of his waistband, butts forward in a clumsy cross-draw setup. Roberta raised her voice slightly. "Two guns? I guess the neighborhood charm is just skin deep after all." The man started. "Are you on?" Veronica moved from behind the Suburban. Her left arm was already in motion, a tire iron swinging in a wide arc. She planted her feet, twisted her torso for force, and the tool's flared end connected solidly with the man's temple. His head snapped to the side, his eyes lost focus, and his legs gave out completely. He crumpled to the pavement at her feet. She bent down, relieved him of both pistols, checked his pockets for extra magazines, finding two, and collected them before circling back to her seat. Roberta said, "Well, our civic duty is handled now for some retail therapy. We need new clothes, communication gear, and a few persuasive items just in case our target isn't cooperative. Where do you want to start?" Meanwhile, Reacher and Walsh were still in Smith's office when their pagers chimed in unison. The three of them walked down the hall and entered the boardroom. Christopher Baglin was already seated at the head of the table. Reacher and Smith took their chairs. Walsh drifted toward the window. Everyone made a conscious effort not to glance at Nielsen's conspicuously empty seat. Baglin began, "My apologies for being absent this morning. I'm certain you understand there were pressing matters to attend to. I hope you managed a fruitful day regardless. What do you have to report?" Reacher had nothing. Smith simply shook her head. Then Walsh raised a hand. "I have more on Neville Pritchard's financial origins. It required digging deep into the past, but I found it. There are numerous records of him selling, then immediately repurchasing large amounts of very obscure foreign currencies." Baglin said, "Explain that, please. Why is that important? Assume I know nothing about finance." "It's a method known as a foreign currency loan scheme. The name isn't glamorous, but it's brutally effective. It covertly moves money while simultaneously creating a paper trail that makes it look legitimate. So it's smuggling cash and cleaning it at the same time?" Reacher asked. "In a manner of speaking," Walsh said. "But the kicker is, it operates in a legal gray area. It's all about exploiting loopholes in international banking regulations. Mastering the maneuver requires a sharp eye for predicting which currency is poised for a steep decline. Here's the basic play. Suppose I acquire $1 million in Venezuelan bolivars and loan that sum to Reacher. He could turn around and sell them immediately, pocketing a cool million in U.S. currency. Clear so far. No one voiced a disagreement. Now picture the bolivar's value plummeting by 20%. Reacher could repurchase the identical amount he sold, but now it would only set him back $800,000. He returns the bolivars to me, settling the debt completely, and walks away with a clean $200,000 profit. Makes sense, right? Smith offered a tentative. "I suppose," Baglin murmured. "Clever." Reacher remained silent, Walsh added. "And that 200 grand isn't just profit, it's spotless?" He generated it through legal currency speculation, with a legitimate paper trail documenting every transaction, far superior to trying to explain cash from moving drugs or weapons. Baglin leaned in. "Are you certain Pritchard was operating this scheme?" "Pritchard executed it back in the early 70s, and yes, I'm certain. Any of the other researchers involved? I've uncovered no proof. Keep digging. Solid work. And Reacher, Smith, I can overlook a slow day today, but tomorrow? That's over. I expect you both here in the morning, focused and ready. Understood. After Baglin departed, Walsh closed the distance to Reacher and Smith. He paused, weighing his words. Listen, there's a piece I held back earlier. With Baglin in the room, I wasn't sure it was wise or safe to share. Reacher's tone was flat. What is it? Those loans that enriched Pritchard? Every single one originated from the same corporation, Americhem, so I did some digging. Before Susan Kasluga founded Americhem, she established another company in the Grand Caymans with a partner based in the Virgin Islands. Its official purpose was to bid on a contract for a chemical plant in Pakistan. That fell through, the company dissolved, and Kasluga extracted her funds. She also sued her partner and walked away with a massive settlement. So, was that fortune or misfortune, Reacher asked. It was another method to funnel money into the country and sanitize it. This occurred right before the Pritchard loan scheme, and care to guess who served as one of the directors? Charles Stamorin. Which isn't illegal. He resigned in '79 as his political ambitions began to take shape. Americhem itself has never held any questionable government contracts. Still, given our current suspicions, you were right to be cautious. Smart move. And there's that name again. Kasluga? What do you mean? Her name has surfaced a few times lately. Maybe I'm just more attuned to it with everything surrounding Stamorin. Do you have any background on her? I'd wagered Treasury has a file. I'm not aware of a file, but I've read interviews and profiles. She's a heavyweight in the industrial sector, a real pioneer. Her career trajectory is nearly impeccable. Nearly. She started from nothing, built an empire, and practically everything she touched turned to gold. The only minor stumble was early on when her company was still young. It faced a lawsuit over some issue with a product in development. Not uncommon, really. The details escape me. I can look into it more if you want. Absolutely. Please do. Give me a day. Perfect. Now, is anyone else starving? Smith nodded. Yeah, but let's pick somewhere else to eat, okay? I have no desire to ever step foot in that bizarre, half-finished bar again. Reacher appreciated symmetry. Since someone had left Nielsen's body on a bathroom floor, Reacher felt a natural inclination to return the favor, leaving that individual on the very same tiles. The complication was the location, a hotel. Not only had Reacher switched hotels, disrupting any potential pattern, but hotels are full of people. People notice things. They call the police. Sounds, for instance. The kinds of sounds that might occur if the man responsible for Nielsen's death proved less than cooperative. Reacher's phone call to John Smith was deliberately vague, claiming he possessed all the information Nielsen had known. He set the meeting for 10 that night at a derelict church 2 miles outside the city. Reacher arrived at 8, adhering to his personal doctrine of ambushes, always be first. This allowed him to study the terrain. The church was a crumbling relic, its roof long gone, walls sagging inward. A single stained glass window remained above the ghost of an altar. 2 rows of columns flanked the weed-choked nave, with only broken stumps where buttresses had once braced the walls. Reacher chose a spot behind a pile of fallen stone where the shadows ran deep and settled in to wait. The man who killed Nielsen showed up at 9. He was early, but not early enough. Reacher prided himself on fairness and usually avoided snap judgments. He almost always offered a chance to surrender. Almost. That night would not be one of those times. From the first moment, the man's intentions were unmistakable. He came equipped. A miner's headlamp was strapped to his forehead, and he carried a stepladder and a coil of rope. He fashioned a noose, then scanned the ruins, finally selecting a surviving stone arch between 2 columns, a spot perfectly illuminated by car headlights. A dramatic statement clearly intended to intimidate before any confrontation began. With the rope slung over his shoulder, he wrestled the ladder into position. He climbed most of the way up and began swinging the noose, aiming to loop it over the arch. His attention was fixed upward. Reacher slipped from the shadows. He moved silently, avoiding debris and loose slabs. He closed the distance, then bent, seized the ladder's base, and yanked it skyward. The man pitched forward like a cyclist, vaulting over handlebars. He hit the ground hard. His headlamp popped free and landed upright, throwing grotesque, dancing shadows. Gasping for air, he writhed. Reacher stepped forward and planted his boot on the man's throat. "There's exactly one reason your windpipe is still intact," Reacher said. "You know what it is." The man tried to twist away. Reacher increased the pressure. "It's so you can talk, so you can answer questions. Ready? First one. Did you kill Kent Nielsen last night?" The man went still but didn't speak. Reacher said, "I might leave your throat alone for a minute, but you've got plenty of other parts." He lifted his foot and stomped on the man's left hand. A howl echoed off the stone. Reacher returned his boot to the man's neck. "Tell me about Nielsen." "I was sent to kill him. I did nothing more to say." "Who sent you?" "Same guy who wanted the science geek dead. Don't know his name. Haven't been on his payroll long. How are instructions given? By phone? Payment? Dead drop? Cash? How did you connect?" "We never met. A buddy said someone needed help. I needed work." "It's all remote." "You mentioned a science geek, Neville Pritchard." "Yeah, that sounds right. I don't bother with names." "2 jobs in one day?" "No, Pritchard was 5 days back." "Sure. Dates stick in my head?" "How did you locate him?" "I was given his location. At his house, at an RV park in his trailer. That's why I brought a hose." In Reacher's mind, the pieces began to realign, shifting like the colored fragments in a kaleidoscope. Charles Stemorin was already linked to Nielsen's death, but they had attributed Neville Pritchard's killing to the 2 women. A cold realization settled over him. This was a wider, messier web than he had first assumed. The man had just confessed to both killings, acting on the same person's orders. That meant 2 murders were now pinned on Stemorin, not just one. Pritchard had been eliminated days earlier than anyone had suspected. Stemorin hadn't merely used the other scientists as bait, he'd used them as a smokescreen. The man was even more calculating and ruthless than Reacher had imagined. "You have a choice," Reacher said, his voice low. "Repeat everything you just told me to a detective, or die right here." The guy was cradling his shattered left hand, waving it weakly as if to dispel the agony. But his right hand was also in motion, creeping stealthily toward his waistband into the shadow thrown by his dropped flashlight. The movement was subtle, and it cost Reacher a critical half-second. By the time Reacher shifted his weight to lift his foot, the man's hand had already reappeared. He was clutching a crude metal disc, its perimeter studded with vicious needle-like spikes. He twisted his wrist, preparing to flick the weapon upward. He had a wide target, Reacher's thigh, his stomach, his face, plenty of major arteries and vital organs in the path. A hit from that jagged piece of metal could be devastating, possibly lethal, so Reacher stamped down, harder than he'd planned. His boot caught the man's hand squarely, driving it, and the razor-sharp disc forcefully back into the man's own abdomen. The shadows were too deep to see the damage, but Reacher immediately caught the coppery metallic scent of blood in the air. The man looked up, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He managed a strained whisper. "Guess you can forget about that detective now." It was close to midnight when Reacher returned to his hotel. Smith and Walsh were waiting in the lobby bar. Not in the mood for a public audience, Reacher suggested they move to his room. He carried a black coffee with him. Smith brought a whiskey, which from her slightly unsteady grip didn't seem to be her first. Walsh stuck with water. Once settled in the sitting area of the suite, Reacher laid out what had happened at the abandoned church. He couldn't mask his irritation. He'd hoped to turn their suspicions into solid evidence, but all he had was more speculation, a theory that painted Stemorin in an even darker light. Nielsen's death might still be spun as a panicked response to a threat, but Pritchard's, given the revised timeline, looked increasingly like a cold, premeditated move. "I'm just glad you're okay," Smith said, a visible shiver running through her. "A noose? He was going to hang you? My God." "That was never going to happen," Reacher stated flatly. Walsh leaned forward. He gasped Pritchard. "I'm not Pritchard," Reacher replied. Smith took a sip of her drink. "At least the guy from tonight won't be killing anyone else. He was just a foot soldier. It's the general I want, and my patience is wearing thin. It's time to stir the pot." "What are you thinking?" Walsh asked. I'm going to talk to Stammeran, show him the phone records, look him right in the eye and see how he squirms. You can't be serious? Smith stared at him, her expression shifting from disbelief to dread. Oh, hell, you are serious. You can't do that, Walsh insisted. He's the Secretary of Defense, and that makes him untouchable. No, that puts him behind a wall of bodyguards. You can't just walk up and start hurling accusations. And how would you even find him? They don't publish his daily itinerary. I'll wait outside his house. Wherever he's going after that is irrelevant. And I have an idea for dealing with his security detail. You can't, in a non-harmful way, Reacher interrupted. And don't worry, I'll be acting alone. Any fallout lands on me, not you. The discussion meandered for another 10 minutes before Walsh drained his water glass and stood to leave. On his way to the door, he paused, pulled a sealed envelope from his briefcase, and set it on the counter near the minibar. That's the information you asked for about Susan Kasluga. Let me know if you need anything else. Smith got up and headed for the bathroom, leaving Reacher alone with the envelope and the bitter aftertaste of a night that had yielded more questions than answers. Reacher waited, the silence stretching thin, a knot of concern tightening in his gut. Amber had been in the bathroom a long time. When the door finally clicked open, she returned to the couch but kept her gaze fixed on the floor. She sat rocking slightly before folding in on herself, face nearly touching her knees. She buried her head in her arms, and her shoulders began to shake with deep, wrenching sobs that filled the quiet room. Reacher felt utterly useless. After a moment, he managed, "Amber, talk to me." For a full minute, she didn't move. Then she sat up slowly, wiping her cheeks with the backs of her hands. "You asked me at the bar if I was married," she said, her voice raw. "I said no, that's technically true. I guess if you mean legally, permanently. He passed away? His name was Philip. He was murdered by a man named Danil Litvinov, a former KGB operative who's back in Russia now, completely out of reach." A fresh tear traced a path down her face. "That's why I gave Baglin those names. All of them. It's been a year," she continued, the words tumbling out. "Everyone says that's enough time. My family, my friends. They tell me I need to move on. I even tried to believe them. Told myself the next decent guy I met, but I can't. All I see is Philip. I'm frozen. My whole life feels like it's crumbling. My work is a mess, and personally, I'm just stuck. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I'm dumping this on you." Reacher moved to sit beside her, draping an arm around her shoulders. "Don't apologize. Grief doesn't run on a schedule. It takes whatever time it takes, and it's nobody else's call to make. Maybe someday you'll feel different. Maybe not. But you're not wrong for how you feel. The only wrong was done by the piece of garbage who took your husband from you." Amber leaned into him, her silent crying eventually subsiding into exhaustion. After a while, her breathing evened out and she went limp against his chest. Reacher lifted her carefully and carried her to the bed, tucking the blanket around her. He then walked to the suite sitting area and picked up the phone. He called the duty sergeant at his base, instructing him to have his dress uniform delivered to the hotel before 6 a.m. Hanging up, he lay down on the couch, eyes closed. His mind drifted to the hotel's internal systems, wondering what kind of log would exist for his call, and whether such a record would ever be examined if he were to turn up dead in some anonymous room. 4 hours later, at 5 in the morning, Roberta and Veronica Sanson eased their Suburban down the ramp into the Americam parking garage. Roberta's heart hammered as she stopped at the gate and punched in the override code they'd discovered the previous day. For several agonizing seconds, nothing happened. The entire plan hinged on this moment. If the fire department's emergency codes were outdated, they were finished. Then, with a mechanical groan, the barrier lifted. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding and drove through, parking in a shadowy corner far from the elevator banks. Then they waited. Susan Kasluga stared blankly out the car window during her commute, an unread report sitting in her lap. It was unlike her to waste the time, but a crushing fatigue had settled in. She'd been awake all night, waiting for a call that never came, and now faced a brutal session with her media coach, Serge. In a few days, she was set to announce a major merger that would put her squarely in the spotlight, and she needed to be sharp, prepared, flawless. She needed to be, but she knew she wasn't. All she wanted now was the sleep that had eluded her. From their vantage point, Roberta and Veronica watched a black town car glide into the garage. It paused at the base of the ramp, and two large men in suits stepped out. They made a point of checking the surroundings before Susan Kasluga met up with them, and the three proceeded to the elevator. Roberta and Veronica gave it a full 10 minutes after the polished doors slid shut, just to be safe. Then Veronica soaked a cloth with chloroform. Roberta started the engine, pulled up next to the town car by the ramp, and stopped. Veronica got out, motioned for the driver to roll down his window, and when he complied, she reached in and pressed the rag firmly over his face. Once he went limp, Roberta helped her maneuver his unconscious form around the vehicle and into the trunk. They secured him with a gag and bound his wrists and ankles. Veronica then slipped behind the wheel, drove up the ramp with Roberta following in the Suburban, and 10 minutes later they returned together. The town car was now parked on the top level of a public garage 3 blocks over. Using the chauffeur's security pass, Veronica activated the elevator and selected the 20th floor. The corridor was deserted when they stepped out. Veronica guided the way to Susan Kasluga's corner suite. Roberta opened the door to the outer office. Veronica hung back, half expecting the assistant to be burning the midnight oil like her boss, but the room was empty except for the 2 guards. One was fiddling with a collection of troll dolls behind the desk, while the other was stretched out on a small sofa. Roberta stepped inside and said, "Guys, thank God you're here. We've got a situation. 2 men, Middle Eastern appearance, clean-shaven, with backpacks. They just ducked into the men's room near the elevators. Come on, quick." Roberta hurried back into the hallway with the guards on her heels. She led them to the restrooms and stepped aside. The guard who had been lounging said, "Thanks, but we've got this." They pushed into the men's room and rushed in. Roberta and Veronica followed right behind. The first guard spun around, annoyed. "I said we can handle it," Roberta replied. Can you handle him?" She nodded toward the far corner. As the guard turned to look, Roberta landed a solid punch to the side of his head. He dropped instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch. Veronica dealt with the other guard in 2 moves, a sharp kick to the groin, and when he folded over, a driving elbow strike to the base of his neck. Different approach, same result. Both were down outside the inner office door. Roberta raised 3 fingers, then 2, then 1, before turning the handle and bursting in. Susan Kasluga was seated behind a sleek cantilevered glass and chrome desk, its surface holding only 2 neat stacks of index cards. Her chair was a chrome and green leather contraption that looked like it had grown a mechanical shell. Roberta announced, "Miss Kasluga, we need to evacuate you immediately, ma'am. This is a tactical extraction." Kasluga set the card she was holding on to the left pile and said flatly, "The hell it is. I have work to do, and who are you supposed to be?" "Ma'am, please, this isn't up for discussion. You need to come with us right now. We're taking you home. Mr. Stammeron has been briefed and is expecting you. I asked who you are. Where are my usual guards?" "I'm Erica Halliday. This is Caroline Burton. We've been rotated in for the duration of the emergency. Its standard protocol helps rule out any risk of collusion with hostile elements." "What emergency?" "There was an incident in the area early this morning. A man was killed. Your name came up during the interrogation of an individual who was taken into custody. Details are still coming in, but we believe it's prudent to take every precaution. So, ma'am," Roberta gestured toward the door, "please." Susan Kasluga studied Roberta, then Veronica, taking in their nondescript gray pantsuits, uninspiring and mid-range, but plausible. They were armed, and the curly wires of their earpieces matched what her regular team used. She recognized the ID badges clipped to their jackets, though the photos were too tiny to see clearly, just like the men she usually dealt with. A quiet thought began to form in her mind about how she might turn this situation to her benefit. A corporate giant survives a murder plot. International competitors grow fearful of the emerging force shaped by a bold acquisition. After a brief pause, she gathered her note cards and tucked them into her bag. All right, she said, I'll go. But you bring me back the second the commotion dies down, understood. Smith slipped out of Reacher's room just past 5:30 in the morning. He was already awake, listening to her departure before he rose to shower and shave, making a futile attempt to manage his unruly hair. After dressing, he headed downstairs to the front desk. There were no packages for him yet. He ate a hearty breakfast of bacon, a full stack of pancakes, and 2 mugs of coffee, then checked again. This time, a canvas garment bag had arrived. He signed for it, returned to his room to change, and set out. With traffic unusually light, Reacher reached his destination earlier than planned, the home of Charles Stamoran. To the right of the house, an armored gate, standing 8 feet tall, blocked the driveway. Reacher drove around the entire block to confirm there were no other vehicle exits, and once satisfied, he returned to the main street and parked near the curb. The river flowed quietly to his left. He lowered the window, adjusted himself as best he could in the confined space, and prepared to wait. Susan Kozluga didn't resist when Roberta and Veronica Sanson guided her into the back of their Suburban. She had ridden in similar vehicles countless times before. Roberta drove with smooth, careful precision. The seats were plush and comfortable, the heat turned up so high that Kozluga struggled against a wave of drowsiness. She leaned her head back and watched the familiar scenery pass as they neared her neighborhood. The trees felt welcoming, and she sensed the nearby river, a presence she found deeply comforting. Then, without warning, Roberta turned sharply onto a short, steep hill Kozluga had never driven down. Brick buildings lined both sides, specially designed with sloped foundations to match the incline. Roberta turned right again onto a narrow service road. Ahead lay a dead end, flanked by blank windowless walls. She braked firmly, shifted into park, cut the engine, and turned in her seat. Veronica hopped out and immediately climbed into the back. Kozluga reached for her door handle, but Roberta was faster, hitting the central lock button. Kozluga stared, bewildered. What is this? A kidnapping? I suppose it was bound to happen eventually, but let me be clear, you're making a huge mistake. You'll get your ransom. Absolutely. But you won't be around to spend it, Roberta replied calmly. This isn't a kidnapping. We just need to talk. Ever heard of scheduling an appointment? Would you have agreed to meet us? I doubt it, especially if we told you the topic. Which is India, 1969. Kozluga fell silent for a long moment. She swallowed hard. India. Yes, I was there, but in a very minor role. There isn't much I can tell you. There might be more than you think. We need you to write down every name you can remember from that time. Every single person, regardless of their job or where they were stationed. Please, it's important. Why? Because one of those people killed our father. Kozluga was quiet again, then said softly, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to that. Start by taking some paper and writing? Okay, yes, of course I'll try to help, but I have to ask, I haven't set foot in India for over 20 years. If your father was killed so many years back, why are you only digging for names now? The fact it was murder is something we just learned. You believe the killer was employed at the Mason chemical facility, either worked there or had some connection to the place. That plant had a huge workforce. The turnover was insane. Those people could be anywhere on the planet now. Some will be ill, some will be in nursing homes. Is there any way to focus your search? Give yourselves a real chance. There is, actually. There was a specific research team. I'm certain you remember seeing them around. They blended in with everyone else, but their work was classified. The core team all knew each other, but there was an additional person linked to them in a separate, detached capacity. A supervisor, a support technician, maybe a specialist. And thanks to all that Cold War secrecy paranoia, only a single member of that team knew who this outside associate was. You don't know which team member had that contact? We have a strong suspicion. Couldn't you just ask him? Complicated. He's deceased. What about the other team members, just to be sure? They're all dead, too. Then how did you even learn about any of this? One of them told us before he passed. Owen Buck? Did you know him? Name doesn't ring a bell, he admitted. He knew back then that this extra associate killed our father, but he stayed quiet. Then he got a cancer diagnosis and had a sudden crisis of conscience. That's rough. A real shame he didn't speak up sooner. Like, immediately. Look, I'll write down my list, and I'm still in contact with a few others from back then. I could ask around quietly, if you want. No need for any phony office crises or pretending to be security. Roberta shook her head. We appreciate it, but I think we should begin with what you remember. Then we'll see where it leads. Sensible. I do have to ask one more thing, though. Sorry if it's blunt. Am I correct in thinking your father worked at the plant? Roberta gave a single nod. Do you mind telling me his name? Maybe I knew him. I'm sure you'd have heard of him at least. His name was Morgan Sanson. Kozluga fell silent. She just stared, the air in the diner suddenly feeling thick. I'm Roberta. This is Veronica. Kozluga felt a constriction in her chest, a shortness of breath she blamed on stress and sleepless nights. She managed to say, Robbie and Ronnie? I heard those names. I always pictured you both as boys. Most people did. I remember all the rumors they spread about your dad. A wave of lightheadedness washed over Kozluga. She couldn't help but think that if a certain phone call had come through when it should have, she might be handling this better. I can understand why you'd want to clear his name. His name is already clear, Veronica stated flatly. She opened her worn leather satchel and pulled out a creased manila folder. This is his personnel file. It backs up everything about who he was. Our father's only priority was safety. He discovered someone was embezzling funds. Maintenance protocols were being ignored to cover the shortfall. That's what caused the leak that killed those workers, not sabotage. Dad was about to expose it, so someone had to silence him. Kozluga took the folder and held it tightly against her knees. How on earth did you get this? Owen Buck gave it to us. He took it when he left the plant. Said it was evidence he'd always intended to make things right. I'll help you, and I'm not one for empty promises. I follow through. Kozluga's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, painful rhythm. A flush of heat spread through her. She was genuinely worried she might pass out right there in the booth, but listen to me. Even so, don't set your expectations too high. There's been a lot of time, a lot of history. Finding this eighth person won't be a simple stroll in the park. It might not be possible at all. You need to be ready for that. Now, could we get moving? I really need to get back to the office. Chapter 24. After waiting for over an hour, Reacher saw the large, heavy gates shudder before slowly swinging inward. He started his engine, edged forward, stopped, and got out. Then he positioned himself squarely in the entrance to Stamorin's driveway. His car parked directly at his back by any sane standard. It was a wildly irresponsible move, foolhardy, even idiotic. The Secretary of Defense ranks among the most heavily guarded individuals on the planet. Any aggressive action toward his motorcade is a fast track to getting gunned down or, at the very least, violently subdued. His armored limousine could have flicked the flimsy rental car off the road without a second thought. Yet on that particular morning, none of that transpired. The dress uniform worked its intended magic, exactly as Reacher had banked on. Stamorin's vehicle screeched to a sudden stop, rocking on its suspension. Reacher moved to the left rear passenger door. For a second, the darkly tinted window revealed nothing. Then it hummed down a scant few inches. Stamorin's furious eyes glared through the gap. This had better constitute a national crisis, Captain, he growled. I believe it does, sir, Reacher replied, his tone level. It concerns the task force you personally authorized. I have a document requiring your immediate attention. The response caught Stamorin off guard. He despised surprises. His initial instinct was to dismiss the officer with a formal reprimand for his commanding officer. But if this was about the task force, it could signal a breakthrough. Perhaps the killers had been identified, or maybe Pritchard had finally cracked. Still, for a captain to deliver such news in person was absurdly overeager. Regardless, it cost nothing to look. Stamorin pushed the door open. Whatever it is, hand it over. Reacher retrieved a folded sheet from his jacket pocket, smoothed it open, and passed it through. It contained a single line of text, a call record. The call from John Smith to Stamorin's private line, placed just before Nielsen was killed. Reacher kept his expression utterly blank. Stamorin's face showed not a single tremor of recognition. Meanwhile, Roberta shifted the car into reverse, easing back from between the featureless brick walls. She was halfway out when she hit the brake, turning to glance at Veronica. She could see the same realization dawning on her partner's face. Veronica drew her pistol. Roberta shifted back into drive and crept forward, pulling clear of the street. Swiveling in her seat, Roberta fixed her eyes on Kasluga. "This eighth man you mentioned?" Kasluga sighed. "What?" "Don't blame me for being honest. I'm trying to manage expectations. 23 years is an eternity. The person you're hunting might simply be unfindable now." "Why say eighth specifically?" "Because I can do basic arithmetic. For there to be an eighth man, there would have to be a regular team of 7 first. Obviously, there were 7. But we never told you that." "Yes, you did. We absolutely did not. I must have assumed it then. But honestly, you didn't need to spell it out. I recall the team you're referring to. I knew it had 7 members. That's a lie. You claimed you didn't know Owen Buck? He was on that team?" "I don't remember every name, fine, but I knew the head count." "You knew there were 8? You know who the 8th man is? Start talking." "I don't know. How could I? Think it through. You said only one person on the team knew the 8th man's identity. I wasn't on the team, therefore I don't know. Veronica?" Roberta prompted. Veronica gave a slow shake of her head. All this desperate protesting reeks. She nailed it herself. She knew the number was 8. She knows exactly who he is. Kasluga's voice tightened. "How many ways can I say it? I do not." "Let's consider another angle," Veronica said, her tone shifting from intense to almost casually cruel. "If she genuinely has no idea who the 8th guy is, then she's worthless to us. No one knows she's here. No one saw us leave together. She's just clutter. We should toss her in the Atlantic and be done with it. You can't threaten information into existence you realize." "Or here's a thought," Veronica mused, a cold smile touching her lips. "She's a celebrated scientist, right? Scientists adore experiments. We could run a few of our own, see how various stimuli affect her memory and cooperation." "Empty threats don't scare me," Kasluga retorted, though a faint tremor had entered her voice. "I'm not playing along. I understand you're in pain. Losing your father, believing he took his own life, and enduring all the cruel gossip about him that had to leave a mark. It would drive anyone to extremes, but you haven't crossed that final line. So let's drop this talk about an 8th person. My offer to help you find the name you're looking for is still good. Do we have a deal?" Charles Stamorin returned the single sheet of paper to Reacher. "When I'm told there's a document for review, I expect at least 100 pages, usually 200. It's always filled with jargon and meaningless fluff that grates on my nerves. In one sense, I admire your conciseness. But here's some unsolicited advice. Next time you compose a report, you'll actually need to use words, present an argument, offer a conclusion, suggest a course of action. What is this? A prank? A joke? A petty act of defiance over your recent demotion?" Stamorin gestured dismissively toward Reacher's vehicle. "Now move that heap before I have my driver flatten it. Return to your unit. You're off the task force. You might be saying goodbye to your captain's bars along with your major's oak leaves. I'll be having a very direct conversation with your commanding officer shortly." Susan Kasluga was suspended upside down. Veronica Sanson had forced her to sit on her own hands and now kept a gun trained on her as Roberta drove. They reversed from between the aged brick buildings and made their way to a water pumping station on the Potomac's east bank. The structure was a 20-foot-tall block dating to the 1930s, from a time when public works were built to endure. The pipes were heavy gauge, the walls were solid concrete, designed to contain the rumble of machinery and to stifle other sounds, like screams. Roberta exited the Suburban first. She retrieved bolt cutters and a coil of rope from the trunk and approached the building's double doors. She severed the lock's hasp and entered. Veronica guided Kasluga to a spot near the center of the vast echoing space, directly beneath a 6-inch water main anchored to the ceiling by heavy iron brackets. Roberta fashioned a loop in the rope and placed it on the dusty floor. Veronica nudged Kasluga backward a couple of steps until her feet were inside the loop. With a sharp tug, Roberta cinched the rope tight around Kasluga's ankles. Veronica shoved her in the chest, and Kasluga fell backward onto the hard cement with a cry that was equal parts pain, shock, and fury. A cloud of gray dust billowed around her. She tried to twist onto her stomach to push herself up, but they were too fast. Roberta threw the rope over the massive pipe. Together, they hauled until Kasluga's fingertips barely brushed the ground. Roberta gave her a push, setting her swinging slowly like the weight in a grandfather clock. "Just one name, Susan. That's all we want. Give it to us, and you'll never see us again. I don't know the name." Roberta pulled a folded paper from her pocket. "See this? It's our list. 7 names. You can write the 8th one right here if it makes you feel better. Then you can tell yourself you never said it out loud. I don't know it. Please, you have to believe me." "Why should we?" "Because you're wealthy." Roberta pocketed the list again. "Because you're accustomed to getting whatever you want, to buying your way out of any problem. All right, try this. Imagine that 8th name is cash. It's the last money in existence, the only currency you can use to purchase your freedom right now." "Fine. All right. It's Ernst. Richard Ernst. Now let me down." Roberta sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. "Really, Susan? I expected a better lie from a seasoned executive. Do you think we don't follow the news? Richard Ernst won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry last year. So here's the new plan. We're going to leave you here to think, to properly arrange your priorities. The silence in this place has a way of focusing the mind while you're busy with that. We're going to prepare a small device. We anticipated we might need to persuade someone who wasn't being cooperative. We just didn't expect to need it quite this early." Roberta and Veronica came back about 15 minutes later. Kasluga was still swinging, moving even faster now from her desperate attempts to break free. Her face was flushed a deep red, and she was gasping for air. Veronica carried a large glass fishbowl filled with a clear liquid at the bottom. An olive-green spherical object rolled gently with the motion. She set the bowl carefully on the floor near Kasluga's head and took several steps back. Roberta asked, "Are you familiar with the story of the Sword of Damocles, Susan?" Kasluga managed, "From a long time ago." "Good. Then you'll understand the concept. We call this the Grenade of Damocles. Maybe it should also give a nod to Molotov. The branding could use some work, I admit. But as a scientist, I think you'll appreciate the design. See the liquid? That's plain gasoline, and the green sphere, a standard M67 grenade. We've removed the safety spoon and used a simple rubber band to hold the striker in place. Now, what happens to rubber when it's soaked in gasoline? It dissolves, exactly. And when nothing is left to stop the striker from hitting the fuse, it explodes. Correct. The only variable we're not entirely certain about is how long that rubber band will last. It's not a particularly thick one, to be honest. Not high quality. We estimate maybe 20 minutes, half an hour at the most. But we could be wrong, so we'll be waiting in the other room. It's a truly unpleasant experience, washing pieces of someone out of your hair. Believe me, we know from experience. Oh, and one more detail. The lethal radius of an M67 is about 16 feet, so if you do decide to take that name to your grave, at least you won't suffer, no matter how high you're swinging. Kasluga attempted to crunch her abdominal muscles to pull herself up, but she lacked the strength. She tried to squeeze her ankles together tighter to slip one free, only to find the rope was cinched too firmly, increasing her agony. She swung again, reaching desperately for a cluster of vertical pipes, but they were just out of reach. She craned her neck, scanning the room for anything she could use, but saw nothing. She thought of her purse, then remembered it was still out in the Suburban, utterly useless to her now. A wave of despair began to build inside her, threatening to overwhelm her completely. The pressure behind her eyes grew unbearable, and her ankles burned as if on fire. She held out for 7 more minutes before her resistance finally broke. She called out for Roberta and Veronica. "You win," she said, her voice ragged. "I'll tell you. I'll give you the name. The 8th man was Charles Stammeron, my husband." Chapter 25. Reacher didn't move from his spot beside Charles Stammeron's car. Understood, sir, but let me clarify one detail before I go. These phone numbers, you're stating you don't recognize either of them? That's correct. I do not recognize them. Why would I? Do I look like a walking phone book to you? One number belongs to a person of interest in a homicide investigation. The other is registered to your residence. As you can see, a call was placed from one to the other. Stamorin snatched the paper back and glared at the numbers again. I have never seen these numbers before in my life. I certainly don't own one, and I've never received a call from the other. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're operating on faulty information. This conversation is over. I've wasted enough time on you. Roberta and Veronica Sanson lowered Kasluga to the ground, loosened the ropes, and gave her a moment to catch her breath and steady herself. Then, each taking an elbow, they guided her to a small, square room off to the side of the building. One wall was covered with an array of gauges, valves, levers, and indicator lights. On another wall hung a small red cabinet with the words "Emergency Use Only" stenciled in bold white letters. Roberta opened it to reveal a telephone inside. "Call your husband," she instructed. "Tell him you're being held hostage." Kasluga crossed her arms, her expression unyielding. "You could try shooting me and calling him yourself, but I wouldn't advise it. He'd mobilize every tactical unit from here to Maine to raid this building. The only way he comes is if I make the call. We discussed scenarios like this. We have a protocol, a specific code, then do it. I will. Under 3 conditions, you're not exactly in a bargaining position. Actually, I'm in the perfect position. Leverage. I possess something you require to succeed, something your entire objective hinges on." The sisters exchanged a glance before Roberta finally spoke. "What conditions?" "First, Charles comes to no harm. He's a decent man. I'm certain he didn't mean to kill your father. It was likely part of a larger operation, his duty to protect this country. You need to find a path to restitution that doesn't end with a bullet. Fine. Second, no more hanging me upside down, no tying my hands or feet. If I'm going to be the bait, I'll do it with some semblance of dignity." Agreed. "Third, I need to use the restroom, which means I need my purse from your vehicle." Stamorin hit the lock button just as Reacher reached the car, the window sealing shut. Before it fully closed, the car phone began to ring. Stamorin answered, and Reacher caught the frantic edge in his first words. "Susie? My God, are you hurt? Where are you?" Reacher sprinted to his own vehicle. He threw himself inside, cranked the engine, and reversed hard to clear a path. Stammeren's sedan jerked forward, then took a sharp right turn, its bulky frame straining against the maneuver. Reacher slammed his gear shift into drive and gave chase. Forget reporting back to base. He could deal with the fallout later. When Reacher saw the destination, a cold dread settled in his gut. It was an old industrial structure on the riverbank east of the city, a single cavernous story built for machinery, not people. The walls were windowless, solid concrete, and the roof offered no skylights. The only entrance was a pair of heavy wooden doors, currently shut tight. The scene was a tactical nightmare. No perimeter surveillance, no backup vehicles with extra personnel or gear, not even a helicopter shadow overhead. Any sane commander would keep his people 100 miles away from a setup like this. You never storm a building blind. You need numbers, layouts, weapon types, anything. A proper assault requires planning, timing, and misdirection. The one faint hope was that Stammeran was still arguing with his security detail through the car window, but then that hope evaporated. Stammeran climbed out alone and strode toward the doors. The man was not just ruthless, Reacher thought. He was dangerously impulsive. The door swallowed him whole. The bodyguards erupted from the car the instant he disappeared. They rushed the entrance, one pulling the door open while the other provided cover. They vanished inside. The door swung closed. 2 sharp gunshots echoed out, then an absolute ringing silence. Reacher stomped on the accelerator. His car shot forward, swerving past Stamorin's sedan and the sisters' Suburban. He braked hard near the entrance, bailed out, and drew his pistol. Staying low, he zigzagged across the final stretch of open ground to the door. He slipped inside and immediately saw the 2 bodyguards. They were crumpled in the entryway. There was no point checking for pulses. Large portions of their heads were simply gone. leaving a grim, wet mosaic of blood, bone, and brain matter smeared across the floor and wall. The person in the building clearly preferred their violence to be intimate and hands-on. That much was obvious. Reacher ducked behind a cluster of 4 large blue water tanks bolted to the concrete. The room was unnaturally bright for a windowless space, lit by rows of powerful industrial lights hanging from the ceiling. Their glare cast strange, shifting shadows through a tangled forest of blue and red pipes that snaked upward at chaotic angles. A low, rhythmic thrum vibrated through the floor from unseen machinery, and the air hung thick and still, carrying a faint chemical scent of oil and chlorine. Reacher listened, heard nothing, and then broke from cover. He sprinted forward to a new position behind a long gray metal cabinet. That's when the shots came. 3 this time. The reports were deafening, echoing sharply off the hard surfaces. The sound of metal skittering across concrete followed. A gun dropped, then a heavy final thud. A body, 2 more impacts, slightly lighter, a second, a third. A woman's voice pierced the sudden quiet with a desperate shriek. "Charles!" The echoes faded into an eerie silence. Reacher risked a glance around the cabinet. Directly ahead, at 12 o'clock, Susan Kasluga stood tied to a support pillar with a rope around her waist, her purse discarded at her feet. Her hands were empty, her eyes wide with panic. At 2 o'clock, Charles Stamaran lay on his back, one leg twisted awkwardly. His shirt was drenched in blood, his hands empty, but a Ruger pistol rested on the floor just beyond his reach. At 4 o'clock, a slim woman in her late 20s with her dark hair pulled tightly back was sprawled on the ground, a Sig Sauer pistol in her lifeless hand. A horrific, cavernous wound in her forehead stared blankly at the ceiling. Another woman, nearly identical, was at 5 o'clock lying on her back. A brutal diagonal streak of blood slashed across her white blouse from neck to hip, the fabric torn at the center of her chest where the bullet had entered. She, too, clutched a Sig Sauer. Reacher emerged from behind the cabinet, his own weapon held low and ready as he moved cautiously forward. He kicked the pistols away from the fallen women, then knelt beside Stamaran, pressing his fingers to the man's neck. There was no pulse. He waited a moment to be certain, then stood. "Stop!" Kasluga screamed. "Where are you going? Forget them. Help Charles. You have to save him." Reacher ignored her. He moved to the first woman and checked for a pulse at her throat. Nothing. She was gone. No surprise there. He started to turn toward the second woman, but a sharp, metallic click sounded right behind him. Kasluga cried out, "Watch out!" Excruciating, white-hot pain erupted in the backs of both his legs, as if his joints had been struck by a high-voltage current. His muscles gave way, and he pitched forward. One knee cracked against the unyielding concrete, the other slammed into the dead woman's chest. A fleeting, disjointed thought registered. That didn't feel like bone before a surge of raw anger overrode everything. He'd been struck from behind. He couldn't recall the last time someone had managed that, and he was absolutely certain it wouldn't happen again. As he twisted sharply at the waist to look back, he raised his gun, scanning for a target. Simultaneously, he pushed himself up with his left hand, getting halfway to his feet. That's when he saw her. The second woman, she was alive and standing through the torn fabric of her bloodied blouse. He caught a glint of metal against a rough, dark surface. The object embedded in the vest was a spent bullet flattened from impact with the Kevlar. The blood staining her clothing wasn't hers. It likely belonged to one of the fallen agents. She'd been shot after taking them down, but the vest had stopped it. Her double had worn one, too. That was the rigid panel he'd felt beneath his knee. Great for stopping a chest shot, utterly useless against a headshot. In her right hand, she clutched a slender metal rod with a textured grip and a dull black finish. It measured about 2 feet, segmented every 6 inches, each section slightly narrower than the last, a telescopic baton. Compact for carrying, simple to flick open with a snap of the wrist, its rounded tip, no wider than half an inch, was designed to focus the force of a strike. It could shatter glass, splinter wood, dent metal. Against a person, it was brutal. A strike to the chest would crack ribs. To the neck or temple, it could be lethal. She swung the baton downward, aiming for Reacher's right wrist, intent on shattering the joint and disarming him. Reacher wrenched his arm back just in time. The metal tip whistled past, so close he felt the air stir against his skin. It struck the concrete with a sharp crack, throwing up a tiny blue spark. Reacher seized her wrist with his left hand and squeezed, his fingers grinding into tendons until she cried out. The baton clattered to the ground and he kicked it aside. She retaliated, jabbing spread fingers toward his eyes with her free hand while driving her knee upward toward his groin. Reacher dropped his shoulder and drove forward, slamming into her chest with the force of a freight train. The impact sent her sprawling backward. She hit the pavement and skidded through a haze of dust. "Roll over, face down, hands behind your head," Reacher ordered. She coughed but didn't comply. Reacher raised his pistol. "I'm trying to think of a reason not to shoot you," he said, his voice flat. "But I've got to admit, I'm coming up empty." The woman slowly rolled onto her stomach. "Who are you?" Reacher asked. "My name is Veronica Sanson." She jerked her head toward the other woman's body. "That's," she cut off, bringing her arm up to cover her face, pressing her eyes into the crook of her elbow for a long moment. She was perfectly still, not breathing, utterly silent. Then she lowered her arm. Her eyes were rimmed red. She blinked back a tear. "That's my sister, Roberta. Our father was Morgan Sanson." Roberta and Veronica Reacher thought Robbie and Ronnie, two of the 4 children taken to Israel by their mother after their father's death. "You were in the Israel Defense Forces." Veronica gave a tight nod. "Combat Intelligence Collection Corps. Your sister, too?" Another nod. "We came to settle the score for our father, but listen, I was a captain, same rank you held, so I'm asking as one officer to another, let me stand up, let me explain, maybe we can." "Oh my God." Susan Kesluga's face had gone ashen, her eyes wide with panic. "Where is it? What did you do with it? How long until it detonates? You soldier, you have to do something." Reacher turned. "What are you talking about? The sisters, they built a bomb, an improvised device, a grenade, a bowl, gasoline, a rubber band. They used it to force me to give up Charles's name. It could go off any second. It'll kill everyone here." A cold knot tightened in Reacher's gut. He'd seen the aftermath of similar tactics in old briefing photos from Vietnam. Insurgents rigging grenades with elastic bands and dropping them into fuel tanks, turning vehicles into rolling death traps. The results were never pretty. The situation would be even uglier if anyone was nearby when that elastic band finally snapped. He turned to Veronica and asked, "Is this for real?" Veronica raised her chin defiantly. "Roberta came up with it. She named it the Grenade of—" "Where is it?" "I'll show you, but on one condition." "We don't have time for deals. Get it now. If it detonates right here, you're both finished. There's no way out for you. But me, down in this basement, I might just make it. I'm willing to take that chance, are you? What if I put a bullet in your head right now? How do you like those odds? You'd execute an unarmed prisoner with a witness watching. That's a one-way ticket to a court-martial. And you'd still be stuck down here when everything blows. How much time do you think you have left? What do you want? If I disarm the device, I want you to listen. I want you to hear the truth about my father. I want everyone to know. I want you to be the one to tell them." Reacher gave a single nod. "Do it." Veronica stood and moved toward a junction where 3 massive pipes emerged from the concrete, made a sharp right angle, and were bolted to another cluster with heavy flanges. Reacher kept his weapon trained on her. She bent over, reaching down into a shadowy crevice, and pulled out the glass fishbowl. She began to inch toward Reacher, holding the bowl out before her. The grenade was still inside, its elastic restraint holding. She crept closer. Then, when she was about 10 feet away, she suddenly hurled the bowl straight at Reacher's face. He stepped back instinctively, but gasoline still splashed across the front of his jacket. Veronica dove to the side, hit the ground in a roll, snatched up the Sig Sauer that Roberta had dropped, and scrambled back to her feet. Reacher managed to catch the bowl, pinning it against his chest with his right arm. He thrust his left hand inside into the sloshing remnants of fuel. It was a tight squeeze, like trying to force a catcher's mitt into a mason jar. He pushed harder, fingers scrambling for the grenade. He brushed it with his fingertips, and the elastic band snapped. Reacher shook his head and carefully set the bowl down. Veronica Sanson hurled herself over another snarl of piping and vanished from sight. Susan Kasluga began to scream. "What are you doing?" Kasluga shrieked. "The blast radius on that thing is only a few feet. Get it out of here. Take it outside or throw it as far as you can. There's a control room over there. You could." Reacher moved to position himself between Kasluga and where Veronica was hiding. "It's not necessary. The grenade is plastic. It's a toy. You were deceived." "What? No." Kasluga started to sob. "I thought it was real. I believed them. That's the only reason I gave Charles up. They're such liars, they promised they wouldn't hurt him, and now—" "Don't be too hard on yourself. Those women weren't playing around. If you'd called their bluff, they would have found another way to make you talk." "Exactly," Veronica's voice echoed from behind her cover. "This isn't a game. I'm not playing. So step aside, Captain. I have no quarrel with you." Reacher reasoned it made perfect sense for Veronica Sanson to need Kasluga dead. She'd used her to trap her husband. Kasluga knew what had happened to him. She likely saw it happen. It would be insane to leave a witness alive, and by that same logic, Reacher didn't believe for a moment that Veronica planned to let him walk away. Reacher said, "You want your father's story told? I can help with that, make sure people hear it. But only if you put the gun down. Surrender now, you don't understand." Step aside, Reacher stood his ground. The SIG's muzzle appeared between a pair of valve wheels, and Veronica fired. Dust erupted just inches from Reacher's right boot. The bullet whined past Kasluga's head and clanged against a pipe before silence fell again. The muzzle vanished. Reacher couldn't see Veronica. He had no shot, but she could pick him off whenever she chose. After that, nothing would stop her from getting to Kasluga. Reacher knew exactly how many people Veronica and her sister had killed. He knew her capacity for ruthlessness, her relentless drive. He had once served alongside IDF personnel and held a profound respect for their resolve, a trait he now saw twisted in Veronica's unwavering focus. She would have been trained to wait to hold her position with discipline. But patience has its limits, and she had no way of knowing whether backup was coming. Every second that ticked by risked her entire mission that told Reacher his own time was running out. Behind him came a sharp hiss, then the sound of water rushing out under pressure. He looked back. The pipe Veronica's stray round had nicked earlier had finally given way. It was a blue pipe, and now it was spraying water across the floor, which sparked an idea. Reacher turned forward again. Still no sign of Veronica, not a boot, not a sleeve, not even a shadow to aim at. So he chose a different target, a red pipe mounted high on the wall. He fired. The pipe exploded, and the room filled instantly with a billowing cloud of searing steam. Veronica screamed, lunged out into the open, rolled hard to one side, and came up crouched, her Sig Sauer leveled straight at Kasluga's heart. Reacher could see the strain in her hands, the tendons standing out like cables. He moved closer. "Don't," he said. "You shoot her, your father's story dies here with you." Her eyes told him she wasn't listening. She adjusted her grip, the barrel rising slightly. Reacher fired at that distance he couldn't miss. The round entered one temple and exited the other. Every signal in her brain ceased. Her muscles went slack. Her fingers opened, and she collapsed sideways, almost mirroring the way her sister had fallen. Reacher kicked the Sig away and checked for a pulse, though it was just procedure. She was gone. He crossed to Kasluga, untied the rope from her waist. She pushed past him and ran to her husband, dropping to her knees beside him. Her tears fell onto his bloodied shirt, mixing with the stains. Then Reacher heard footsteps, 2 sets, coming fast from the corridor. He wheeled around, weapon up. "Blue on blue," a man's voice called out. "Federal agents, reinforcing Secretary Stammeron's detail." "Clear," Reacher answered. 2 agents stepped into view and froze, scanning the scene. The first one said, "Stammeron." Reacher shook his head. "Looks like you'll be needing a new secretary to protect." Susan Kasluga stood, her face was wet, but her voice was steadying. "I think the danger's over," she said. "So, if you don't mind, I'd like a moment alone with my husband now." Chapter 27. Sometime during the night, an old TV on a rolling stand had been brought into the task force meeting room. Christopher Baglin used it to start their final briefing, queuing up a VHS tape of the previous evening's White House press conference. A grave spokesman announced Stammeran's death, spent 2 minutes on carefully worded condolences, and wrapped up with almost no concrete information. "They won't keep that up for long," Smith said. "People are going to want answers." "They're probably hoping things blow up in Serbia soon," Reacher said. "Nothing like a fresh crisis to make everyone forget the last one." Baglin clicked off the TV. "I was up all night," he said, "waist deep in crime scene photos, medical examiner reports, every piece of evidence I could find. What a mess, I suppose. You could call it one story of redemption, one of disgrace, and one that's harder to label. I'll let history sort that out." "Charles Stammeran was a disgrace," Smith said flatly. "That covert program in India, the other sites, the money he and Pritchard siphoned off, the leak it caused, the lives it cost, may he rot." Reacher looked at Baglin. "And what's the price of Morgan Sanson's redemption?" Baglin opened a file. His record shows he was a decent man. He was worried about safety protocols, not his paycheck or his rank. He was about to expose the whole thing, and he was killed for it. He wasn't a saboteur, and he sure wasn't a suicide. I'm glad the truth is finally out there for everyone to see. "What about his daughters?" Reacher asked. "What do they have left after all this?" Smith replied, "You have to point some of the finger at the scientists themselves. Take Owen Buck. If he had taken a stand back then, instead of hesitating for years and then handing Roberta and Veronica just enough information to send them on this wild chase, everything could have turned out differently." "Owen Buck," Baglin mused. "I suppose he's the one who wrote that first list of names. Roberta had it on her when she died. There was one odd thing about it, though. 6 of the names were in the same handwriting. The other 2 were each written by someone different. Any theories on why that might be?" Walsh said he was sorry, but he didn't know. Smith just shook her head. Reacher stayed quiet. "Forget it," Baglin said with a sigh. "It's likely nothing important." When the meeting ended, Smith proposed getting a drink. Reacher didn't see the purpose. The only thing left was Nielsen's funeral in a couple of days, and he wasn't exactly looking forward to it. He believed how you treat someone while they're breathing is what counts. All the toasts and shared memories in the world don't change a thing once they're gone. So he headed back to his hotel. His plan was simple: collect his gear, leave the car keys at the front desk, and quietly exit town without any fanfare. Packing took him longer than normal because he had to carefully fold his Class A uniform. The trousers would need a visit to a tailor after the wear and tear they got at the pumping station. The whole outfit needed a serious cleaning, too, reeking of gasoline as it was. He zipped it into its garment bag and set it on the dresser, ready to toss the rest of his clothes into his duffel. That's when he spotted an envelope by the minibar. It was the report Walsh had dropped off, the one detailing Susan Kasluga's career. He hadn't gotten around to reading it. Everything else had happened too fast, and now, with the case officially closed, it seemed pointless. Reacher picked up the envelope and headed for the trash can. He paused. He pulled the papers out and started leafing through them. He had a little time. He figured it wouldn't hurt to learn about the woman whose life he'd saved. He ended up reading every single page and examining every photograph. By the time he finished, his plans to leave town were officially canceled. 2 days later, at 1 minute to 9 in the morning, Reacher walked into Susan Kasluga's outer office. Her assistant, a woman with gray hair, glanced up from behind a large computer monitor. "Captain Reacher?" She motioned toward the inner office door. "Go right in. She's expecting you," then, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, she added, "Miss Kasluga is the heart of Americam, you know. She's what keeps this place running. We're all so incredibly thankful for what you did. Maybe hold the thanks for now," Reacher said. He gave the inner door a perfunctory knock and entered. Susan Kasluga came out from behind her desk to meet him. She was dressed entirely in black, looking weary with shadows under her eyes. She offered a soft hug. "I'm glad you came. Welcome to my quiet corner." The office furniture was a predictable mix of chrome, leather, and light Scandinavian wood, exactly the sterile, expensive look Reacher associated with corporate power. But along one wall was a display that felt unexpectedly, almost awkwardly human. It was a sentimental shrine to a different life. An old laboratory bench held a chaotic array of test tubes in wooden racks. There were tongs, Bunsen burners, and glass flasks of all sizes. Framed photos on the wall above showed experiments in progress and people in white coats and safety goggles. Nearby were 5 canvas prints, replicas of handwritten chemical formulas complete with scribbled notes and messy crossouts. Reacher assumed they were copies of Kasluga's own work, personal milestones. He turned his attention back to her. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said. Kasluga merely shrugged, a gesture that seemed to hold a universe of exhaustion and unresolved history. "Thank you. It's a difficult position to be in. I love Charles deeply, and I suppose a part of me always will. Yet I can't ignore the reality of what he did. He took lives. Have you read the papers? It feels like they're trying to strip away my right to grieve, to make me feel ashamed for missing him. They don't understand that I'm a victim in this, too. But let's not waste another moment on their spite. Would you care for some tea? I have orange hibiscus, peppermint, lemon lavender, or yellow chrysanthemum flower. It's really quite good." She walked over to a shelf where a slender electric kettle sat beside a collection of pastel-colored mugs and several silver canisters. Reacher shook his head. "Thanks, but I'm fine. This shouldn't take much time. I just have a few administrative details to clarify. Some of our files were misplaced in a clerical mix-up. After everything you've done for me, the least I can do is help," she replied. "Just tell me what you need." She moved to a chair near a low coffee table in the middle of the room, and Reacher took the seat facing her. "There's actually something new," he began. "My commanding officer has this idea about applying handwriting analysis to our field work. It's a pilot study completely off the books, but bringing him a genuine sample would earn me some serious points." "You want me to write something down?" she asked. Reacher retrieved a notebook and pen from a borrowed briefcase and slid them toward her, "If you don't mind. Just a couple of words. Clears marathons. I know it sounds odd, but the expert needs every sample to use the same phrase." Kasluga jotted the words on the first page. "Done, thank you. And while you have the pen, could I get a home phone number?" "I already have your office line. When paperwork piles up, I tend to work odd hours and I might have follow-up questions." "No problem at all." She added a string of digits to the next page and handed the pad back. Reacher paused, then said, "I hope this isn't too painful to discuss, but how much did Charles share with you about his role in Project 192? "It's all right." Kasluga took a steadying breath. He didn't say much, only that he believed someone was targeting the scientists from the 60s to force out the identity of an 8th team member, and that he was that person. He wasn't trying to reveal state secrets, but he was terrified the killers would use me to get to him, which of course is exactly what they tried to do. "What did he tell you about Project Typhon?" "Nothing. I've never heard of it." "All right, I think that covers most of it." Reacher began to rise, then settled back into his chair. "Actually, let me ask one more thing, just out of curiosity. I stumbled upon an early draft of a press piece about your actions after the '69 incident. It painted you in a far more heroic light than the version that was printed, and honestly, from what I've learned, I have a hard time seeing you as some passive spokesperson. Heroic seems a lot closer to the truth." Kasluga glanced down with a faint smile. "I'm surprised that old draft is still circulating, but you're right. It was accurate. When that gas leaked, and let me tell you, it was an absolute nightmare. All the senior managers vanished. They just hid. Someone had to step up, so I did. I coordinated the team to contain the leak, treat those who were exposed, and oversee the cleanup of the contaminated water and soil. And once the hard work was done, the bosses reappeared, took all the credit, and minimized your part in it. I was furious at the time. I won't deny it. That whole experience was one of the reasons I left and started Americhem. But you know what they say, living well is the best revenge. And look at me now. They say, Pride comes before a fall, you know, Reacher observed. Kazluga tilted her head. What are you implying? The gas leak in 69 was a product of Project Typhon. You were aware of it. That's incorrect, she countered. It was an experimental disinfectant from the Mason chemical facility, my employer at the time. A tragic accident resulting in 7 fatalities, which makes it 1007. Reacher retrieved a photograph from his briefcase, placing it on the table between them. Fleming had provided it the day before. It was a grim, wide-angle view of lifeless forms scattered across a barren field. You knew the exact neutralizing agents. That means you knew the precise composition of the gas. That's the reality of the situation. Kazluga remained silent. Reacher continued, Actually, that's just scratching the surface. You didn't merely know about the Typhon compound. You appropriated the formula when you founded Americhem. It became the foundation for your flagship product, in a diluted form, of course. That celebrated disinfectant of yours, I'd wager it's one of the framed patents on your wall. He noticed Kazluga's eyes flick momentarily toward the canvas on the left. That is a fabrication, she stated coldly. I developed the formulas for Americhem's first 5 products independently, through my own research after the company was already established. Reacher laid a second photograph on the table, another from the 1969 incident, a close-up of a victim's face. He placed a third picture beside it, also a facial close-up, showing skin marred by the same distinctive purple blotches. Walsh had uncovered it during his deep dive into Kazluga's career, leaving it in an envelope at Reacher's hotel. This image was entered as evidence during the lawsuit following an Americhem gas leak, Reacher said. Kazluga glanced again at the patent canvas but offered no reply. Identical symptoms, identical gas, no possible doubt, Reacher concluded. She picked up the first 1969 photograph. Where did you obtain this? Reacher gave a slight shrug. It's my job. I uncover things. Kazluga turned the picture over. On the back was a faded blue ink stamp. She brought it closer, squinting at the text. Copyright Spencer Fleming with a post office box. Interesting. Don't bother trying to locate him. It would be a waste of effort. He's somewhere you'd never think to look. Kazluga stood, walked to a bookcase, and opened a cabinet that replaced the lower shelves. Inside was a document shredder. She fed the photograph into it and shut the door with a definitive click. Oops, that won't save you. Fleming has duplicates. So, what's your plan? She asked, a mocking edge in her voice. Arrest me, parade the grieving widow out in handcuffs. The public relations on that would be a nightmare for you. Reacher rose to his feet. Not me, it's outside my jurisdiction. If you were still in the military, you'd be in a cell already. My next appointment is with the FBI. I'm giving them my entire file. I'm certain you'll be hearing from them shortly. I just wanted to see your reaction firsthand. Spencer Fleming sat on the floor of his small apartment, encircled by towers of books, loose papers, and manila folders. Fresh from a shower, his damp hair clung to his back. His clothes, recently washed, made his shirt seem brighter and his jeans less stained. On the desk sat a plate holding his favorite sandwich, overstuffed with tomatoes, bell peppers, red onion, and spinach. It was just out of reach, which was fine. He had no appetite for it now, too consumed by replaying his decisions. A shift was coming. He hoped it was for the better. But Reacher had been clear, before any improvement there would be turmoil. Offering his help had seemed courageous at the time, but bravery felt far more manageable when he wasn't facing the consequences alone. The clerk at the Postal Service Center was obstinate. He dismissed Susan Kazluga's threats against his livelihood and showed no interest in her financial incentives. He was immovable until her eyes landed on the framed photograph he kept behind the counter. It pictured a woman and 2 young boys, all wrapped in an embrace, their faces radiant with joy. A sudden, quiet realization passed over her features, a fleeting, unwelcome glimpse into a world of simplicity she had long sacrificed. Kazluga proposed that 2 of the men accompanying her could locate the trio. She outlined several potential actions for them upon making contact. Then the man's demeanor shifted entirely. He surrendered Spencer Fleming's address without hesitation. He even cautioned Kasluga that the location was highly unconventional, wanting to ensure she didn't feel misled. His desire for her not to return was unmistakably clear. Kasluga's driver brought the town car to a halt at the end of the asylum's driveway, precisely where Smith had parked 6 days earlier. He shut off the engine and exited, drawing his weapon. The 3 other guards followed suit, readying their own firearms. Kasluga stepped out last. The 4 men formed a protective circle around her, and for a moment the group simply stared through the chain-link fence at the decaying structure. A heavy, dark cloud hung oppressively low over the entire grounds. Feeling like an omen, the crumbling brick and rusted window screens seemed to whisper a silent warning to flee. Kasluga prodded the guard in front of her. "Let's move," she said. "What's the holdup?" The guard created an opening in the fence and led the way toward the portico and its massive wooden door, armed with bolt cutters. He severed the padlock, its rusted remnants clattering to the ground. It then required 2 of them to force the doors apart just enough to slip inside. Faint daylight seeped in, revealing the grimy space beyond. Kasluga pointed at the footprints in the dust coating the checkered floor tiles. "That direction," she instructed. "Move out." They stayed tight together, tracing the path past the shattered reception desk, beneath a tarnished chandelier, and out into the overgrown courtyard. Kasluga gestured toward the row of travel trailers on the far side. "He's got to be in one of those." The curtains were drawn on the leftmost trailer, but its door was propped open. Kasluga nudged the nearest guard. "Try that one." The guard placed a foot on the bottom step, ascended slowly to the next, and stepped inside. He paused in the doorway before creeping forward and disappearing from view. 1 minute passed, then 2, 3. There was no indication of him emerging with Fleming, nor of him returning alone. Kasluga called out, her voice sharp in the silence. "Hey, what's going on in there? Why the delay?" No answer came. She pushed the next guard. "Go check on him." The man took the steps with deliberate slowness before rushing in. Gun raised. He, too, vanished inside and did not reappear. A voice, firm and authoritative, rang out from behind them. "FBI, drop your weapons, lie face down on the ground." Now. The 2 remaining guards complied immediately. The pair who had entered the trailer were then shoved back outside, disarmed and handcuffed, followed by 2 federal agents. 4 more agents swarmed the men on the ground, cuffing them, hauling them to their feet, and leading them away. Susan Kasluga stood alone. She remained upright, arms folded, as Reacher and Amber Smith approached from the glass doorway. Smith commanded, "You heard the order. Get on the ground." Kasluga didn't move. Reacher stepped in close, leaning down so his presence loomed over her. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "I killed a woman because of you, someone I never should have touched. So if you think for a second I'd hesitate to tear you apart given the slightest excuse." Kasluga finally scuffed the dirt with her foot. She lowered herself to her knees, pushed aside a few stones, and eased down onto her stomach. Smith cuffed her, pulled her upright, and began a meticulous search under her arms, around her torso, her waist, her thighs, along the seams of her clothing, even through her hair. Kasluga, poking at the ground with her toe, sneered. "So what was this all about? Some elaborate wild goose chase," Reacher replied. "It's about making a point that sticks. Any halfway decent lawyer could have gotten that photo I showed you thrown out of court, the one from '69. Proving when or where it was taken would be impossible. Whether the people were actually dead or simply pretending, whether you were even aware of them. But you went to all that effort to track down the photographer. That's practically a confession in my book." "This isn't a courtroom," she shot back. "We're not discussing a courtroom or the law. Not anymore. I'm not convinced locking you up serves the greater good. Perhaps there's another path for you to make things right. I'm listening. And I have a feeling this involves money. What's the price tag? Americam left you a very wealthy woman. You could use that fortune to support the families of the victims you left in India. For Morgan Sanson's widow and his remaining son, for Kent Nielsen's daughters. An official from the Treasury Department has prepared the paperwork. It will make it all legal. You should sign. Have you lost your mind? I am not responsible for any of those deaths. I won't be helping those people." How many years did you spend in a chemistry lab, Susan? Because something has clearly eaten away at your conscience. Start with India. 1,000 people died because of a gas leak. Why did it leak? Faulty maintenance, she muttered, scuffing her shoe in the dirt. Nothing to do with me. Everything to do with you. The maintenance was neglected because you siphoned off the funds meant to pay for it. That's a lie. You stole the formula to give your new company a leg up. You stole the money, too. I never the Cayman Islands, Susan, the property development firm, the failed bid, the fraudulent lawsuit. We know all about it. Kasluga fell silent. Reacher continued. Your theft caused the leak, and the leak is why you had to silence Morgan Sanson. Sanson was a pathetic failure who tampered with the cooling equipment in a rage because he wasn't skilled enough to earn a promotion. People died, and his guilt drove him to suicide. We've seen his personnel file, Susan. Safety was his obsession, not his salary. Speculate all you like. I can listen to this nonsense all day, and when you're finished, I can tell you one thing: I'm not going to prison because some impoverished people died in an industrial accident, and I'm not going to prison for killing Morgan Sanson. Maybe not, Reacher said, his tone shifting from grim to almost conversational, as if discussing the weather. But you will absolutely go to prison for killing your husband. That's a stone-cold guarantee. Spencer Fleming pushed himself up from the chair. He was hunched over at first, out of long habit, then he made himself stand tall. He couldn't recall the last time he'd paid any mind to his posture, or the last time his skin had felt clean, or the last time his bare feet had touched carpet. He walked to the mirror and caught his own reflection. The sight was jarring. He looked like a relic, a man out of time, especially next to the clean-cut people who had been assisting him since Reacher and Amber Smith brought him to the hotel. His hair, his clothes, it was as if he'd been frozen for years. Not his fault, given he'd been forced to live like a ghost, and not his choice. But now, the choice was his. He could change. He would have to change. If this fragile second chance he was being offered was real, if it actually materialized. Reacher had assured him the woman most responsible for his nightmare would spend the rest of her life behind bars. He prayed it was true. But a cold, hard knot in his stomach told him otherwise. He couldn't believe it. A dark premonition settled over him. She was going to walk free, and he would end up back in that sterile, silent room.
You're framing me?
Kasluga's voice climbed to a shrill pitch. You're actually attempting to frame me. It's unbelievable. You know, I didn't kill Charles. You were there. You know Veronica Sanson killed him. She would have killed me next if you'd arrived a few seconds later. Reacher gave a casual shrug, and here I always thought being on time was a good quality. Kasluga whirled toward Smith. Try to arrest me for this, and my lawyer will put Reacher on the witness stand, force him to commit perjury. He'll be the one who ends up in a cell, not me. Smith said, Oh, you're getting arrested. Reacher added, Good luck keeping me off the stand. This is madness. Kasluga threw her hands up, exasperated. You saw what those women did. Smith took a firm grip on her right arm. Enough of the drama. Let's go. Time to move. Kasluga broke free in an instant. Her right arm came out from behind her back. Maybe Smith hadn't fastened the cuffs tight enough, or maybe Kasluga's wrists were just too slender. Either way, she'd slipped loose. Her left arm followed. She dropped into a crouch, fingers digging into the dirt, and rose again, clutching something in her fist, a bent, rusted nail about 4 inches long. In one fluid motion, she spun behind Smith, wrapped her right arm around Smith's head to block her vision, and pressed the sharp tip of the nail against Smith's neck, just above the carotid artery. A bead of blood welled up and seeped into Smith's collar. Rusty or not, the point was still viciously sharp. A little more pressure and it would be over. Kasluga stepped back, dragging Smith with her, craning her neck and arching her spine. Drop the gun, she ordered. Smith let hers fall. Kasluga's eyes cut to Reacher. You too? Reacher raised his hands to shoulder height, but kept his grip on his weapon, angling the muzzle harmlessly toward the sky. I didn't see those women touch your husband, he said. He was already gone when I arrived. Because they shot him, the younger one did. Did she? Kasluga tugged Smith back another step. I said, drop it. Reacher shifted his gun hand slightly to the side and lowered it a fraction, but didn't release it. I found the two agents dead. Then I heard 3 shots close together in time, and from the same place, Smith tried to twist away, but the nail only dug deeper. Kozluga tightened her hold. Veronica had already killed the agents. Charles fired twice. He hit Roberta and killed her. He hit Veronica and knocked her down. Her vest saved her. She shot back at the same instant and killed Charles. Reacher shook his head. I heard 3 shots, then a gun hitting the dirt. You shot all 3 of them, your husband first, then the women. Then you tossed your gun near his feet, but you slipped up. You didn't finish Veronica, and that almost got you killed. Check the police report, count the shells missing from each weapon. I did, 2 from yours, 1 from Roberta's. 3 from Veronica's, 2 from Charles's gun, which proves what I told you, from the gun found beside Charles's body, which proves you're clever. For a rushed plan, it had its strong points. You asked for time alone with your husband. You used it to swap 1 bullet from Veronica's gun into your own. You even noticed it was a different brand. You used Browning. She used Federal. So you unloaded and reloaded, making sure her round was at the bottom of the magazine. I did nothing while I was alone with Charles. With his body, I was grieving. Smith scuffled her feet, trying to pull free. Kozluga drove an elbow into her ribs, and she went still. Reacher said, "You switched 1 bullet. You moved the spent casings. The police report noted they were in an odd position, and you wrote your husband's name on Roberta Sanson's list. I did not. Now, drop the gun. Last warning." Reacher lowered the gun a little more, easing it forward. "Remember those words you wrote for me? Clears marathons? That's an anagram of Charles Stammerin. Same letters, different order. And the handwriting is a perfect match. Drop it, damn you. The real question is why you wrote his name at all. Why not leave the list at 7 names? Why make him the 8th? He was the 8th. I didn't make him anything."
Right. He was a supervisor 7,500 miles away. He didn't affect the project day to day.
Unlike the 9th person who was there on the ground, getting their hands dirty, cleaning up after the leak, paying off relatives and witnesses. There was no 9th person. There was. It was you. Reacher saw Kozluga's knuckles bleach white around the nail. He watched her eyes narrow, the tendons in her neck pulling taut. In one smooth motion, he brought his pistol fully around. Reacher was an expert shot with any weapon, but this was almost too simple. The distance was nothing. No wind to account for, no glare off the steel, and his target stood perfectly still. He wasn't even breathing hard. He had a dozen clean options that would spare Smith Kozluga's head, a shoulder, either knee or shin. Instead, he aimed low and squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck Kozluga squarely in the center of her right instep. A sharp scream tore from her as the nail clattered from her hand, and she collapsed hard to the side. Smith stumbled back, pressing her palm to her neck. Kozluga writhed, curling into herself, teeth clenched before she choked out a ragged, "Help me? Help you?" Reacher's voice was flat. "Like you agreed to help those children after you had their parents killed? Like you helped the grieving families back in India?" "I was wrong," she gasped, each word strained by pain. "Please, I'm begging you. I want answers. 2 questions. Anything. Just get me to a hospital. Who did you call to arrange Nielsen's murder?" "That wasn't. Do you want to lose the whole leg?" Kozluga shook her head fiercely. "Then stop lying for 10 seconds. We know who Nielsen called with questions. That person called you. They used the number you wrote in my book because," she panted, struggling, "he was calling Charles. We shared a house, the same phone. He wasn't. Charles had a suite of secured Defense Department lines in that house. Those calls leave no record. Why take an incriminating call on a line that does?" Kozluga let out a pained hiss. "Fine. David Sullivan, Vice President of Client Satisfaction at Total Security Solutions. They hold the Americam account anywhere in the world. If I have a problem, a lawsuit, someone making trouble, he makes it go away." "Good. I'll give him a call, see if he can make himself disappear. Now, Neville Pritchard, what was his role?" A long, guttural groan escaped her. "The hospital you promised." "Answer first." Pritchard reported to stammer on. "We already know that much." Did he recruit you in country? Don't make me laugh. Kesluga whimpered, the effort costing her. Pritchard was a fool, a desk jockey. I figured out his operation in a day, forced him to cut me in. You stole the money together, split it later. No, I. That's why you gave him those fake currency loans right after your property scheme fell apart, to funnel his cut of the laundered cash. Kesluga gave a weak nod, her face pale and slick with sweat. When you realized Buck had talked to the Sanson sisters, you called your pal Sullivan, had Pritchard eliminated because he was the only one who could tie you to it. A thin, pained smile touched her lips. The funny part, it was Charles who told me the scientists were dead. That's why I called Sullivan. Charles thought he was protecting me. He was an idiot, too. Reacher turned and moved toward the glass door. Smith hurried after him, catching his sleeve. Wait. You promised we'd get her to a hospital. I didn't say how she can crawl to the car or she can bleed out right here. Either works for me. Reacher, that's cold. He shrugged. She really should have agreed to help those kids. Chapter 29. Reacher didn't put much stock in fate, but he'd heard the saying that the harder you work, the luckier you get. He figured he'd put in a solid day's work. So when the phone in his hotel room rang halfway through him, buttoning his freshly pressed Class A uniform for Kent Nielsen's wake, the orders felt almost deserved. He was to return to Illinois immediately. Irregularities had surfaced in the inventory at the Joliet Army ammunition plant. Given his recent stint at the Rock Island Arsenal, his experience was considered valuable. Given Joliet's close proximity to Chicago, Reacher calculated that with enough effort, the investigation could potentially widen to encompass Agent Ottaway. His final flight to Midway was scheduled to depart in 4 hours, which left a safe window to make an appearance at the wake. He could pay his final respects to Nielsen, and if the atmosphere became too oppressive, his new assignment provided the perfect excuse for a graceful exit. The venue wasn't hard to locate. An old movie theater, its Art Deco facade still glowing with neon, recently repurposed into a concert hall. It seemed Nielsen had dabbled in music in his youth, favoring the flugelhorn. A woman who had played with him mentioned he was more passionate than proficient. She was part of an impromptu band assembled for the evening, which included a few of Nielsen's old friends. They had set an extra chair on the stage, placing upon it what looked to Reacher like a silent, gleaming trumpet. Reacher drifted toward the back of the room, where the first familiar face he spotted was Spencer Fleming's, though it took him a moment to recognize the man. Fleming's hair was still gray, but it was now cut short and styled, no longer hanging limply beside his face. He wore jeans and a shirt that looked decidedly current. After a handshake, their talk quickly shifted to the future. Fleming was familiar with Joliet from the 60s, having covered a story about a series of accidents at a racetrack nearby. He was eager to get back to reporting, he said, just as soon as he sorted out his living situation. The hotel hadn't suited him, so he was back in his trailer, which the FBI had arranged to have towed to an RV park, the very same one where Pritchard had been killed, though Fleming was unaware of that fact. After a few minutes, Fleming moved on, and Reacher soon found himself face-to-face with Amber Smith. She wore a black dress and heels, a stark contrast to the jeans and boots he was accustomed to seeing her in. A Band-Aid on her neck marked where Susan Kesluga had attacked her with a rusty nail. Another person whose orbit had shifted, Reacher mused. It was a natural transition after a tense case wrapped up. Heard anything about Kesluga? Smith asked. Reacher shook his head. What about Sullivan, her hired muscle? I talked to my supervisor. He's given me the green light to pursue it. Feels like a chance to do something right again, to get things back on track and outside of work. Smith shrugged. It's okay. This is the first funeral I've been to since Phillips. I wasn't sure how I'd handle it, but I'm managing. Maybe time really is all it takes. Not long after Reacher decided he'd had enough and began easing toward the exit. He passed Christopher Baglin and Gary Walsh, heard the band strike up again for another set, and noticed a couple hurrying toward the valet with a look of urgency. In the foyer, he nearly collided with 2 men in dark suits escorting an important-looking individual. The man glanced at Reacher, stopped, and turned back. Captain Reacher? I had a feeling I might find you here. John Esley, Acting Secretary of Defense, I want to thank you for what you did for my predecessor. The fact that we can remember him as a man who fulfilled his duty, however aligned with a different era's thinking, rather than branding him a cold-blooded killer, is a profound comfort to me and to the country. He offered a politician's polished smile. If this position becomes permanent, you can expect those silver bars to be history and your oak leaves reinstated before long. Reacher remained silent. In his experience, a politician's verbal promise wasn't worth the breath used to utter it.